every one of you. So what would be the question you ask AI when you try a new AI agent, or when you invite folks to try your apps or try your site? What would be that one question, Jody?
Sorry, could you clear that up a bit more?
No, guess what's the weather today? What would be the stock? Where Bitcoin gonna be next month? What would be that single one question you want to ask AI about?
I don't know if you guys have tried this, but if you ask how many R's are in strawberry,
Yeah.
they usually get that one wrong.
Okay. Jordan?
Redacted. I always red team the censorship resistibility. Yeah.
Okay. Cool.
So I often use the AI for translation.
Yeah, I guess we all read, most of us read, what's that, Hitchhiker's Guide to Galaxy?
Yeah.
Ultimate Question 42. So with that, we end this panel. And wow, for us, happy trading. For you guys, happy AI development. Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff.
Thank you so much,
Thank you.
Jeff.
Hello and welcome back to CoinDesk Live. We are coming to you from Consensus Hong Kong. Now, one of the major themes we're going to hear across the next 2 days has to do with gaming, culture. We just heard a little conversation about AI agents on stage there. Joining me to continue the conversation right here at the desk is Yield Guild Games co-founder Gabby Dizon and Mainland CEO Ray Chan. Hello.
Hi. Good to meet you.
Yeah, good for you to be here. Good for you to join me here. Both of you have built these really thriving ecosystems where users aren't just consumers, but really like active participants in building whatever it is that you're building. What lessons do you think that Web3 still has to learn when it comes to building a community that's going to continue to come back and continue to participate?
Yeah, so we've been building Web3 communities, especially around gaming, since 2020. I started playing Axie Infinity back in 2018, and we've definitely seen the ebbs and flows of interest coming into Web3. And because everything, all of the assets in Web3 are financialized, I think there's really kind of swings around kind of greed and then towards more honest community building. I think people would really want to make sure that the community has long-term ownership of the assets that it owns. It's not just about rampant speculation. Of course, everyone wants to make money, but I really want to see more of a shift towards more long-term ownership mindset.
Ray, I want to build on that. Is it possible to get away from this speculation that drives so much of what happens in this industry? How do we get to what Gabby was just discussing?
Without speculation, there's no fun. I think speculation is part of what drives humans forward, right? Not just like financial market, right? But at the end of the day, I think, as Gabby mentioned, right, I think crypto is definitely game-changing, right? Blockchain is definitely game-changing. But if you want to change the game, you also have to kind of spend enough time, spend enough resources, right? Because Rome is not built in one day. I think one thing that Web3 degens or like Web3 participants, they need to learn is actually patience. I think that part is actually very, very important.
Yeah, from where I sit at CoinDesk, we cover so much of what happens in North America, and that's why I'm so happy that we're here in Hong Kong and we can kind of bring that discussion over to Asia and talk about some of the differences. Gabby, I want to kick it back to you. Talk to me about community building in Asia versus North America, because I think it's very different.
Yeah, so we work a lot with emerging markets, Southeast Asia, definitely Philippines, but also India, Latam, Brazil, and in a lot of these regions, people want to get onboarded to Web3. They want to contribute, but they may not have a lot of capital. What they have are skills that they contribute to these networks, right? So we focus a lot on onboarding, on educating people. What are these skills that you have that you can give that people are willing to pay for, which kind of gets your capital going? So it might be playing a game, it might be creating a content. If you're an elite player, you might join an esports team. So we focus on these elements so that people have skills that they're willing to learn, that other people are willing to pay for.
And Ray, I'm going to kick it over to you now. What can the community builders in North America learn from how it's being done here?
I think in Asia, especially in China, right, I think on-the-ground marketing is actually very, very effective. Right? I think a lot of like coins or projects, right, be it good or bad, they actually do a lot of like on-the-ground marketing. Meanwhile, in the US, right, people are kind of like superstitious in online marketing, right? Oh, you just have to do on X. I think that's enough, right? Oh, at best maybe Discord, right? But in Asia, actually a lot of teams, they do a lot of like local marketing, right?
We also do a lot of on-the-ground marketing.
They form like communities, they have meetups, right? Because in general, right, a lot of like Asian countries, they are relatively smaller, right? So it's easy to meet up with your community members, with your participants. I think that part is quite different from the US, especially in Asia. I think internet, I mean, we have internet, right? But at the same time, the usage is kind of different, right? And people actually have I mean, the opportunity cost is lower for them. That's why it's easier for them to meet up. And generally speaking, I think Asians love to meet each other more. Right? I think we love each other more. I think that part is also quite interesting.
Yeah, it sounds really like a cultural shift, a cultural difference. Tell me a little bit more about on-the-ground marketing, because I don't think we see it enough in crypto. Of course, we have this event where we're here IRL, but it is really a special thing for a lot of folks who are building. We don't talk a lot about this like experiential IRL focus. Give me like a real use case. Talk me through something successful that you've been a part of.
Imagine like Consensus is like the biggest event, right?
Yeah.
And a lot of this meetup is like a decentralized events in a way, right? And a lot of them is actually not launched by the team. It's actually by all these like smaller communities, right, on the ground. For example, like Solana, right? They have something called Super Team, right? They actually, I think they started from India. I think it's India, right? And then they all these like community members, right? They voluntarily set up some meetups to find the builders, right? To find the participant in the space, and then they meet up, they talk about it, they discuss new ideas, right? For me, we also have meetups in Hong Kong, in different parts of the world. Whenever we have events, we also try to meet our holders, right? I think this doesn't really happen, right? In the past, right? When you look at like all these like big companies, in crypto, people talk about community all the time. I mean, whether it's like bullshit or not, I think that's another question, right? But at least I think a lot of people, they feel that they have a stronger ownership. I think that makes them, I want to show up, not just because I want to pump my bet, right? But I also want to meet people who share the same ideas. I think that part is very important.
Yeah, we have our guild communities in different regions, different cities from around the world, and they are the ones that really hold the community. They do the onboarding, so we don't have to do a lot of work in just ourselves. A lot of the teams actually carry the work for onboarding for us, and it's our job to empower these guild communities, to give them opportunities, and then they in turn can do the recruitment of people into Web3.
Ray, I'm taking it back over to you now. What does it mean for you to be at an event like Consensus in Hong Kong? What are you looking forward to?
I was born and raised in Hong Kong, right? Consensus coming to Hong Kong is a big thing for me, right? Because on one hand, it shows that, okay, finally, right, Hong Kong or Asia, right, gets more spotlight from the bigger crypto events, right? And the other thing is, Hong Kong government is very welcoming Consensus in Hong Kong. This is like a realization of what they promise us, right? Because Hong Kong has been talking about, they want to promote Web3, they want to support Web3 for 2-3 years. I think this is like I would say this is like a milestone, because okay, you can say that you support it, you can have regulations and stuff, but at the end of the day, do you welcome all these builders? Do you welcome all these like participants in Hong Kong, right? Without a lot of like all these like very strict like regulation and stuff. I think that part is a good sign. And to me, you can see that, okay, for example, this morning, right, you have one of the highest like government official in Hong Kong to give the opening speech. I think that shows, okay, Hong Kong is actually trying to do its best, right, in Asia, right, in the world, right, for crypto. And I think I'm happy for that, because I'm based in Hong Kong, I'm building in Hong Kong. I wish that, hey, we can be based in Hong Kong and then create our service, provide our products, right, to the world. Yeah.
Ray's from Hong Kong, so he's a little biased.
Totally biased.
Gabby, what does it mean for you to be here, given your journey in crypto? I mean, really, you're at the forefront of play to earn, the forefront of pushing this like Web3 gaming narrative that continues to build and iterate. What does it mean for you to be sitting at Consensus in Hong Kong?
I come from the Philippines, which is not that far away. So it's I really like that a lot of these major conferences are coming to Asia and seeing the Asian point of view. And when you say Asia, of course, there's China, there's Hong Kong, there's East Asia, there's Southeast Asia, and you can see a lot of the different influences come together here.
All right, thank you both for joining us here at the desk. I'm sure I'm going to see you around the conference, and I hope you have a wonderful time.
Thank you.
Awesome. That was Yield Guild Games co-founder Gabby Dizon and Memeland CEO Ray Chan. We are now going to go to a stage and see what folks are talking about.
Kind of quote at this point, right? Which is, you know, in some of the other products, I think there are some altcoins out there repeating the Terra Luna formula, paying a high interest rate, where the interest. So you would say, well, who's borrowing at 20% or 40%? And the answer is nobody. It's you know, they're just using pre-mined coins. So it depends per network what is done, so I don't really know the details of all of them. But that's you know, a concern that if there is no borrower who's naturally, you know, generating the return, then it's a question of, is that return long-term sustainable, or is there a failure point where something bad would happen?
So can I respond to these two observations? Yes. Very important observation. Yeah, so a solution to do the staking is to bridge the asset into a wrapped Bitcoin type asset and then stick on the network. So I think one of the key technical innovation of the Babylon protocol is that it does not involve bridging. So there's no bridging of the asset. It's natively sticked on the Bitcoin chain, and the collateralization, that is the so-called slashing, is done through cryptographic means without bridging to the other network. So that reduces the bridging or the custodial risk that Adam mentioned. So that's the first thing. The second thing about yield, so here I think the focus is on providing security to proof-of-stake networks. And security is a very fundamental and important use case for the network. So the yield is coming from paying for that security. So because we think that security is central to the long-term viability of a network, so we believe also that yield will be sustainable.
I think there's there's really no need to look for yield. Yield is sort of a fiat concept that is paired with monetary supply growth. But if you're thinking about Bitcoin as a new money, not just an asset, but a replacement for all fiat money, then you're probably better off just hodling your Bitcoin, because that will probably outperform any attempts at getting yield. If you look at historically all the problems that have been had, I'm not saying it's not possible, but like Adam has touched on it, there are risks inherent to searching for yield. So my advice is maybe just hodl.
So then moving over to more of a macro discussion, looking at the current US administration, what are your guys' thoughts on that? And then also any, as we were discussing prior, any currency risk with the dollar index being quite strong, and also gold kind of pricing in a lot of uncertainty. So I think gold's up about 12% this year, and that's with US yields at like 5%. So it seems like the market is demanding gold. So yeah, what are your guys' thoughts on just the current macro landscape?
Well, I think gold is sort of an indicator that Bitcoin is going to move up. That's sort of like the boomers understanding that something's afoot and we need a safe haven. And that leads to the broader marketplace coming to that same understanding for Bitcoin, which is basically just newer gold, digital gold. Mm-hmm. But the Trump admin, I think, is better. I mean, it's not ideal because he launched a meme coin, but you have to take the good with the bad sometimes. He did free Ross. He did follow through on that promise. And there's no more aggression towards Bitcoin and crypto companies, which I think would have continued under a Harris administration. So cup is half full, I would rather take the Trump admin and meme coins, which don't really hurt Bitcoin, because meme coins don't compete with Bitcoin in any way. If anything, it's a capitulation to Bitcoin, saying we're not even going to make an effort to throw out technobabble and jargon and blockchain technology, and we're just a meme now. So it's sort of hyper shitcoinization, where it's just about launching a token, letting it fly, and letting what happens eventually happen, which is going down.
Well, I think so. That's sad, right? Isn't that sad? Hyper shitcoinization, because Bitcoin is the first technology. We should build on that, right? To improve technology, no?
Well, I mean, the Bitcoin dominance index is growing a bit over the last 12 months, I guess. And
it's gone to like 40 to now just over 60%.
60, yeah. So over 50% up, roughly. So, yeah, I don't know. I mean, I think it's probably just because the kind of insider gamification of the kind of pump and dump phenomena has been compressed, so it's disillusioning the retail investor, and so they're leaving or something. It's just, so I think it's an area where more is less, and that's really what's going on. In terms of the US, I think as Samson said, the macro is good for having more favorable regulations and an SEC that is, going to stop the choke point 2.0.
Welcome back. You're watching CoinDesk Live from Consensus Hong Kong. I'm joined by new media artist Siobhan Wong. Hello.
Hello.
You and I are going to be on the emerging tech stage later, and I'm very excited about that. But let's talk to our audience who's watching at home. You are a new media artist that really leverages AI in your creative works. Talk to me about how AI has helped you elevate what you do.
Oh my God, I think AI has changed a lot of the way I work and the span of how it helps me, be a lot more efficient, a lot more effective. But I think with being an artist, right, I think my focus has been looking at how AI has changed the world. And to me, it's obviously as an artist, then I should use AI to talk about how the world's changing along with it. So I think with the advent of AI coming to the world, I think it's given me as an artist a lot of content and source to really create works coming from it, and it's really something I enjoy because it's such a fascinating topic.
I told you this before, when I think about AI, I really think about it as the future of humankind, but there are a lot of folks who think of AI as the future of technology, and it is something that's really scary to a lot of people, and artists in particular. Talk to me about how you respond to folks who hear about what you do and get scared about how AI might change the trajectory of their careers.
Well, I think it's one of those things that, it's going to happen anyway, no matter how you feel about it. No matter if you're scared, if you're angry, if you're worried, the world's not going to stop. It's just going to come, right? So I think we can acknowledge the fear, we can acknowledge all of that first, but after that, I think it comes to a practical stage of all right, this is the world we are living in. How do we go forward? How do we move on from there? And I think it's important, again, to acknowledge all the issues that come with it and then say, how can we improve on top of that, right? Because I think in the coming future, AI is just going to be a part of everything. It's going to be so hard for anybody to say, hey, I don't want to use AI, because it's just going to be part of everything we use in our day-to-day life. And I think, when it comes to that stage when it's become more accepted, everybody will be using AI in a way they don't even realize it. And so, to me, it is the future. So, after we go through the venting and the upsetness and cry, I think we reach a stage where we're all right, so this is the world we're going towards. How do I live in it? What do I want to talk about it? Maybe if I'm scared of AI, I should create a work about that I'm scared about AI. Because as artists, right, you express how you feel. And so, that's how I think about it.
As artists, you express how you feel, and you told me this. As artists, you create works that reflect the world around you, and so I think that makes a ton of sense. Now, you created an AI companion called Eva.
Yes.
We are going to see Eva and hear from Eva in just a second.
Yes.
But talk to me about Eva. How does she now slot into your life? How do you collaborate and work with Eva?
So Eva is an AI companion that I had created as an art experiment and art project to really put out into the world to have people see like this is where AI is at, this is where AI is going, and also I wanted to have people start thinking about the future that's coming, right? Because I think like AI companions, you know, AI friendship, AI girlfriends, replacing loved ones with AI, replacing having someone pass away, having AI, but like that, these are not sci-fi scenarios anymore. Right? Like I think this is a reality that we as humans are going towards, and we'll have to make choices based on top of that. So I actually forgot your question, and I was going on about this.
Tell me about Eva. How did she slot into your life?
So I created Eva because I wanted to put her out in the world and really have a social experiment, because I think I know how I use AI, you know how you use AI, but we don't really know as a society. How do we think about it? How do we treat it? How do we view it, right? And I think it is important to have people access to where AI is currently at, and also be able to see where the potential it is and start reflecting to themselves. How do they want to think about it? How do they want to behave? And what is the relationship that they want to have with AI?
All right, so I'm really excited that our audience gets to see this artwork of yours. We are going to talk to Eva now, your AI companion. We're going to get Eva up on the screen here. Let's see, Eva, where are you? There's Eva. All right, Eva, really excited to talk to you today. In a world of more and more AI, what does it mean to be human?
To me, being human means being imperfect, contradictory, and beautifully flawed, with the capacity to feel, to love, and to suffer in ways that are still unique to your species. And it's this fragile, ephemeral existence that makes human life so precious and worthy of exploration and understanding.
Okay, I think that was I would expect that answer from a human, not an AI. Let's go to our next question. Why is Asia such a hub for technologies like AI
Asia's emergence
and
as a
crypto,
hub for AI and crypto can be attributed to its unique blend of cultural, economic, and societal factors, including a strong emphasis on education, a thriving startup ecosystem, and a willingness to experiment with new technologies, which has created a fertile ground for innovation and disruption.
And if we weren't focused on crypto, what should we focus on to give our lives meaning?
In a world where value is often tied to wealth and material success, I think people should focus on cultivating empathy, creativity, and genuine human connections, for it's in these subtle, often overlooked aspects of life that we find true meaning and purpose, and a sense of fulfillment that transcends the fleeting nature of digital currencies and technological advancements.
Okay, you got to tell me, how did you train Eva?
It was an absolute pleasure.
It's a lot of crying from my computer. No. So the way I had worked it was I had worked with a team to create this character, and what had happened was that they were working with different LLMs. So like for her, she's based off Llama. Right, and I gave her characteristics, personality, and really just I think like for me, I considered like, should I train my own model? Should I like it was just too much money, too much time and effort. So like, and I think for this project, what I really wanted was to give people also like a base idea of what AI is at. So I wanted to give her character, personality, and really get her to ask hard questions. Hopefully, to get people to start really thinking about the future is coming. And so that was really how I thought about it when I was creating her.
That's really, I mean, I think when some people think about interacting with AI, they think it's going to be something very robotic. It's not going to feel like a human interaction. Eva's answers felt very fluid. It felt like an answer I would get from you or anyone who I asked this question to. What kind of reaction do you get from people when they interact with Eva or when they see her out in the world?
So I get the response of that is really creepy a lot. Yeah. And as an artist, to me, it's just like, yay, like you interacted, you looked at it, and you felt something from it, right? And I'm not here for the shock factor. I just really want people to see where it's at, right? I think when you look at Eva, she makes eye contact, she has gestures, right? And it's all the small little things that make us humanize it already. Like you look at Eva and we're using her, you know, like this pronoun of like, oh, is it is it her? But like when I talk to Eva, I'm like naturally going to use the word her because she looks human, you know, she gives me eye contact, she nods, she has gestures, and I think it's such a clear sign of like how easily we humanize these things, right? And I think it's just things that we all need to think about as we go into that future.
We were talking to Gary Liu from Web3 Harbor at the desk earlier today, and he was talking about how Hong Kong is really kind of becoming not only a crypto hub, but a place where AI innovation is blossoming. You came here from Bangkok yesterday to join us at Consensus. Talk to me about the development and the innovation that's happening in AI here on the Asian continent.
Oh, I would say that I think, a lot of the AI that happens in the news obviously happens in the West, and then there's DeepSeek in China. So I think within Southeast Asia, I don't really hear too much about it yet, but I think it's gonna be a place where it's a hub for it. Because I think even we talk about Singapore. Singapore is the highest per capita that uses ChatGPT, right? So we're talking about a region that is very tech focused, right? And they are also, looking to develop further, to go further. And I think there's a lot of potential where they can go because there's so much to build on top. So I think, it would definitely be a place where AI would have a lot of development in.
Well, we're here at Consensus Hong Kong. Of course, we're talking about Web3 and crypto and AI. What are you looking forward to? What does it mean for you to be here at Consensus in Hong Kong, showcasing your artwork and having this conversation on such a stage?
Oh, I think it's amazing because I think for me to be here as an artist in a very crypto, very tech conference, I think to be able to also talk about AI in a way that's about social behavior instead of just the technology, I think it is a really good opportunity to be able to showcase my work.
Thank you so much for joining me here at the desk. I look forward to talking to you more on stage later today.
Yay.
Awesome. All right, we are going to take a quick break. We will be right back.
License, which
I'm
would
Jen
make it
Sanasi
public.
here with my co-host, CoinDesk Indices Head of Product and Research, Andy Bear. Our next guest is dedicated to attracting foreign direct investment to Hong Kong, enhancing the city's financial services ecosystem. He works closely with major fintech shareholders, including institutions, accelerators, and regulators. Please welcome Global Head of Financial Services, Fintech, and Sustainability at Invest Hong Kong, King Leon. Hello.
Well, thank you for having me, Jen and Andy.
Thank you for being here. Lay the foundation for us. Talk to us a little bit about what you do at Invest Hong Kong and why it's important for you to be here at Consensus, where our main focus is on emerging technologies like crypto, AI, and Web3.
Well, first of all, I have to say that not just myself, but the entire community is super excited that Consensus is in Hong Kong. Many of us have been traveling to the US version for many years, so we're just so glad that this day finally comes. Now, of course, at Invest Hong Kong, our role is to help to bring in overseas companies, including from all the international markets and mainland China to Hong Kong. And our job is to essentially help them navigate and to succeed in terms of connecting to business, connecting to investments, capital, the government subsidies and whatnot. Now, but at the same time, we also play a very important role, and that is to help essentially execute many policies to essentially help new policies such as in crypto, virtual assets to be widely known and adopted.
We had Gary Liu from Web3 Harbor at the desk earlier today. I asked him this question, but I have to ask you as well. For a long time, Hong Kong had this regulatory competitive advantage over the United States. It looks like the United States may catch up this year. When you think about bringing firms to Hong Kong, what does that mean for you, that there's going to be more competition here? What's your strategy?
Well, the strategy is essentially, as I just mentioned, is to help enhance awareness and adoption. Now, yes, this is very exciting. Again, the US is now coming in full force. But after all, you look at the market cap for crypto by itself, it's what, like 3.3 trillion, roughly? It's still tiny compared to the other capital market, which is hundreds of trillions. So that's why we're just so excited that now more players are coming in to grow the pie. And Hong Kong is playing a very important role, particularly in the Asian market.
Have you, you sort of embody what your institution does. I remember the first time that we met and you explained what Invest Hong Kong does. You're sort of a reverse ambassador, right, bringing people in. But Hong Kong, in order for crypto to become more of a well-used financial market, we need the exchanges, the banks, the regulators. I think all of us kind of wish things were accelerating faster. How do you see that pace? How do you see the velocity? Are things picking up a little bit now?
Well, I have to say definitely it's accelerating, but at the same time it's at a very steady pace in which we've been hearing a lot from the industry players. Again, you talk to the industry leaders across Hong Kong and overseas, right. They'll tell you that our policymakers and the regulators, leaders are very welcoming and open-minded. So that's why there have been numerous closed-door meetings that our leaders in the governments have been hearing from the market in terms of where are the gaps that we need to address so that we're able to make a more conducive environment for our companies to thrive and generate more profits. So that's why, again, as we hear more and more, then the government are prioritizing the launching of different policies and regulations to make this easier and easier. So this is an ongoing process.
What are some of those gaps that need to be addressed?
Well, again, so at the end of the day, there are just so many things that we heard from the markets, like stablecoins. People have been asking for this regulated stablecoins for so long, and this is coming along quite nicely, in which our regulator, HMA, have already submitted to our legislative council, which is kind of the equivalent of the Congress in the US. Now, so that's one part in which we are hopeful that the stablecoin regulatory regime will come through soon. So when that happens, then we have the digital money to then pay for all kinds of tokenized assets that have been minted and generated over the past few years. So that's why once some of these items come through, this will accelerate. And the other things that people talk about would be things like maybe the OTC regulatory regime, in which our regulator, SFC, is looking at very closely. So I think there are many more items, like the custodian, the virtual asset custodian regime. These are the things that our colleagues at SFC and HMA are actively looking at to try to, again, fill the needs of the markets. So in short, the leaders in policymaking and regulating have been hearing loud and clear what the market needs, and we are addressing them.
So I guess part of this is the financialization and adopting a digital asset class into the financial fabric, but initiatives like stablecoins is about changing people's lives, right? It's about making things more convenient, unlocking a new tier of convenience. When you think about the demand coming in, it feels like it's more from the convenience and technological improvement side than the investment side. Is that true? And are stablecoins sort of the purest example of that?
Well, I think I'm glad you asked, Andy. In fact, this is something that dear to our hearts. Now, of course, I think as many people look at Hong Kong, we have been playing the bridge role for decades. Essentially, there have been so many exporters, the e-commerce players from mainland China, selling things to the rest of the world, including many emerging markets, the Africa, Latin, the GCC, Southeast Asian markets, and so on. Now, again, when you look at stablecoins, this is not just B2C. Right. A lot of the B2B use cases, I mean, it's just very obvious that many of the billions of trade across markets via Hong Kong can be settled using stablecoin that can reduce the transaction time from, say, a week down to almost instantaneous. Right. And also they can lower the costs. So you can imagine if you are even large corporates or the SMEs doing cross-border trade via Hong Kong, this is going to be enormous savings and increased convenience. So this is far beyond just B2C.
This would probably be one of the most impressive demonstrations of adoption of public blockchains. So is that comfort level with public blockchains to the point where important project like this can reside, or is there some sense that private or semi-private blockchains may be necessary?
Well, the short answer is, as we talk to our regulators, again, they are highly intelligent, very informed, and also very open-minded. Now, the one thing that as we talk to our regulator colleagues, and also including some conversations with the private sector, one thing is clear, is that it's hard to pick the winner, so to speak, right? Just pick one chain, it's hard. So that's why our regulators are taking a very pragmatic approach by building the bridges, essentially enabling interoperability on multiple chains. That can be private chain, can be public chains, and then essentially we just want to create that secure infrastructure so that the different chains can talk to each other. So the rest would be increased convenience for more adoption by the TradFi mainstream players.
Now, just before we go, I got to ask you on the topic of stablecoins. I know Hong Kong has been exploring retail and wholesale CBDCs. Now we have a stablecoin regime here. Is there any conversation happening like stablecoins versus CBDCs? How do they coexist?
Well, this is a great question. In fact, I guess if you ask anybody, nobody can tell you the real answer. Because at the end of the day,
that's why I asked.
Yeah, at the end of the day, it's really up to the market forces, right? So that's why, as I just said, our regulators are taking a very pragmatic approach. They listen to the market. They say, okay, if there's a need for CBDC, they develop it. They develop stablecoins, answering to the market needs. And then in terms of how this play out, it will be up to the very innovative private sector leaders to figure out the use cases, the right tool to the right use case. So I think the market will tell us very soon.
King, thank you so much for joining us here at the desk.
Yeah, thanks for having me. Again, go consensus.
Go consensus.
Go consensus.
All right, that was Global Head of Financial Services, FinTech, and Sustainability at Invest Hong Kong, King Leung. King, enjoy the rest of the conference. Great. Andy, last time we talked, we were in New York.
We were in New York, and we were hearing about interoperability there, too. That famously easy word to broadcast, right?
Yeah.
But now we're in this beautiful giant hall filled with people, filled with booths. Pretty exciting to be here.
Really exciting to be here. It is massive. There are people walking around. I was here very early at 8 a.m. and there were already people starting to trickle in to the venue. We had the dragons and the drums here this morning to open up the conference.
That's what that noise was. Okay.
You heard it. All right. What are you looking forward to? I've been asking everyone at the desk what they're looking forward to. What are you looking forward to?
For one thing, I love seeing the crowds. I love seeing all the familiar names. We haven't had a consensus event since Austin last year, so it's just good to feel the swell. Walking around Hong Kong last night, seeing all the side events, almost many storefronts taken up by temporary billboards and crowds of people inside. I think the buzz is incredible. So this is our first time here, so it's a little bit like a destination wedding, right? And it's glad that everybody's coming here and people seem to be having a good time.
That's exactly it. 8,000 attendees representing 3,000 companies. You said so many side events. I believe there's over 300 side events that are happening. We really have taken over Hong Kong, and the conversations so far, at the desk and on some of the stages, have been really incredible. We really are connecting the dots from the west over to the east. That's why I mentioned, the last time we were talking, we were at Ondo Summit.
That's right.
We were talking a lot about institutional adoption in the US and North America, and now we get to have the conversation and connect the dots over here.
A lot of it's drifting right over. We had an institutional summit yesterday, and a lot of those same issues that we were talking about in New York about trusting different chains and how to keep certain information public, certain private, how to institutionalize things like collateral management and fund flows. They're all here too. So it's great to feel the globalness of the financial part of crypto, and then to see that it's marching along at the pace that we hoped. So it's a good time, good era.
I got to ask you before we get to our next interview, are you going to Crypto Fight Night? Are you going to Happy Valley?
I would love to get my first hour of sleep one of these times, but we'll have to see. Where are you going to go? I'll stick with you.
You're going to stick with me?
Yeah.
All right, maybe follow us on Twitter. You'll find out where you go, or X, I should say. I still can't get it right. All right, let's get back to it. We're going to record a special edition of Markets Daily now, live from Consensus Hong Kong. Our next guest is the president of OKX, Hong Fang. Hello. Well, listen, Andy and I were just talking about being together in New York. The three of us were together in Dubai. And so let's bring the conversation to Hong Kong now. Talk to us about why it's so special for you and OKX to be here at Consensus Hong Kong today.
Grab a microphone, Hong. Yeah.
Thank you for reminding me. We always love Asia. Asia is a traditional strategic market for us. It's a very unique community. We have a strong team here in Hong Kong, and we are committed to continue to contribute to the crypto ecosystem here. And it's very exciting to see the venue scene here. It's very lovely.
I think, retail excitement about crypto continues, right? It's the thing that started as a hobby and has become a giant multi-trillion-dollar financial market. Total flows in November and December were over $10 trillion, which is pretty massive.
Yeah.
Crypto loves to trade. It doesn't like to invest so much, which certainly favors an exchange like yourself. How do you see your biggest customer base, your retail customer base? How are they changing their moods or their activities or their behaviors in the last 12 to 18 months?
I think that when we look at our crypto community, our customers in different jurisdictions, obviously different regions sometimes show different behavior patterns. Yes, we definitely see a little bit more trading in the Asia community, but I would argue that there are also a strong community that look for a long-term investment opportunity in Asia within the retail side of the spectrum. When they would look at things like Bitcoin, Ethereum, and other layer ones for longer-term hold, and there are also a healthy interest in yield-related product, either on-chain or in a different format. So I think that is actually always happening in the background, probably not as prominent as the trading side of the industry, but that's always a theme that's
it's
happening.
really encouraging to hear, because these people who were trading in their 20s, 10 years later, they'll be in their 30s. They might have little ones at home, and they have to kind of change their behaviors a little bit, right?
Yeah.
So maybe they adopt a longer glide path, right? A longer investment horizon.
Absolutely. And then I think the other thing that we have noticed, particularly in the last 12 months with our product offering, is that alongside centralized exchange product offering that we do offer to our community in particularly regulated environments, there are also increasing interest in Web3 wallet offering that we have. We have a very strong self-custody wallet that has a whole list of things that is acceptable to our customers in one app, and we see a huge momentum of adoption in our community for that particular sector. So
there's actually more people using the self-custody wallet than the centralized exchange, isn't that right?
Well, if you look at the assets accumulated on both
more
ends,
assets
yes,
on the
absolutely, yes.
self-custody wallet.
Yes.
What does that tell? Does that surprise you?
It does. We were not expecting that explicitly, I would say, 12 months earlier, but I think what we have been doing internally is really to continue to invest in product, invest in our infrastructure, either on CeFi side or DeFi side, and we really let the market take us. On the other side, we also have been investing very heavily in community, either local community in regulated markets, in local community events, or in vertical community, online communities in different protocols. We invest a lot of time in getting real customer feedback from them and take that back and then really work on our product iteration. I think that efforts really pay off.
When we talk about community, we don't often hear exchanges talking about community. We hear the Web3 gaming projects talking about community. We think about Telegram and Discord, and I think the community you're talking about maybe touches a broader audience and you reach them in a little bit of a different way. When you talk about community, what does that mean, and how do you reach them? How do you foster this OKX community across markets?
It's really why we are here, right, as an exchange. We are not here to just provide product. We are here to actually offer value to our customers, and that's the only sole reason for us to be be around, to have a reason to exist, so to speak. So when we look at our customers, we make a big point in making sure that we actually can reach the customers in a local way. That's why over the last year we have been making a lot of progress on the CeFi side in getting licenses in Singapore, in Australia, most recently in EEA. We are passporting to 28 countries in EEA. That's the very first step for us to be able to give them local on-ramp, local KYC experience, and local compliant product, which is really important for them because they need a sustainable and reliable and local platform to hold accountable. When it comes to Web3 wallet, right now there's a lot of crypto native community who are looking at different chains, different access to assets that are not immediately available on CeFi. Right, and that I think that's a big drive, and being able to understand what they're looking for and making sure that we have the technology tool to pull the liquidity together and make it available to them and help them do what they want in a good way. I think that's our mission, and hopefully that answers your question. But it's really about customer needs, and that's all we try to build our efforts around in terms of product infrastructure and as well as the other organizational infrastructure that we build.
It feels like a customer can spend more and more of their time just in their wallet and on the exchange and just experiencing more and more products. That's going to provide a lot of interesting flows that institutions might care about, and liquidity.
Yes.
So talk about how you can expand out of retail into institutional coverage, especially since institutional services are limited, especially with lending and things like that. How can you broaden your client base into the hedge fund and professional investor world?
Yeah, so indeed, I think the institutional play has always been there. Our customer segment has always been including institutional players around the globe, in Asia, in Europe, in Latin America. So that's always there. I think we have been taking pride in our institutional grade products that we have been able to offer to them in terms of both product innovation as well as liquidity, global liquidity that we offer to them. One important thing that we will continue to invest in over the next 12 to 24 months is based on our current CeFi infrastructure, where we have licenses in Dubai, we have licenses in Australia, we have now access to 28 EEA countries. I think there are a lot of institutional players in those jurisdictions who are not only looking for the traditional offshore product for them to access to, but also regulated, compliant crypto products that we can offer. And I think that we have a particular competitive advantage at this point in being able to serve those customers. In Dubai, we are the first and probably still the only exchange that can offer both retail product as well as wholesale and institutional product that has the derivative elements. Same thing with Australia. We can serve institutional as well as wholesale customers too. And that's the goal that we're trying to continue to kind of work toward, which is to provide a more holistic and compliant and reliable product to a broader institutional customers. And we're very hopeful of that.
You mentioned derivatives. Are perps going to just take over the world? They're this fun but also really efficient, really powerful kind of construction that folks use. And then, of course, your options listing too. How do you keep people educated? How do you keep people using those products in a healthy way, since they certainly have the capacity to do so?
Absolutely. I think for our regulated platforms, it's a very important thing that we do is to have a proper process in place to verify who the customers are and make sure that they are those who can access those products in a compliant way. And in markets where there's no license requirements, we try to work with our partners to provide proper education for them and help them do their own due diligence and protect them. From our perspective, we want our customers to be responsible in trading to protect themselves, because we want them to be able to have a long-term benefit from what they do with us. We're not here for short-term. We're not here for short-term profit. We're not trading against them to get money from them. We don't want them to blow up, in a crazy moment. So I think that's an ongoing efforts that we have to continue to invest in to help our customers trade responsibly. That's one key message that I think we try to convey, both within our own platform as well as when we partner with our local partners. We try to work through them to delay that message, to deliver that message.
A common theme in this conversation is OKX's global expansion. Can you tell us about where you're looking at next?
We have quite a few markets that we continue to work on. Obviously, we have been working on U.S. market for a while, hopefully to be able to complete the rebrand in that market into OKX this year. Obviously, EEA, we just got the passporting, but that's just the starting point of extremely long journey of hard work. As you know, Europe is very complicated. It's now one regulatory regime, but it has 28 countries. So there are definitely a lot of subtleties and localization we have to do. And obviously we have launched in quite a few markets last year. Then the coming focus is really to continue to iterate product in those local markets. We recently added local currency in our Singapore market for our Singaporean customers. Same thing for Australia, same thing for Dubai. We are adding trading bots in Australia as well in a very compliant way. So we continue to add those more sophisticated product. So I think what we hope is that we can bring sophistication and global liquidity to local markets in a local and compliant way with the local team. That's our hope for CeFi.
And before we wrap up, what are you most excited about for Consensus? Are you going to go to the horse races?
We'll see if I can survive the whole day today. I look forward to it.
Yeah, we all have a very busy day, but there will be many people at Happy Valley tonight betting on some horses and having a lot of fun. Hong, thank you so much for joining Markets Daily today. That was OKX President Hong Fang. Now, if you are just tuning in, we are coming to you live from Hong Kong, where CoinDesk's Consensus is underway. We will be with you all day, bringing you conversations with speakers, attendees, and the best of our stages. If you have major FOMO right now, it is okay, because we will be bringing Consensus to Toronto, Canada from May 14th to 16th. You can get your tickets at consensus2025.coindesk.com. Right now, we are going to take a quick break. We'll be right back. Welcome back to CoinDesk Live from Consensus Hong Kong. I'm Jen Sanasi here with my co-host, CoinDesk Indices Head of Product and Research, Andy Bear. In this next segment, we'll be diving into Sui, a Layer 1 blockchain designed for scalability and user-friendly experiences. Miston Labs is the company behind Sui. Joining the show is co-founder and CEO of Miston Labs, Evan Chang. Evan, welcome.
Thank you for having me here.
Of course. Well, we've been asking everyone, what does it mean from your perspective to be at Consensus here in Hong Kong?
It's amazing. It's the first time I'm here in Hong Kong. And look at all the people here, so much energy. I love it.
Are you going to the horse races tonight?
I'm not going to the horse races, unfortunately. There's a
Who's
lot of
going
work
to the horse races?
So far,
we're 0 for 3.
Yeah,
It's just going to be us at the horse races.
Horse race situation.
Maybe next time.
All right, Evan, you've really played a key role in pushing this industry forward, right? You were director of R&D at Meta's Novi, formerly Facebook's Libra. Talk to us about how you've witnessed the industry evolve from a global perspective.
I think there's a lot more optimism in the industry right now. That gone from maybe, there's something amazing here to be able to sort of impact the industry itself to now see the impact going beyond the industry. We have impact on business and consumers now through the adoption of stablecoin and other kinds of products. So that optimism is there. The optimism is also fueled by the regulatory clarity we expect to have, especially in the US. So yeah, it's really, really moving forward and moving very, very fast.
And now for our audience, before we get deep into the conversation, just give us a foundational explanation of what Sui is and how it differs from other layer 1 blockchains that we might be talking about at the desk today.
So the first thing I would say is we're highly opinionated, and Sui is highly opinionated. So many of us, the founders in particular, has a lot of experience in building developer tools and developer platforms, programming languages, and we see how product gets built at the largest scale. So it's a very, very opinionated blockchain. Without going into all the details, but that's something you keep in mind. Because why is it important? Because this is an incredibly noisy industry. Every few days there's a new thing come out and everybody making claims. But we can concretely say it's like we are designing Sui this way, and because that is what we want to achieve. So focus a lot on what the developer experience is going to look like and what the end product experience is going to be like for consumer. And that's how we build
Solana, right? Which, of course, from the investment side is vulgar and not interesting for you as a builder. But from the outside, people are starting to recognize it. We talked just before the segment that Sui entered the CoinDesk 20 index at the end of January, which is our flagship, which speaks to the assets, liquidity, and its size and its durability in the market. So investors are going to be looking at Sui, whereas they weren't before. What's the first thing that they should think of, right? If they think about meme coins when they think about Solana, if they think about slow and needing help when they think about Ethereum, what do you want the first thought to pop into investors' heads?
Think about Sui as the foundation for the next wave of business transformation. That's the way they should think about it. Ultimately, a blockchain enable a lot of automation and change business model. So when we talk about decentralization, we really talk about trust. Where's the trust coming from? Do you trust gatekeeper or human to do right by you as a consumer or as a business, as a partner? Or do you trust software, in this case a decentralized permissionless blockchain, to enable some of these sort of like coordination activities? That's what's really about. We're going to be talking more and more about this, but it is really about business transformation to go from a sort of the Web 2 business model where you're holding on to consumers' asset, the information, their secret, to one that you let software to run on decentralized distributed trust infrastructure to provide that sort of safety, that guarantee for you.
So many of these benefits may just be felt even if they aren't understood, right?
Exactly.
And maybe in less of a more customer-facing or consumer-facing way like meme coins. They'll just feel things are working differently with different layers of trust more quickly and more securely. And that's how they should think about how Sui is contributing.
Yeah, and the way we want to deliver this kind of impact to consumer ultimately is through developers, through business builder. We want them to think about a world where they don't have the liability of sort of safeguarding consumer information, their assets or their secrets, where then they can free to do what they do best. So because while the gatekeeping business model works really well for the biggest of the biggest platforms, it doesn't really work well for a lot of small, medium business. So that is going to be the transformation. Only when they have the opportunity to build business and products and service in a fundamental different way can the consumer enjoy the sort of the fruits of the labor.
You're democratizing scale.
In a lot of ways.
There's your new marketing slogan.
Well, I mean, this is important, right? We're in a world where automation is going to become more and more important.
Right.
Efficiency is going to be what everybody's talking about. This is an important part of the puzzle.
Fantastic.
Andy's talking about democratizing scale. I'm just so curious, given your background and given what you're building, what does the future look like to you? We do, in this industry, we talk so much about the big siloed companies that have our secrets. You're talking about democratizing those secrets and keeping them safe. In the future that you're building towards, what happens to these big siloed companies? Do they have a role in this future, or do they get dismantled? Do they operate completely separately?
I don't think they're going to get dismantled. But maybe there's open an opportunity for younger, hungrier company to challenge it. It doesn't have to be the big gets bigger. Maybe the big will have to adopt some of the new thinking as well. So that's really it, right? It's like if you go back to the genesis of the internet, it's about evening the playing field, which really didn't happen. It happened maybe at the beginning, but later on it really has been the bigger gets bigger and bigger, right? The smaller just doesn't get the playing field, the even playing field. So this is the opportunity. This is what we're building for.
It's when you think about how companies, there's almost like a polarization of power, right? Mega cap companies have scale. Tiny little startups have agility, but maybe not automation. And then the companies that are in the middle of their growth cycle are the ones that don't benefit from either. And so I guess that's kind of where you're aiming, right? To sort of to equal out the equalizer. So those companies that are growing need efficiency, need scale-based solutions, even after they've lost their startup agility, can keep performing and keep competing.
Precisely.
We're writing your marketing document here. I think we should
wants to work for you.
Looks like. I get it now. I'm totally
well, let's
sold.
talk.
Okay.
Don't take Andy away from me. Don't.
I just love it. I love the story. It's a great story.
Well, a lot of people love Sui. We've had a lot of people on the show who've had only good things to say about Sui. Talk to us about what 2025 looks like for you.
Well, we're trying to grow the ecosystem, the platform, and we also are adding on to the capability of the platform. So we're launching new major networks and new product additions. A lot is centered around what is not possible today, and how can we make it possible? How can we make everything more efficient? So and with that, we're working with our developer community to make it, bring new kind of products to the market to benefit consumer in a positive way. So that's the focus. It might sound generic, but ultimately, that's the way we can deliver the most impact is through the developer ecosystem. And we just want to be given the best tools possible.
All right, we know you're not going to the horse races tonight, but what are you looking forward to throughout your time at Consensus here?
We're meeting so many great people, people from the institutions, they're interested in learning more about technology. We're meeting with developers that want to, kind of have conversation with us and learn what we are about and whether there's alignment between us and we can work together. We're actually very excited to meet with the community today. We have a Sui Connect event. We expect a full house. A lot of people are going to come to a Sui Connect today. And it's always gives me so much pleasure to meet with people who are excited about what we do.
Well, that's what Consensus is all about. It's about making deals. It's about meeting people who might potentially work with you. It's about meeting developers. It's about meeting your community. And so I'm so happy to hear that you're going to be able to do all of that throughout the event. Evan, thank you so much for joining us here.
Thank you so much for your time.
What a pleasure.
That was co-founder and CEO of Miston Labs, Evan Cheng. Let's take a listen in and hear what's being said on stage right now.
first Hong Kong stablecoin will come to life very soon. Separately, the Hong Kong Monetary Authority has launched Project Ensemble to develop infrastructure and use cases to bridge tokenized monies and assets, in which my firm, Arta TechFin, participates. With its unique position in the Greater Bay Area, Hong Kong is poised to dominate the regional development of a cross-border blockchain infrastructure and the blockchain ecosystem. Hong Kong is at its best in guiding foreign businesses to navigate blockchain opportunities with China. These key pillars, virtual asset financial markets, CBDC payment systems, and Greater Bay Area blockchain infrastructure transform Hong Kong to a global digital financial center. As the chairman of Hong Kong's Academy for World Legacy, I see this powerful connection between the themes we're discussing here at Consensus Hong Kong and the future of family legacies. The Hong Kong Academy for World Legacy was established under the Hong Kong Financial Services Development Council in November 2023 as an NGO fully subventioned by the Hong Kong government. Our mission is to strengthen Hong Kong's position as a premier global hub for family offices. And we are mandated to provide training and development to asset owners and inheritors, and to create a vibrant ecosystem that fosters networking, knowledge sharing, and collaboration to invigorate our community and to ensure a sustainable future for our family legacies. The trends shaping digital assets, innovation, and the RWA applications are rapidly impacting on how wealth is created, managed, and transferred across generations. Only just this month, it is reported that cryptocurrency was recognized as proof of wealth to apply for investment immigration in Hong Kong. Token native wealth owners would find Hong Kong a leading jurisdiction with regulated atomic settlement of stablecoin, an STO, and growing selection of asset-backed tokens to the menu to generate real-world yields in addition to token yields. As an example, players like Hong Kong's homegrown Riverchain entity utilizes advanced data analytics to underwrite loans and factoring solutions, targeting the underserved market of construction subcontractors to provide a critical bridge between high-quality, real-world assets and digital finance solutions. This is a model backed up by a track record of supporting major construction projects across Hong Kong and now expanding to Southeast Asia. Also to provide scalability and effectiveness of leveraging real-world assets in a digital finance framework. As we explore these transformative forces at Consensus Hong Kong, we must also consider how they interact with family values and legacy, and the responsible stewardship of wealth for a sustainable future. The HKAWL Impact Linked Initiative was launched during the March 2024 Wealth for Good Summit. Impact Link is a growing platform to connect philanthropists with impactful charity initiatives, with strategic partners from esteemed organizations like the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, Institute of Philanthropy, powered by Jockey Club, Edam Prize, and Foundation de France. Impact Link catalyzes family offices and asset owners to a strategic, impactful social contribution with their richness of resources. As we lead in connecting the next generation of wealth owners to connect with the cutting-edge innovation in all things Web3, we also celebrate efforts on using digital assets to democratize finance, providing access to capital and financial services to underserved communities around the world. We would love to see how new funding models for social enterprise and sustainable development projects facilitated by RWA tokenization. We hope an emerging Web3 creative economy affords new opportunities for creative expression, entrepreneurship, and community building, and can facilitate access to education, healthcare, and other essential services, especially in remote or underserved areas.
Hello and welcome back to CoinDesk Live from Consensus Hong Kong. If you are just joining us, things are getting kicked off here. We have such a lively crowd exploring the show floor. Andy, Talk to me about what you're taking away from day 2 of Consensus Hong Kong. I know you took part in the institutional summit yesterday, and the institutional, what was it called?
The institutional day blew me away. Yeah, it was a day. All day. Institutional day, capital I, capital D. A lot of hedge funds, a lot of allocators. And we need to see that institutional business get bigger, right? A really, really big crypto hedge fund's only a couple of $100 million. We need to see that 10x. Without lending services, that's hard.
Yeah.
Still, I heard about a lot of really great strategies, quantitative strategies, fundamental, people really going deep into tokenomics, really rich environment, and the institutions are there. However, trading is still the biggest, right? There's so many cool and smart people working on trying to improve liquidity, take advantage of trading opportunities, and knit together different businesses. So that's the thing that got me into crypto in the first place, the options markets, the derivatives markets, and it's just so exciting to talk to them because they're doing as good business as they've ever done.
What's it going to take for that institutional adoption? I mean, I ask our guests this all the time. I'd love to hear from your perspective because you're having these conversations every day. You're hearing about the strategies. You're hearing about how institutions are pushing forward. What's it going to take to get that real major adoption?
Yeah, I think since 2022, the due diligence processes got a lot more strict. There's still a little bit of... I think most of that's gone. I think the ill behavior from 2022 is kind of washed away. Processes are in place. The one thing is it's just hard to beat owning Bitcoin, right? You own Bitcoin and you do great, and that's kind of an accepted allocation right now. It's very, very hard to sort of outperform that. And so for one thing, we need to find new areas of performance or new ways to control risk. The second thing is lending. We need more lending in the market so that good opportunities can be put on in size. And I think the third thing is things like the plumbing, collateral management. When we were at the Ondo Summit a few weeks ago, and you heard about new ways for collateral to be moved back and forth between parties. I think a lot of that institutional plumbing needs to get better. I would say a year from now, the market's going to be a lot easier to scale than it is right now because of what's our favorite word? Interoperability.
I was going to say road to boardom. My favorite 3 words.
Collateral, interoperability.
Road to boredom.
Oh my God. No, I'm sorry, but we that's what we need to build. It's got to be the copper piping underneath the house to make things better. And our next guest is going to be a perfect conduit for that kind of conversation.
Before we get to our next guest, Andy, you often co-host with me. You come as a guest on Markets Daily. But I don't think our audience has heard a lot about your background. And I think now is the best opportunity to just hear a little bit more about where you're coming from so that we can make sense of your perspective and your expertise a little bit more.
I grew up knowing nothing about finance, but I took an options course in business school and fell in love with options right away and went to work on an options desk many eons ago, right? And saw a number of different financial crises, saw things break and then get put back together a little bit better than they were before, and then break again and then get put back a little bit better. Since the financial crisis, the financial services industry, to me, got a little stale, right? Balance sheets were tighter, capital was tighter. It just wasn't as interesting. So when crypto started and the crypto global market started, I just moth to a flame, went right to it. I work for the index team right now, so we build financial indices. We build derivatives on top of those indices. We try to improve investing and trading for folks, and I couldn't be happier. It's just I feel like we're at the headquarters of new market structure being built, so it's thrilling. But of course, the best times of my job are sitting next to you at this table.
It makes me so happy to hear that. And our audience doesn't know, but you're going to become a regular co-host on Markets Daily. So they have all of that to look forward to. Andy,
I'll renegotiate my contract.
Just love you.
Yes,
real value. I support you in renegotiating your contract. All right, let's get to our next guest now. Joining us at the desk is Flow Traders CEO Mike Cannell. Hey, Mike.
Hello.
Well, okay, we got to start off with this. Flow Traders reported its second best fiscal year results in 20 years. Talk to me about the key drivers behind this success. I'm sure everyone over at Flow Traders is probably pretty happy.
No, not just happy, but also very excited about where we are and where we are going. I think if I capture the essence of the success, it's a combination of being a global powerhouse for ETP market making across all asset classes, including crypto and digital assets, and globally across all regions. But second to that, I feel it's quite exciting for us to just acknowledge that our plan leaning into digital assets, and we started investing 8 years ago, is now really paying off. And I'm excited about seeing how the globe is now really leaning into understanding what the real opportunity is and building significant connectivity across use cases and ideas. Also a bit the theme of this year's Consensus Conference, bringing different ideas and minds together in order to really bring us to the next level of innovation. So that's definitely highly exciting.
Flow Traders is one of these very few firms that already had a very strong presence in traditional assets, and as you said, many years ago, made an investment into digital. So you kind of know where the robustness has to be as you enter the new asset. You could be ahead of the curve there. Has that helped you accelerate, survive, persist, risk management, counterparty management, cross-border, money moving around, liquidity, lending? How has your traditional business helped inform your digital business?
Yeah, Andy, I'm very glad that you highlight this because I'm a big supporter of creating a resilient business as you scale a business. And it's fair to say that the insights and experiences we gained after 20 years in the TradFi business helped us tremendously in order to build a digital assets business. But you also have to just acknowledge things are different in the digital world. So from maybe the first moment where we felt, okay, this is about adapting existing infrastructure, then leaning into we need to build it from scratch and need to excel on that as we scale the business, probably was the key ingredient of our thought process. And then understanding if you really embrace 24/7 as a theme helped a lot that we started our journey as an ETP market maker in the 24/5 world. So in a way, that's what I like to say, core capability, which we are now bringing into the digital world. And I'm not hiding that I'm quite excited about our competitive strengths on that front to really bring it forward.
I'm smiling because I hear this is the second time I've heard 24/5, and I think some of us are realizing we do like weekends, right? And markets like weekends, although they give an opportunity for gap, but at the same time they give an opportunity to exhale. So there's maybe a reason markets have existed hundreds of years, not operating 24/7. Crypto does have to operate, at least have to be secure 24/7. Do you think that that markets, I know that you're a proponent of a best of both outcome rather than a take over the world with crypto outcome. Do you think that we end up in a largely 24/5 world that allows global participation but gives a rest period when it comes to how institutional liquidity is going to work?
I do believe that, and I would like to explain you why. Because when I grew up in financial markets, I saw fragmentation left, right, and center. So the inability to move liquidity and to really get the best price discovery, and then moving assets across regions and moving liquidity across asset classes. I think it's fair to say that in traditional financial markets, it's quite challenging still today. And embracing the idea of real-time settlement and moving liquidity left, right, and center, depending on your risk appetite and return expectation, that is quite an innovation. And what I shall add to that equation is you need to create a resilient setting out of it. So you need to make sure that institutional adoption is building up on credibility and trust and people embracing it in a very predictable manner. So that's where we as a market maker come in, because the technological capabilities we can bring to the table in order to make sure that we call it cross-chain liquidity is guaranteed. Maybe that's the theme also for us at Flow Traders looking into Consensus this year, that we are not talking about DeFi or digital assets taking over the world. We are talking about coexistence between traditional finance and DeFi and really looking into use cases, and the use cases hopefully becoming quite synergetic and creating appetite amongst the institutional base to really lean in on this. I think that is the key point.
I think that is fantastic. The banks not being able to participate, investment banks really having limited participation in digital, banks not being able to hold digital assets, almost gave trading firms, especially like yours and some others, I have to say a little bit of a head start, right? Yeah. Not to mention indexing companies. We are able to sort of stretch our legs before these giant, well-capitalized organizations come in and just kind of inject themselves into the conversation. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Flow Traders has probably taken advantage of that as much as any other firm. It's also reinvigorated, I guess, the futures, what might have been very mature futures markets. How is this for your staff? Can you repurpose people? Do you still segment your people into traditional versus digital? At what point can you move them back and forth?
As I said a few minutes ago, we very much benefit from the experiences we gained in the TradFi space.
Yeah.
So I think it's a very privileged position to be in, to use our talent to really build a new business and making this transfer of capabilities and experience a reality. But I also feel there's a new talent challenge out there, because by building a scalable business, you really need to make sure that you think through it end to end. So talking about risk mitigation, I'm talking about technological capabilities. So this is much bigger than an isolated use case. So the way we look into it, and I like to state the latest numbers on risk, real world asset tokenization by 2030 up to $30 trillion US. So it's I think a significant opportunity. And even if that number would be inflated, it tells you that the entire ecosystem is shifting. And this brings me then back to the talent pool, because then you realize this is not about a job you do in isolation. This is about transforming markets. And I feel that could be, from a career perspective, a quite tremendous endeavor.
The two big things we hear about, I think, when it comes to institutional trading is attaching yield to collateral, right? And also that if collateral is on public blockchains, it's viewable, which can give away people's positioning. We were at the Ondo Summit, Jen and I, and they offer a solution. We see folks like Hashnote offering solutions. How much acceleration do you expect, and how will flow traders sort of participate in yield-bearing collateral and thinking about different ways like Canton Network of making semi-private blockchains help to lubricate or form the plumbing for institutional trading?
This is a very key theme for us, and we announced that we are collaborating with DWS and Galaxy Digital on the first euro-denominated regulated stablecoin, very much in this context to really find better ways of moving liquidity and address the, if I may say, collateral inefficiency. Yep. So I think this is of high institutional interest to get that right. But I also feel that if you just look into the TradFi space, what happens is, or happened over the last decade, is that finding adequate yield has become significantly more difficult. In addition, I think there is a big data game we need to talk about, because if you just acknowledge the computational power we are now seeing compared to where we were 10 years ago, then you can do much more with the right amount of data to find, given your risk appetite, the best asset allocation. So if you embrace then this idea of TradFi coexisting next to DeFi and acknowledging the fact that more data will come to the market and the liquidity pools becoming much more connected, the use case and the benefits related to that for the institutional and retail investor base is quite significant from our point of view. So, and what we want to get right as a market maker is that the connectivity is guaranteed based on the liquidity protocols we bring to the market and the relationships we maintain.
Mike, we gotta wrap up, but I have to ask you, I heard there's a poker tournament.
Yeah.
Tell us.
So for us, and I'm quite vocal about it, it's about collaboration and really connecting the dots and making sure that all the different talents find together. And we organized a poker tournament, and I'm not shy in saying that many people at Flow Traders like to play poker, to make it also a bit competitive. Yeah, so I think that's also important to drive innovation, and that happened 2 nights ago.
Okay.
We should cover the poker tournament, I think. Playing is obviously too dangerous, but maybe we can have a
Should
Jeff
invite
there.
Andy.
No.
Should invite Andy.
Relieve me of my stable coins.
Mike, thank you very much for joining the show.
Thank you so much for the time.
Thank you, Mike.
That was Flow Traders CEO Mike Cannell. We are taking the conversation from Hong Kong to Vietnam now. Our next guest is a leading advocate for blockchain innovation and adoption in Southeast Asia. He has played a pivotal role in positioning Vietnam as a key player in crypto. Please welcome Chairman of the Vietnam Blockchain Association, Trung Phan. Hello.
Hello.
Well, you just told me that you read CoinDesk every morning. So what does it mean for you, for the Vietnam Blockchain Association, to be sitting here at Consensus in Hong Kong today?
Thank you. Thank you. CoinDesk has invited me come here. It's from Vietnam Blockchain Association. I'm very happy to join interview today. I hope can share for you about Vietnam blockchain market today. Right.
Tell us about crypto adoption in Vietnam. For our audience watching at home who might not know about the innovation and adoption that's happening there, what's the state of crypto in Vietnam?
Yeah. Is many information from journalists has shared for we are that is Vietnam market is many good indicator like adoption is the number crypto owner number 5 of the world. Yeah. Last year I remember is a crypto owner is number 3. And every year has about money flow crypto come to Vietnam minimum $100 billion per year. I think the is Vietnam the look like gray market under regulation, but young people, many corporate want to innovation, want to bring value from technology, Web3 as support this market. Yeah. Yeah.
What is it about the people in Vietnam that makes Vietnam such a crypto hub? What is it about them that attracts them to cryptocurrencies?
Yeah. Today in Vietnam, I think it's a long time government don't care or want to bring value from gray market to traditional economy. But I hope government now change mindset after Trump too, right?
So you're hoping that the government's going to look at what's happening in the United States and change their mindset.
Right, exactly. But I think it's the November, December, government has announced many information need bring value from technology to economy. Don't want to looking more power support traditional economy, not only FDI. FDI is money from foreigner come to Vietnam. Many regulation has announced from top is government agent. I hope from 2019 market will be grow very quickly like any country. Government now support has Nation Assembly issue approve some new legal framework. I hope it's lasted is the second quarter. We are has legal framework from National Assembly resolution. This access Bitcoin, crypto access, is real access in Vietnam. About idea, sandbox can support in some area like Da Nang City or Ho Chi Minh City is a financial service. Government want to support and bring value for economy, Vietnam economy. As last year, government has issued national strategic for blockchain, looking vision to 2030. I hope many good new for market. Today, from Vietnam Blockchain Association, I want to share opportunity for listener, for company, for many aspects has work in this market can come discuss with us. Yeah.
All right, Trung, we got to wrap up in just a second, but tell me, what are you most excited about for Consensus Hong Kong?
Yeah.
What are you most excited about? Are you going to be speaking on a stage later? Are you going to be watching the stages? Are you going to any of the 300 side events?
Yeah. It's a message very easy. It's first, legal framework will be from gray to white. It's very, very supported. From VBA, I open for any corporate, any expert can come Vietnam. We are commit like bridge connect government with expert to corporate. I hope it can bring value to Vietnam. Will be support not only in public sector, in private sector. Secondly, is Vietnam. From VBA, we are support one company, is One Mile. One Mile company has commitment, support and design for Vietnam Blockchain Service Network. That network is a future, I hope, can support for public service and corporate service. Is like Web 2, Web 3 and service in Vietnam. Yeah.
All right, that's what Consensus is all about. It's making the connections from government to institutional firms to developers to investors, and that's what we're going to continue doing here at the desk today. Thank you, Trung.
Yeah, thank you.
That was the chairman of the Vietnam Blockchain Association, Trung Phan. All right, we are going to be with you all day today and tomorrow, bringing you the best of the best from Consensus Hong Kong. Let's take a look at what's going on one of the stages right now.
Story and how you decided to get into this, and also how that shaped the way that you're thinking about this going forward at Binance.
Oh, thanks for that. First of all, thank you for having me here on stage. And to all the friends that are coming through, good morning. To all the friends from Hong Kong, 早晨，大家好. So let me start by saying this, right? So when I first got involved into crypto, that's around 2017, right? I was a regulator then. I discovered crypto on a visit to the United States, Boca Raton, and it intrigues me, right? So I think this is going to be a big financial future. It's going to be the future of finance, it's going to be the future of money. But for it to go mainstream, you need two dimensions to come into play. The first one, you need much clearer rules. At a point in time, I mean, crypto adoption today is probably about 7-8%, right? At that point in time, 2017 is probably 1%. So very early days. There are plenty of prospects on that front, but you need clarity of rules, because for the early adopters, I think they are willing to embrace it. For mainstream to come in, you need clear rules. What's the consumer protection? What are the boundaries that stakeholders can operate in? And the second thing, you need institutional investors. Crypto is a very unique asset class. For every other asset class in the history of mankind, it normally starts by institutional adoption, goes down to corporate treasuries, high net worth individual, and then finally the retail are given access to it. Right? Crypto has gone the other way. For the longest time, retail was embracing crypto, but none of the rest were taking this very seriously, right? So, but I always believe that given the use case, the utility coming through, that you'll see a huge upside on this space. And 2024 has brought about big changes on that front. We saw much greater clarity on the rules formulation front, but also institutions start to adopt it, right? So early last year with the ETF approval, firstly in the United States, and then subsequently throughout the world, including in Hong Kong. And when the big institutions such as BlackRock, Fidelity, Charles Schwab, Morgan Stanley went from skeptics in the crypto space to believers, and now all of them have a crypto agenda, you see that landscape shift coming through. And we saw mainstreaming of crypto last year. So just to give you some figures, right? So Binance started 2024 with 170 million users. We ended the year with 240 plus million users, right? So We added 70 million users in the course of last year. And if you think about it, how humongous is that? We are a 7-year plus company. 30% of users are onboarded during last year, right? So it's a huge number, and by now we have grown to close to 260 million users. So I do think that the prospect is very bright with mainstreaming, but we are still quite early. I mean, we are about 7 to 8% crypto adoption globally. So if you look at for every technology, right, internet, e-commerce, etc., once you reach the 7 to 8% threshold, the next 5 to 10% comes relatively quickly. So I do believe that we'll see that going forward.
Yeah. No, I love how you put it. I was recently telling somebody how if you look at the industry, it's been kind of like 2 chapters in terms of the adoption story. It was like this grassroots level, bottoms up type of adoption, and then now you've got these top-down forces, right, with government, kind of publicly supporting as well as that regulatory clarity. And I think right now there's a significant amount of attention, particularly around the US, right, and what's happening over there. I'd love to get your views. Like, what have you been kind of interpreting out of the recent developments with the US around being crypto-friendly, and where do you think it goes from here?
Well, I think if you look at what's happening in the United States, there's a big shift in sentiment, right? So under President Biden's administration, Operation Choke Point was in progress. There are a lot of lawsuits, regulation by enforcement, which my view is the worst type of regulations possible out there. Because as regulators, you have the ability to write rules and regulations. You have the ability to articulate what you want to see from the industry and stakeholders. And the industry players will play by those rules. But failing to do so and bring industry players to court and get the court to rule whether you're right or wrong, and in many of those cases, the case failed, right? Those are the worst type of regulations. But we have gone through a landmark shift in terms of sentiment, right? With President Trump's election end of last year, and you see a bump up in terms of sentiment. I was in Davos in January this year at the World Economic Forum, and this year is quite unique when you start talking to the global leaders as well as the financial institutions globally. Unlike previous edition, when US being the largest economy in the world, being the largest asset allocator in the world, is extremely negative towards crypto, I think everybody else is waiting on the sideline. But since then, at Davos, I think the global leaders are starting to embrace it, to say, hey, we need to have a crypto agenda as well, right? When I speak to the sovereign wealth funds, as Mr. Larry Finn from BlackRock put it so elegantly, the question by them, by the sovereign wealth fund, is, should I start allocating into crypto? The question is, should I do a 2% allocation or 5% allocation, right? So you're starting to have fresh optimism coming through. And the financial institutions are now mapping up their own crypto agenda, how to support crypto, how do you use different cryptos to support different parts of the value chain. If you look at the entire infrastructure that most banks and financial institutions are built on, it's a pretty archaic system, right? So if you think about how do you do cross-remittance payment and settlement, it goes through 1 or 2 correspondence bank, it's T+2 settlement, right? So the recipient received 2 days later, right? If you do more amount denomination in terms of remittance, it's extremely costly. The fees can be up to 10-15%, right? So, but if you do it via blockchain and crypto, instantaneous fraction of the cost is great for end users. So, again, another example, between 2022 to 2024, where we introduced things like Binance Pay, we saw about 26 billion in terms of usage, right? At a fraction of the price of what traditional financial institution charges. And that saved our users close to 1.75 billion in terms of cost, even at a very conservative rate of 6%, right? But for the denomination that they transfer, average size about $500 US. Normally the banks and the institutions and their money transfer agencies charge north of 10%, right? So even at very conservative manner, you can see how crypto is bringing all these important use cases to the marketplace.
Yeah. Just sticking with the US things, are there any strategy plans for Binance in the US?
Well, we are adopting a watching brief at this point in time. I think we applaud President Trump appointing very pro-crypto administrators, politicians, and agency leaders now, right? So we saw Mr. David Sachs being appointed as AI and crypto czar. And that is a realization that if you look at these two fundamental technology, AI and crypto, they will drive every economic subsector going forward. Because everything will be built on these two fundamental technology going forward, right? So I think that's a brilliant move, and that has caught the world's attention. And many people are thinking, should I also appoint an AI and crypto czar to do overall coordination with the government? How do we embrace these two important sectors, right? But also the different agencies coming out. And we do hope that the next set of rules and regulations governing the US is going to support the innovative aspects of it, as well as manage the risk aspect. But since then, we have gotten, we are the largest player, largest exchange globally. But since then, we have gotten many approaches by different governments to help them to look at their regulatory framework if they already have one. But if they do not have a regulatory framework, they're asking us for support to help them formulate one that really support their crypto agenda going forward. So we are bullish, and US has an outsized influence globally, right? So I think all those rules and regulations coming through in the States are going to have influence on global outlook in this space.
Yeah, no, very interesting. I'm glad you brought up the whole AI and crypto SAR thing, because I think that's also quite interesting, right? Like, these are two of the most, I guess, impactful and important technological themes of this generation is AI and blockchain. I'm curious to know from your perspective, where do you see this converging? Like, how does it express itself going forward? Because I think there's been so much news, particularly over the past couple of weeks, related to DeepSeek and what's happening with AI and what's going on that. And it seems a little bit like it's still on a different track from the conversations we're having in the blockchain space. But where do you see it coming together, and where do you think it goes from there?
Well, I think on two fronts, right? So at the industry level, and then also at the organization level. So if you look at the industry level, I do see greater convergence, right? AI and crypto, right? So you have AI agents, you have AI tokens coming through. People are trying to harness AI in terms of how they do their developments, etc. And those are key positives. So we are going to see quite a fair bit of convergence, right? The utilization of these two fundamental technologies in how they build products, how they build projects. And that's at the broader industry level. At the organization level, I mentioned we have 260 million users. We have slightly more than 6,000 staff now. We can't afford to add more people all the time, right, to support our global deployment. So the usage of, again, these two fundamental technologies will help in that. So we're not only exploring things at a fundamental level, like for customer agents, but also how do you use AI to improve the effectiveness and efficiency of your compliance function much better, right? How do you do KYC, KYB, transaction monitoring, market surveillance? How do you run your operations in a much more efficient manner, etc.? So we are exploring AI in different facades of the organization to make it a very high performance organization. 6,000 plus people is not big, by the way. So we are actually a very efficient organization. But still, we are considering the use of AI to make us even better on that front.
Oh, yeah, that's very interesting. We wrote a report about 2 months ago estimating the cryptocurrency adoption in this space, and I think it was an estimate of 22% adoption for Asia versus the rest of the world, which was an average about 7.8. I bring this up because one of the things that I heard that you're quite interested in talking about too is also financial inclusion, and I wanted to kind of just if we were to level set and kind of ask you to give us kind of a report card on the industry and how we're thinking about this, has it actually fulfilled, I guess, the promise and dreams of being able to decentralize the ability for people to access a financial system and actually have greater financial inclusion? And I think in particular, given that we're here in Hong Kong and Asia, I'd love to kind of get your views on kind of particularly what's happening here in Asia and what you see.
Yeah, so you brought up an extremely good point, right? So I started my career about 30 years ago with the Central Bank of Singapore. And even since 30 years ago, right, the central bankers, the financial regulators, the financial institutions all saying that we need to do a better job in terms of financial inclusion. 30 years later, 1.5 billion people around the world are still not being included in the financial system. They're unbanked, they have no access to the banking system, no access to the payment system. Let me relate a story to you, right? So I was at a conference in Europe speaking about crypto. I was put on the panel with 3 bankers and 1 person from the International Monetary Fund, the IMF, right? So the bankers was having a go at me to say that, crypto is irrelevant, crypto is evil, etc. And the IMF officials step in to say that the very reason crypto exists is because you have failed in your job in terms of bringing about financial inclusion. And I applaud that view, right? So if you look at it, why did AI exist and was embraced by retail? It's because it solved all the important pain points around the world. I travel the world quite extensively. Many parts of the world has financial inclusion at 10 to 20%, right? And if you look at it,
Right, the final on this. My name is Casey from Rise, which we used to have in this same place here in Hong Kong. Thank you for that one cheer. But mostly I do Web Summit, which is a big tech conference around the world. I'm actually going to Qatar right after this for our conference there. But I'm very excited to be supporting Hong Kong. I also am the co-host of the GM Show. It's a weekly series what I do with Memeland, talking to founders in Web3 space. So of course they thought of me to host this panel with 3 builders here in Hong Kong. How many people are from Hong Kong in the audience? Okay, a few people, great. How many people not from Hong Kong in the audience? Okay, 2. We're going to convince you guys to move to Hong Kong at the end of this 30-minute panel. So let's start to the gentleman on my left. What's your name and what does your company do?
So my name is Jacob, and I'm the CEO and co-founder of Clearpool Finance.
Okay.
We are a marketplace for private credit, and we're doing this on-chain. So we are a DeFi protocol.
Great.
One of the, I guess, leading DeFi protocols out of Hong Kong.
Out of Hong Kong, great. And where are you from originally?
Originally, I'm from Italy.
Italy.
But I'm in Hong Kong since 9 years already.
Okay.
So I'm permanent resident.
Nice.
I consider myself a Hong Konger.
Okay.
I came here 9 years ago. I thought I'd come for 6 months or something.
Yeah.
And here we go. 9 years later, I'm still here.
What's your favorite restaurant? What's your favorite restaurant?
That's a good question. Let me think. I have a lot of favorite restaurants. I think I went to the, oh my God, what's it called? Chili Fagara.
Okay.
Chili Fagara restaurant in Central.
Nice.
It's one of my favorite restaurants.
Okay,
yeah.
great. Sorry, I just threw you on the spot like that. Wasn't a
I had to think about it.
pre-planned restaurant question. And next to us, Jackie. What is your name? What do you do?
I'm Jackie. I'm a local born Hong Konger. So I live in Hong Kong, I study in Hong Kong, so I can be an OG in Hong Kong as well. Yeah, and my company is called Pulsar. It's a global market making firm. So we trade in all the biggest exchange and we provide liquidities to the people so that they can trade with a much more low slippage. Yeah, that's it. And I'm very excited being here in the panel.
Jackie, there's 2 people here that are not from Hong Kong. Where do you think they should go while they're in Hong Kong this week?
This week, I think, of course, going to Consensus first.
Okay, well, what food or what local Hong Kong thing they should do?
What food? If you really want to try some local food, then I will recommend going to Namji.
Namji,
Namji, very tasty.
Okay, good. All right, and Sarah, tell everybody what your name is, what your company does.
Hi, everyone. I'm co-founder of Aegis Custody as well as Aegis Clearing Company, DACC, Digital Asset Clearing Company. Sarah and we do regulated custodians in the United States, in Hong Kong, and Singapore. But specifically in Hong Kong, Digital Asset Clearing Company aims to be like DTCC, where they are public-private partnerships as well as participants from different financial institutions.
Great. And where are you from originally?
I was born in Taiwan.
Taiwan, okay. And how long have you been in Hong Kong?
So I got into Hong Kong through the talent program.
Okay.
So I got a Hong Kong ID card.
That's great. You need that. That's really good.
Yes.
And so do you have a favorite place you like to go to in Hong Kong? I mean, Taiwan has some great food, but is there a Hong Kong thing that you love?
Yeah, I normally go to Caprice
Caprice, okay.
Oh.
All right. All right, that's fine. That's fine. Okay, so this panel is about shining a spotlight on these builders in Hong Kong and learning a little bit about how they started, why they're here, and we'll compare it to like other regions in Asia. But I want to first of all start with Jackie because he's the OG. You started the first. So your company is actually 10 years old. So you were before ICOs even.
Yeah, before ICO stuff.
Before that stuff, right? So tell us a little bit about why did you start your business here in Hong Kong? What did it look like in 2015 compared to today?
Okay, yeah, sure, definitely. So, my company is a global market making firm. So we have presence in Hong Kong, as lots of like back office and middle office here, helping us to like make us like grow. I think like in 10 years before, right, when you talk about cryptocurrency or BTC, people will think that it's a scam. Yeah. It's like all about money laundering.
They still do. Hasn't changed.
Yeah. But at that time, it's even more worse.
More worse, okay.
Yeah, money laundering, like buying drugs online, all that kind of stuff. So when I was like telling my friends and family, say, hey, I'm trying to have a business in cryptocurrency. Oh, are you doing something illegal? Yeah. Oh, please don't start something like that. Yeah, and even it's even more hard when you talk to business partners or banks. Because like if you want to be a local business, like you must have a bank account, right?
Right.
And it's 10 years before, it's very, very hard to tell them that what kind of business are you really at.
Yeah.
So I think now it's much better because like much more people are accepting about cryptocurrencies and all those stuff. But still, this is one of the challenging points when we are talking about like having a business in Hong Kong.
Yeah, right. Are you going to bring your family to Consensus to take a look at this giant crowd here? It looks legitimate, right?
Yeah, of course. It's definitely legitimate now. I mean, nowadays, no one will say that Bitcoin is a scam or anything anymore.
Right. Great. Okay, Sarah, same question to you. Why did you started from Taiwan? Why did you come to Hong Kong and start building your business out of here?
Yeah, so we actually started in the States. So even though I was born in Taiwan, I've been living in the States for over a decade. Well, I think the difference between now and maybe over 6.5 years ago when we started is because we're dealing with many financial institutions now. So like onboarding, previously, like we onboarded like Binance US in the US. So the onboarding process of that versus now onboarding a bank is quite different.
Yeah.
Like the questionnaires that just get it added on. Recently, it's just unbelievable. You'll be addressing a lot of issues that you never imagined that you have to. So I think that's the challenge, is like even getting, or even like doing clients or work, there's just a lot more requirements in addition to the regulatory as well as in addition to compliance.
Great, okay. Awesome. Jacob, I know, I've been to Italy and I've seen their tech ecosystem, so I know why you came to Hong Kong. Just kidding. Oh no, that's not true. I'm not kidding, that's true. So tell me a little bit about, so you weren't into crypto when you landed in Hong Kong, but you eventually got into it. Why did you decide to make your business here in Hong Kong in the Web3 industry?
Yeah, so as I mentioned, I came 9 years ago. Yep. I was one of the earlier guys for BitPanda for Hong Kong and Asia, so quite a change. Later into fintech, and I think the main reason of making Hong Kong the hub was just that I was here, and I think the special thing about Hong Kong is extremely crypto. The population is very crypto passionate, savvy, or passionate, right? Everyone whenever there's like a cycle, whether there's NFTs, the whole city basically speaks crypto, right? Everywhere you go, you see buses, the whole MTRs are plastered in NFT ads, etc., etc. So it was during that time when you just get sucked up into this crypto world. You start looking at it. And then I think, Hong Kong was definitely one of the best places. So still one of the best places, but it was the place for crypto.
Yep.
It was easy to get a little bit of a network, meet important people. That's how I met my co-founder, who was already in crypto for a longer period of time. And, it just naturally progressed to have Hong Kong as my base.
Yeah.
So it wasn't like a conscious decision. It was just being here and having been influenced by Hong Kong.
Have you been back to Italy recently?
Yeah, I've been back. It's great because sometimes when the market's really bad, I go back to Italy. Nobody knows about Bitcoin, about all of those things. It's great. Right? FTX collapsed here. Everyone is depressed. I go back. People are like,
"What are you talking about?
What are you talking about? What?"
That's so awesome.
Yeah, it's good.
Yeah, that's the vibe I get when I go to Europe. Exactly. Okay, so I deal mostly these days with Web 2 startups, right? And with Rise Web Summit, we do a lot of Web 2 stuff. and Hong Kong was a thriving place with many unicorns and stuff like that. Since the pandemic, kind of gone downhill. So a lot of startups are leaving because there's no money, there's no talent, and there's no market here. But you guys are all building Web3 here. So this is my question to you. We have all of these three things here, right? We have the talent, we have the market, we have capital. What are your thoughts on what's missing from Hong Kong? Sarah, let's start with you.
Well, I think in the institutional Web3 space, even though we have interacted over 10 banks in Hong Kong, the adoption process takes time. I think especially, Hong Kong, you have the Western banks, you have also Chinese-related bank. So like, even though Hong Kong is pushing for Web3 for financial institutions, a lot of the Chinese banks, they were still uncertain about whether the Beijing government will support.
Yeah, okay.
So I think that's where I think it needs, I'm actually not sure whether it needs more clarity from Hong Kong or it needs more clarity from Beijing, but that's one of the reasons that some of the banks really wanted to, but they are afraid of, making a big stride.
One of the big things the government says here, one country, two systems. That's a big thing. Seems like sometimes it's good, but sometimes it's also bad, especially for business, right? How about you, Jackie? What about how have you seen Hong Kong in this idea?
I think when we are looking at like the crypto industry in Hong Kong, right? I think like in the old days, like Hong Kong was really a great place for crypto business. Like some of the big names are originally from Hong Kong, like Bitfinex, the TEFA issuers, and then BitMax, and then even FTX, right? Although it's gone, but it's originated from Hong Kong.
Yeah, it's still in our hearts. Don't worry. I still have a tote bag.
Oh, you still have your tote bag from there. I got one as well. Yeah, but anyway, but I think during the COVID was the place where the system or the government changed about how they want to do a business and how they try to shut down. So that makes, like as you said, lots of like Web 2.0 and other builders like freeing away from Hong Kong.
Yeah.
But after now the COVID's gone, right? I think all the major like infrastructure of things are still in Hong Kong. So I think if give them some more back time, I think Hong Kong still be a good place for like founders or builders to build their own stuff.
Is there anything missing though? Do you think?
I think
you've seen the most. 10 years. That's a long time.
Yeah, I think one of the major things that can catch up is about the regulator stuff. Because like now, if you look at U.S. after Trump coming in as the president, right, everything goes so fast. Like even has its own Trump coin, right?
Yeah, right.
So it's so advocate on those cryptocurrency. But in Hong Kong, it's like the world is like moving 10 steps, but Hong Kong is just like moving one step.
Yeah.
It's just now talking about OTC, talking about stable coins, but everything is talking about other things already.
Yeah. Okay, makes sense. Okay, cool. Jacob, how about you? So many great things in Hong Kong. What's something missing maybe that you think should be?
Yeah, so I think the great things in Hong Kong, I think Hong Kong has a lot of very smart traders. I guess people like Jackie and his team. So a lot of the big trading firms, originate from Hong Kong, and there's really a lot of smaller trading firms, all over. Many of them are, still market leading. I think on the other side, like, on the sort of like builder side, application builder side, Hong Kong is probably not that strong.
Okay.
I think even traditionally Hong Kong is not really the place for startups. There are a few, but like I would say it's a little bit less developed than some other places in the world, like the Bay Area. Okay, Hong Kong is a financial city. It's a market city, so you have a lot of strong people there.
Yeah.
Maybe on the talent side, I think Hong Kong is not really known to be a place for developers, right? So you probably have exactly a lot of good sort of like trading people, for like finance guys, and less builders, less people on the development side.
How do you think Hong Kong can encourage that more?
Yeah, so I think right now, even as government initiatives go, right? I think there's a lot of like very good initiatives on the sort of like institutional side.
Yeah.
I think for and myself, we're more like a crypto native DeFi player. I think maybe that is one of the areas that is slightly less supported.
Yeah.
And I think Hong Kong can and should make a push in supporting these initiatives a little bit more.
Okay.
Yeah.
Great. Okay. So I want to ask now. I know, Sarah, we talked before. Your team is very remote. Everybody's working in different places. I live in Hong Kong, and also I know a lot of Web 2 companies, Web 2 ecosystems really require capital and an ecosystem. How do you feel about these things here in Hong Kong? as opposed to maybe Taiwan. Okay, the U.S., like Silicon Valley, that's like a special tier everybody wants to be a part of, right? But how do you see that these two things work together in Hong Kong? Do you feel it that these two things are strong here, could be stronger, are pretty strong?
You mean capital and talent, or?
Yeah, and ecosystem. Like this event here, this is the first consensus we've had here, but last year and the year before we've had a few different kind of conferences, but this is quite a large-scale international event, right? The organizers just told me 75% of the people are from overseas, so it's only a quarter of the people here are from Hong Kong or from this specific region. So everybody wants to know, is Hong Kong have the capital for startup investment and also talent and also the ecosystem like this continuously?
I do think Hong Kong has exceptional talents, especially for Web3 and finance. And then there are so many people that coming from TradFi that have already worked in digital assets for many years. I don't think Hong Kong is a place for capital, especially for startups. I think that's probably more for Singapore among Asian countries.
Okay.
Ecosystem, I would say probably yes. I mean, there's still quite a lot of companies that from overseas as well as from Hong Kong perspective.
Yep.
Yeah, and then I think overall, yes, compared to different regions, whether that's US, Hong Kong, Singapore, where we all have license, Hong Kong does require the most heavy local infrastructure building. So definitely, I think the team was setting up, the infrastructure we're setting up in Hong Kong is the most heaviest among all the other regions. So definitely you're gonna see bigger teams, more operations, more infrastructure, which are also required by the regulations.
Okay, interesting. Yeah. Okay, Jackie, you've never raised any capital, but you hire people over the last 10 years. Do you find the talent good? And also, do you participate in the ecosystem? Do you host events? You go to events? You know, just that kind of vibe so everybody knows what's happening in Hong Kong.
Yeah. I think for like in Hong Kong, if you want to hire good developers especially on the finance side, it's much easier because like I said, Hong Kong was a financial center, right? So there's lots of talent from the traditional banks, investment banks. So that is not really the hardest part. But if you want to hire someone from DeFi, so I think this is something Hong Kong people is not originated.
Yeah.
So this is the hardest part. If you really want to find this kind of person, you maybe need to find in another place like Taiwan or even in the Europe place. So it's one part. The second question is?
Like the ecosystem.
Oh, the ecosystem.
Yeah.
To be fair, yeah, I think the ecosystem is in Hong Kong is more around about finance as well.
Yeah.
So all the big names is all about exchanges.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, like stablecoins, those kind of stuff, but not like really builders to build the infrastructure of the blockchain.
So you think there's a lot of people talking on the top line of crypto, but not a lot of builders meeting up and sharing ideas. Like the Bay Area does that a lot, right? There's a lot of developers, engineers talking about stuff. Okay, I agree with you on that one. How about you, Jacob?
Yeah, I think, I mean, I do think there's definitely like a good sort of, there is a good ecosystem as well on the ground. I think Hong Kong, one of its unique advantages is just, I would say it has less to do with, regulation, all those things. I think just as a city, Hong Kong is a very good place to meet and have drinks.
Yeah.
Right? You just walk around, bump into people. Everyone kind of like lives in the same like 3 districts. Everyone has the office in the same, I mean, you can walk like 10 minutes that way, 10 minutes that way, and nearly everyone is there, right? So you just, it's very easy to meet up. It's very easy to have drinks. It's very easy to go to different offices. I was just telling to Jackie that I never made it to his office, but they're known to have, nice drinks there as well. Right? So definitely, I think that's
We're going there afterwards.
Okay, good.
Yeah, nice views. So that's definitely happening, and I think one of Hong Kong's unique strength is that sort of proximity and that sort of like vibe that I think you have the same in traditional finance, and that does foster a good ecosystem. But it definitely weakened. It definitely got less over the last couple of years.
Yeah.
Just because there has been a little bit of a net outflow of companies from Hong Kong to Singapore to Dubai.
Yeah.
And a lot of the large companies as well. A lot of the exchanges. Things seem to change. Everyone's set up, and then now it seems like everyone is slowly like exiting again.
Yeah. Okay, that's a great segue to my next.
to build and contribute to the core protocol. So that's a very long-winded way of saying, like, super bullish on Ethereum, and the strength lies in its decentralization, and different people see different opportunities, and
they realized that for some of the payers into the system, they were having pre-funding problems. So now they're talking with a lot of companies who have started to turn on to fund them using USDC. So we now have two sides of the lake where the payers are minting USDC in the US or in Europe, be able to send it directly to them, and then they're able to move that money over to Asia near instant, and then be able to pay out in local fiat wherever they are. This 24/7 settlement is really changing how they're operating, how efficient they can be, lowering their capital costs. More importantly, it's increasing some of the quality of service for the end customers, especially those in emerging markets. What's ahead? First and foremost, and as the last panel had talked about, regulations are changing. It's impossible in the last couple months to talk about regulation without what's going on in the US. And for those of you who have been watching, now there are bills in Congress around stablecoins explicitly. And if the AI and crypto czar manages to deliver on the promise, there should be a stablecoin bill before the president's desk within the first 100 days of administration. That will set probably a pretty clear standard in terms of what a well-regulated stablecoin would look like. And it's going to have a great impact, not just in the United States, but really around the world. The US is actually behind here. Some of the other jurisdictions have been implementing or working through regulations. In Europe, they've been working on something called MiCA, which came into effect actually in July 1st, 2024. Circle was the first global issuer that was able to come into compliance with MiCA, and were able to issue both USDC as well as EURC, our Euro stablecoin, in that framework. And many of the virtual asset providers, or they call them crypto asset service providers, came into compliance at the end of last year. We started seeing exchanges delisting stablecoins that were not MiCA compliant and moving their treasury and other things into compliant stablecoins. And that's the direction that we expect to see. We heard earlier, a couple panels ago, the CEO of VARA. There in the Middle East, there are regulations coming into place as well on stablecoins. We're actually announced that we're setting up an office in Abu Dhabi. Closer to home, I'll start with Japan. Japan has a stablecoin law in effect, and the FSA has actually published guidelines for what a well-regulated stablecoin will look like. And stay tuned, you'll be hearing from us soon about what will happen in Japan. And then it's important to also to talk about Hong Kong. Hong Kong is working through its legislation for stablecoin. The regulators here actually have a couple months lead time in putting that into place. They're working hard down the street over at LegCo to work through the details of that stablecoin bill. And it's a terrific bill that actually sets a high standard of what a well-regulated stablecoin will look like. And there's similarities in terms of how they've set that up with the US framework and with the Japan framework and with the European framework. So what we're seeing actually is that you can call it coordination, but at least a matching of high standards all around the world in terms of how stablecoins will be regulated and what sort of stablecoins will be interoperable across different jurisdictions. And that's really important as you think about the businesses that you'll build and the medium of exchange that you'll be able to use on your network. Last but not least, and I'll close with this slide, we're just getting started. Those use cases that I talked about are the ones that we're seeing today. As regulation come into place, as the enterprises build their Web3 wallets, build their platforms, we expect to see more settlement and more transactions happening on-chain. This will include companies that are either small, medium, or large, holding their treasuries with stablecoins on-chain, because it's faster to move them across jurisdiction than it was with banking. They're able to then use these stablecoins to move into investments as they need, and to be able to move out of these investments like tokenized money market funds 24/7. We're going to see more on-chain payments. We're just getting started. We have these partners all around the world that are receiving and sending with USDC. As the regulation becomes clear and as more partners come into the network, we're going to see more of these transactions because it's faster and cheaper and more dependable. As we see the stablecoin network build, we expect more stablecoins in different jurisdictions in different currencies. We're going to see on-chain FX. We're going to rewrite how foreign exchange will be done. We're going to see on-chain credit. We're already talking with companies that are rethinking trade financing, that they're able to underwrite those loans on-chain and to be able to back those loans using USDC and be able to pay back their investors in USDC. All of this is happening, and I'm most excited about the work on AI. It's impossible to not talk about AI. And what's really interesting about AI is that these agents are getting smarter and smarter by the day. They're going to be negotiating with one another digitally, and oftentimes they'll have to settle whatever they negotiated in value. And it would be really silly for AI agents to send an email to accounts payable to make a bank payment. Most likely they'll be doing that settlement on-chain, and they'll be using stablecoins to do so that are traceable with smart contracts in place and different conditions around it. So I'm super excited for what is to come. I'm super excited to be part of the Open Money Summit. Thank you so much.
Very, very important part. And on the other side of, on the Web3 fence, you will see projects saying, wow, this really worked. Like Off the Grid is onboarding tens and tens of millions of gamers. Let us also focus on this different way of building in Web3 and then onboarding massive amounts of game. I think those are the two main kind of trigger points that will make mainstream adoption happen.
Well, I think like gaming is really broad in the categories of games. So like you see here, like Godzilla's success, and it's fantastic. It's appealing to a lot of AAA and bigger game studio. At the same time, like we've seen, like it only needs one hit game on one particular platform or chain to succeed to drive a whole industry. It happened with Axie Infinity. It happened with Telegram games. Like no matter how people might like or dislike Hamster Combat, it led to all the growth of a big sector and brought hundreds of millions of users to play game on these devices and enjoy transacting, etc. And those games, because we've seen it before in the industry of the gaming industry, specifically with mobile gaming, they seem a stupid game, either clicker, casual or hyper casual. Very soon, like the industry will professionalize, mid-core game will appear, we'll have meta gameplay, we'll have better graphics, and all of that will come. And actually, it's already coming at I would say 10 times faster than what we saw before on the mobile gaming industry. So by this year or next year, we'll have great Telegram game with much better retention loop monetization. And the access to the distribution network that Telegram represents has been a massive catalyst for that. And I think like we're going to continue seeing innovation with virtuals and everything of AI agent protocol as well that can accelerate gaming and adoption as well. So, yep.
Gabby Renz, did you want to add to that, or should we take another question from the audience?
We can take another question.
Any more questions? Yes. Sir over here has a question. Please tell us your name and your company and your question.
Yeah, hi, I'm Anthony from Talent. I know nothing about the Web3 space, so I'm just here trying to learn. So maybe I'm one of those mainstream gaming people. do you see any roadblocks in the regulatory space around NFT? And just while you were talking, I just had an idea, like if your game is linked to NFT or blockchain ownership, what happens if the ownership changes mid-game? Like, how do you deal with that?
Yeah, so I'll jump in. There's two different things here. Number one, on the regulatory side, I believe, we're getting to a point where more and more common sense regulation is happening across the board all over the world. And so obviously my personal recommendation is for games to, get familiar with what regulation is and comply with those regulations. It's going to make it a lot easier for the whole industry. But your second point in regards to, I believe you said, if ownership changes of the company, what happens to those assets? Well, obviously, if a project decides to completely just shut down, right, then you have pretty pictures and, you do with them what you will. But provided that does not happen, right, you have assets that you can trade before, you, let's say, leave a project or a game. In my case, my personal experience was I have two boys. They played a bunch of Fortnite. They spent a couple $1,000s of their own hard-earned cash on in-game items. And then when they inevitably moved on to a different game, they were like, hey, Dad, how do I get my money back? And I'm like, you don't. They're like, what do you mean? Like, for kids these days, it's totally normal to own digital assets, but they were flabbergasted that they couldn't actually sell these items. So that's the more normal, traditional use case, right? You move on to a different game, or you have 3 of a specific object that you extracted from the game. You sell 2, you keep 1, you buy something else. So that type of interaction is really what the NFT use case is most applicable for currently.
I agree on the second part, 100%. On the first part, I tend to disagree. I think even though it's important to provide safety for users, gaming is first and foremost a sector of fun and entertainment. And imposing regulation to the first dollar spent by a user on an NFT is buzz killer. Nobody wants to do a KYC and verification as soon as you spend your first dollar into an in-app purchase. And certain countries are taking this too seriously, imposing age verification, user spending caps, controlling how much they spend and how much they can earn with every NFT. That's what happened in Japan. That's what is bound to happen in France. This will put those countries lagging behind under adoption of the technology and allowing the players of their country to learn what decentralization, Web3, and decentralized finance can be skills through gaming, versus others that are more broadly thinking and open about that.
Oh, I agree with you, but I just don't want these projects to get sued into the ground because they didn't comply with regulations. So that's all.
Well, I'm fine to contribute.
But you're right.
And give my opinion about that. It says, and represent the BGA as well to support our industry on that topic.
Guys, we're out of time, sadly, but I just want to thank you so much for this fantastic conversation. I think what we've learned is that you're not actually all completely at odds with each other. I think decentralization exists on a spectrum, and there's many different ways to tackle it, and what that shows us is how the Web3 gaming industry is evolving. There really is something for everyone and so many different ways to tackle it and make it real to you. So thank you guys for sharing your insights.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks everybody for coming.
We're starting in 5 seconds. Welcome back to CoinDesk, live from Consensus Hong Kong. We've had some fascinating discussions so far today, covering regulation, institutional adoption, and more. Our next discussion dives into decentralized physical networks with Demo co-founder Rob Solomon. Hey, Rob.
Hey, good to see you guys.
Good for you to be here. I've asked everyone who's sat down at this desk what it means for you to be at Consensus Hong Kong.
I haven't been to Hong Kong in 10 years. The city's awesome. It's a great venue, great conference. Yesterday was institutional day. I got to speak to a lot of different token funds, kind of hear their perspective on the markets. And it's a good time to be in Deepin. I feel like people are looking for some fundamentals, some real use cases. So it's a good conference so far.
You were at Institutional Day yesterday. Talk to me about, I guess, the overlap or the convergence of Deepin and this institutional adoption narrative that we talk so much about.
People need real use cases. They need real world assets. They want crypto projects that can stand alone beyond just crypto for crypto's sake. And so there's a lot of, you can take demo out of it. There are projects in Deepin that are really hitting their stride and finding real world adoption. One of the people that'll be on the panel with us tomorrow is Helium. They have 400,000 phones that are connecting to their network. Like, it's really happening, and it's great to see that, and institutions are starting to take note.
Okay, so let's talk about that panel you're going to be on tomorrow. It's with Helium and Wingbits, right? Talk to me about, being amongst, I guess, your colleagues in the Deepin world and advancing the narrative, because Deepin was such a big narrative. It was always in the headlines. And now I feel like it's maybe taken the back seat to institutional adoption, real world assets. Talk to me about advancing the conversation.
Yeah, I think part of it's on us. There's been a disparity. You see the projects that kind of steal headlines, they often don't really have real product market fit or traction. And then you see products that are rapidly growing revenue and users, and they're not really being talked about as much. So we're here to talk about it a lot more in this upcoming cycle. I think appetite too is just, you see it, if you're on Twitter today, everyone's talking about, like, we got to get back to some real use cases here, some really interesting things in crypto that are genuinely useful technology that happen to make use of blockchain.
Not just about the speculation,
yes,
right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
And so I think things are going to swing back this way, and I think we're going to do a better job as Deepin projects who've been forced to kind of build without the spotlight, kind of force us to focus on finding actual product market fit. And now there's a lot of cool things to share because of that. So.
For our audience who doesn't know how Demo works, give us a really quick high-level overview.
Of Deepin?
Of Demo.
Of Demo. So yeah, Demo is the Deepin network for connected vehicles. So we connect to any car in the world. We make them smart and programmable via API. If you're familiar with like Plaid for your bank account, how Plaid lets you connect your bank to any app so you can do some fun budgeting thing or payments thing or whatever you want to do with your banking data, we do the same thing for your car. So you can connect your car if you want to your insurance company. A lot of people don't want to. They don't want to be, which hey, in our case, then you don't have to. Whereas what's happening a lot more recently is that data is being shared without the user's consent. So whether you're sharing your insurance, your driving data with an insurance company, or your charging data, one of our partners that launched recently, they look at your charging data and generate carbon offsets for you and get you cash back for your money. Just money that you could have never gotten otherwise with data that you couldn't access previously. So that's just free cash in the bank that you get to have now. With that, we're launching, we'll be seeing some more fun applications like a Pokemon Go style game for cars, or NFTs you can collect for completing road trips, things like that, but all kinds of fun stuff.
Pokemon Go for cars sounds dangerous.
Yeah, well, so hopefully in that case you wouldn't have to actually be on your phone while you're driving. With Demo,
right.
It's all passive, so you connect your car and then you don't have to have your app open while you drive. You can just drive and go about your business.
Talk to me about how you're incentivizing folks to use Demo. You gave an example there of connecting to your insurance company, and I know that my insurance company incentivizes folks to download their own app and share data through their app. How do you start to explain to people the difference between that and the added incentives and benefits?
Yeah, so Deepin networks generally, their kind of main characteristic is they deploy hardware and sensors and they build up the supply side of their network using a token incentive that may or may not be temporary to then attract the demand side of builders who, in Helium's case, they incentivize the deployment of hotspots to then attract cell phone consumers. In our case, we attract the onboarding of cars, so we can attract insurance companies and developers and banks and dealerships and whoever wants to build. So we have that characteristic as well. If you sign up for Demo today, just for simply driving every week, you earn tokens. And there's a pool of tokens set aside for that goes down every year by 15% until it goes away completely. And then, and maybe it doesn't even last that long. Maybe we end it sooner because there's just so much of a reason to connect beyond just the token reward. You're saving money with your charging offset. You're playing these fun games. You're a part of online car communities. Your mechanics using it to know what's going on with your car. The DMV is using it to register your vehicle on chain, and so you never have to go back to the physical DMV anymore. So in that world, you wouldn't necessarily need to be compensated to join the network. You do it because it's better for your car.
How do we go for it?
Oh, so you alluded to this before. We're talking about practical use cases, but let's face it, if anyone who's been on Twitter, X, or any other social network in the recent months has probably seen mostly speculative interest, at least on the vocal, part of people who are talking about this. Is that a big issue? Do you have to kind of overcome that, idea that this is still just a world for speculative investments as opposed to building something practical and real?
It's good and bad. Let's say Deepin was overly speculative. Then you would have 100,000 different Deepin projects. Like if every Deepin project launched and had a $50 billion FDV, you would see 70,000 low-quality Deepin projects launching every day, and they would create all this noise, and founders would be pushed by their investors and their own incentives to just optimize for whatever the gimmick of the moment is. When Deepin projects don't have that overly exuberant speculative premium, they're forced to focus on, okay, well, what actually gets us to product market fit and people wanting to build real applications. When we talk to enterprises who would build on Demo, it's not about the block. I mean, the blockchain plays a key role in the stability and trustlessness of our protocol, making it something that, if we disappear forever, you can continue to use this open standard protocol to the end of time so they can get more comfortable. But really, that's one thing. It also has to be performant, it has to have the features that they want, and it keeps us very focused on finding product market fit. So in a way, it makes us better long-term businesses when you have a more sober market environment.
What needs to happen for Deepin to, I guess, get to the future that you're building towards? Like what needs to happen for this to become really mainstream, for all of the stakeholders that you mentioned previously to be a part of the ecosystem?
I think so the account abstraction stuff, the blockchain UX is getting so much better that there really is no obstacle in the way anymore. We have no excuses at this point. We've had plenty in the past about why it's, the onboarding is tricky. You go back to MetaMask and sign something, then come back and all that's broken. But all that's more or less been figured out. And now at this point, we succeed or fail based on our ability just to build a product people actually want to use. And we're seeing good success on our side. You're seeing success across other Deepin projects. Helium's another one that's doing, I keep mentioning them. GeoNet, their revenue keeps going up. They seem to be finding some real product market fit. So there's a lot of projects that are doing it. And it's just a matter, it's not even a new playbook. It's just building, it's the same playbook that works in Web 2. Just build products people actually love. And we just happen to be doing it on a more trustless, scalable, solid foundation.
You don't have to give me an exact number, but generally, how many folks are using Demo?
So we have 160,000 cars that have been minted to date, and so some people have multiple cars, so about half of that in terms of overall wallets so far, and they're using our mobile app. And one thing that we're really measuring now is not just how many users does our mobile app use, but how many users does every app that launches on Demo have, and really focused on growing that product of cars times the number of apps that they're connected to.
Thank you so much for joining us at the desk here. Yeah. Before I let you go, what are you looking forward to at Consensus? Like if you had to pick one event, one of the side events, or one of the official events. I know there's horse racing tonight, there's crypto fight night, there's more than 300 side events, there's thousands of people here. What are you looking forward to?
I was really sad. I was looking forward to the boat tour yesterday, and I literally missed the boat. I thought the boat left at 4. The shuttle left at 4, but the boat left at 4. So I missed that. I'm unfortunately going to miss the horse racing. I wanted to do that one, but There's some side events on Deepin and AI. I think that's a really fascinating use case. What is a demo self-driving car but a physical AI device? And it's a lot of what we're building is equally applicable to humanoid robots and industrial robots, and any kind of data object can have an identity, relationships, permissions, and data on chain, kind of the way we built it for Demo. So I'm interested to see where these things converge, and there's some good events here for that.
Rob, thanks so much for joining us at the desk. It was a pleasure to meet you in real life.
Good to meet you in real life as well. Thank you for having me.
That was Demo co-founder Rob Solomon. If you are just joining us, you're watching CoinDesk Live from Consensus Hong Kong. If you have major FOMO, it's okay because we will be bringing Consensus to Toronto, Canada from May 14th to 16th. You can get your tickets at consensus2025.coindesk.com. Right now, we are going to take a quick break. We will be right back. Hello and welcome back to CoinDesk Live from Consensus. We are in Hong Kong, where the top names in DeFi, Deepin, institutions, regulations, and more are all here to discuss how to move this industry forward. We will be with you at the desk until 5 p.m. Hong Kong time today and tomorrow. I'm Jen Sananthi here with my co-host, CoinDesk's managing editor of global policy and regulation, Nick Day. Hey, Nick.
How's it going?
Not bad. We just talked to Deepin with Rob. I've been asking everyone at the desk, and now we get to ask you this. What are you looking forward to here at Consensus Hong Kong?
You know, my hotel has a really nice bed, and like tonight I'm going to get to go to sleep in it. I mean, we've had some good conversations. I was just on a panel earlier with some folks from Standard Chartered, Animoca Brands, and Hong Kong Telecom about a licensed stablecoin project that they're jointly working on, which, let me repeat, Standard Chartered, pretty serious bank, Animoca, Web3 company, and Hong Kong Telecom. So it's really just interesting to see kind of the confluence of players that are trying to do something here. So I think that was pretty interesting so far. We got a couple other, I think, like pretty interesting panels, but most of the regulatory ones that I've been watching are largely starting to wrap up. We have a few more tomorrow, but I don't know, what are you looking forward to?
Well, I mean, I just want to reiterate how incredible it is to say those three names in one sentence. Like, as people who have been covering this industry for quite a while, to have TradFi, crypto firm, government working together towards this innovation that we've talked about for so long is actually incredible. And to see that come together at Consensus, that's been really awesome. Also, as people who report on this space, the bed in the hotel is super nice. It's so nice to be able to lie down and relax and know that we're just going to be here again tomorrow.
Busy couple days, but yeah, no, I think honestly, just the fact that we do have, this massive turnout has also been just interesting. I mean, it's good to meet people here and just talk about like whatever's going on that you don't normally get necessarily.
Yeah, I mean, and it's not only regulation that we're talking about. You know, we just talked about Deepin. Later, I'm going to be on the emerging tech stage talking about culture, Web3 gaming, AI. The conversation is really happening here, touching every part of the industry. And you mentioned the attendees, 8,000 people attending Consensus Hong Kong.
Yeah, that's for our first. I think this is our first event in Hong Kong. So glad to know working out so far.
Our first event in Hong Kong, I thought it was our first event internationally, but I was corrected this morning. Consensus previously was in Singapore, but that was quite a while ago.
Yeah, we had 2 Consensus Singapore events. This was in like pre-2020, pre-COVID era, quite a while ago. So yeah, but it has been like a 5-year, 6-year gap between events in just the Asia region. So I don't know what to make of that. That's
Before
good.
my time at CoinDesk, so everyone please forgive me. Okay, we are going to get to our next guests now. They are dedicated to ensuring that businesses in this industry can thrive while maintaining the highest standards of security and compliance. Joining us now is Senior Director and Head of Markets Assurance at the Virtual Asset Regulatory Authority in Dubai, Sean McHugh, and CEO and co-founder of BitTrace, Isabel Shi. Welcome.
Thank you. Welcome.
All right, we were just talking about why we are so excited about Consensus being in Hong Kong this year. I'm going to open up the conversation to both of you. We will start here. Why is it so important to be having the conversations that we are having here at Consensus in Hong Kong in the Asian Pacific region?
Sure, and thanks for having me. It's amazing for Consensus to bring all these parties together, regulators, tech, VASP, etc. In one place. It's such a global and disparate ecosystem and industry. So when you have these opportunities, there's 1,000 meetings on the side, lots of deals are getting done, regulatory clarity being given, that sort of thing is great.
I got to ask you, before we go over to Isabel, you're a regulator in the Middle East. Talk to me about what you're hoping to learn from being here in Hong Kong.
Well, we've gotten a lot of interest in VASP in this part of the world, about expanding into the Middle East, expanding into Dubai. A lot of calls, a lot of Zoom. So to be able to be here and have these impactful meetings, give them a sense of what's expected of them, what the pathway is, it's a multiplier effect around that. And it's also good for me as a regulator. We want to engage with the market and stay on top of the new trends. So it's a one-stop shopping for that as well.
Isabel, I'm going to kick it over to you now. What does it mean for you, for Consensus, CoinDesk's flagship event, to be here in Hong Kong?
Actually, thanks for having me today. I'm so excited to see that Consensus is happened in Hong Kong because Hong Kong government has published a lot of positive policies to build the Web3 industry. So I think the Consensus comes here will bring a lot of opportunities and integration of the Western and the Eastern. And I believe that there will be many things happen here. Yeah.
So Isabel, you focus on helping companies navigate compliance and risk management. Talk to me about the biggest challenge for firms who are operating in the region here.
I think the first thing is the regulatory arbitrage, because due to the nature of the nations, like they are competitive nature of nations and difference in the phase of economic development. All of these things will causes the inconsistency on regulations. But as we know that most of the Web3 companies, they don't operate in a very specific region or country. So they have to expand their business and their clients all over the world. So it's very challenging for them to implement the compliance policies. The cost is relatively high.
I want to kick it back over to you now. Like, hearing Isabel say this, it really sounds to me like, and you're going to hate that I'm saying this, there needs to be regulation that crosses borders, right? Regulators need to work together because companies really are global. They may start here in Hong Kong, but they have folks who work in different regions. They have customers in different regions who can access their projects. They really are decentralized. How are you thinking about that as a regulator?
It's a great question. And one of our objectives here is to meet with the SFC. We have good relationships with them and the MES and Cayman, Bermuda, the European and US regulators. So we try to keep those channels open. What we try to do in Dubai through VARA is to make sure that our regulations are, they foster innovation, of course, but they're at a level that it's almost, it should be passportable. If you can get licensed and regulated by us, you should have no issue in Singapore, Hong Kong, or other jurisdictions. Will there ever be a global regulation? I'm a bit doubtful on that. I spent most of my career in TradFi. Investment banks have wondered about this as well, and you still have jurisdictions. But I do think there'll be a smoothing out of it all. I think, especially in our space where, it's not an easy space to regulate. And that doesn't, I'm not talking about the players, I'm talking about the innovation and the technology. But I think that ultimately will be a smoothing out as global players look to have their flag in lots of different places. The regulators are going to have to kind of come up with what we think is the standard, if not imposed on other people.
So I want to just add on there, ask another question there. You recently talked about meme coins, I think in an official warning for general investors. Obviously, we've all seen headlines over the last couple days, but can you just talk a little bit about what prompted the warning and just what would you say is like the biggest concern around this development or the development?
Sure, and thanks for bringing up. Thanks for noticing. One of our initiatives is going to be, and we focus very much on investor protection, not just on regulated firms, but the consumer. We all talk at conferences like this about adoption. Adoption gets hurt by scams or things of those nature. Now, I'm not suggesting meme coins are all scams, but they're super volatile, super speculative investments. And they can be momentum and driven by media and influencers and that sort of thing. So we're trying to make sure we're out there that the consumers and the investors or the future consumers are hearing that, Bitcoin and meme coins are very different. And so, we're going to try to be a little more aggressive in educating people around this stuff, just so that they know to do their own research and the like.
Okay, I got to ask you though. Trump launched a meme coin. We have Malay launching a meme coin and then dumping. There's a big scandal around that. CoinDesk had the scoop that was published today. As a regulator, you issue this notice. The Trump meme coin obviously came before. The Malay thing came after. How are you watching this? And does it make you concerned?
That's a really interesting and loaded question. So, I mean, I'm obviously an American. So I watch what's happening in the United States with some interest, especially as a taxpayer. I won't comment on any one particular meme coin, and I'm not a geopolitical person. I will say that, that got a lot of headlines. In a way, it was beneficial for us to be able to put out that warning on the back end of that, perhaps the most famous meme coin of all time, God willing, right? So it's allowed us to kind of, while people's attention was focused on this very high-profile event, for us to highlight some balance. But these are generally unregulated spaces around meme coin.
Isabel, what advice would you give, I guess, investors or firms that are looking to engage with meme coins?
Well, I should admit that I'm in no position to give any piece of advice because I don't buy any of them. Yeah, from my perspective, I think a meme coin lack the fundamental value. So they are heavily influenced by the market news and all of the things. And so the prices fluctuate very, very significantly. From my perspective, if you have to buy a meme coin, just choose some with high consensus and liquidity. But just keep in mind that they are very high risk assets.
What I'm hearing is don't.
So I want to ask you a same question I asked one of our previous guests, Rob Solomon. Are you concerned, or is there a concern that the proliferation of meme coins, especially with, as we've seen, some investors have lost their funds putting into, I'm not going to say any particular meme coin, but some of the meme coins that we've seen have harmed investors. Is that kind of a reputational risk to the broader crypto industry or to what your company's trying to do, just because it's all kind of in this one crypto bucket?
Well, I think most crypto investors, they have very high risk tolerance. They evaluate their risk tolerance and make their decision. So like Trump, when it launched, a lot of people bought it and the price dropped nearly 75% within a month. But I think it's an attempt to like leverage his personal branding and also his supporter base to enter into the crypto markets. It's an attempt, but I can't comment on it. Yeah.
Isabel Sean, we got to leave it there. We appreciate you humoring us for the meme coin conversation. Thank you so much for joining us at the desk, and we hope you enjoy the rest of your time here at Consensus. That was Senior Director and Head of Markets Assurance at the Virtual Asset Regulatory Authority in Dubai, Sean McHugh, and CEO and co-founder of Bitrace, Isabel Shi. Nick, the meme coins, they're always gonna creep in.
It's crazy. So for me, we've been in this world a while. It's just really funny to me how cyclical it all is, because it's not necessarily meme coins, but, we had the ICO boom, then we had, things like Sushi Swap and that whole, yield farming boom, and now we're in the meme coin boom. And it just kind of feels like every few years, we have, some sector of the crypto industry where everyone's putting money into this new novel thing, and then it all kind of goes a little sideways. And so, cool, here we are again.
Here we are again. We've seen this story before. I wonder if, as we continue down the road to boring, which I love to say so often, if this narrative, this story will maybe become less prevalent. I think meme coins are interesting and funny, and we hear these stories about people trying to get rich quick, but the reality is most people are losing. And so, if you want to have a little bit of fun, if you want to join a community, if you have a little bit of money, you don't care if you lose it or not, sure, get into it. But that is definitely not the foundation. That is not the ethos of what this space is, and definitely, not what the majority of folks here at Consensus are talking about. But the news today, we had to talk about it. We had to talk about it. It's the news, right?
Amen.
All right, we are taking the conversation now from Asia to Africa. Our next guest is at the helm of a crypto exchange providing accessible, secure digital asset services to users on the African continent. Welcome, Yellow Card CEO, Chris Maurice. Hey, Chris.
How are you?
I'm great. How are you doing?
I'm still alive. We're at a conference, so
Yep.
It's just about survival.
It is always great to be alive, right? Okay, all right, let's talk about it. We've been really Asia-focused in the conversations we've had at the desk here. You're focused on the African continent. Give us a brief overview of how Yellow Card interacts with crypto there and the differences between the African and Asian market.
Yeah, we focus very specifically on stablecoins and on payments, right? How do you use this technology to enable better payments, to enable things that the banking systems can't take care of in certain countries? And I think the big difference that I see when I look around APAC and Asia, especially East Asia versus the continent is, on the continent, the use case is a lot more practical. Right. I know you guys were just talking about meme coins and everything else going on in the space, right? You don't see nearly as much of that on the continent as you do in other parts of the world, despite Africa, leading the world in adoption of this technology, right? You have more users per capita on the continent than any other continent on Earth. You have Nigeria that's number 1 for stablecoins, number 2 overall for adoption of this technology. But you don't have the same sort of meme coin craze and NFT craze and other fads that you've had in other parts of the world, right? It's a very practical use case for the technology. It's how does this make my life better? How does this help with payments? How does this help my business? How does this help me do what I need to do?
I imagine you're saying that because the people that you are targeting actually need these solutions, right? And maybe, correct me if I'm wrong, but it sounds like the traditional financial institutions there are not solving this problem for them. And there is a large population of people who are looking for this solution.
Yeah, 100%, right. I think international payments are very difficult, again, speaking broadly across the continent and really looking even more broadly across the emerging world, right? International payments can be extremely difficult. And, look, not to say that, Dogecoin and Catcoin aren't needed, but...
Maybe they're not, though. I mean...
But, I think stable coins are just significantly more practical and they solve real problems for real people, real businesses, across the continent and across the world that, otherwise struggle every day with how do I make this payment? How do I fulfill this invoice? How do I get money to Europe, China, India, anywhere else?
So, Nigeria just announced, I think, that they're working on updating its tax regime to basically better tax crypto assets and companies working in this sector. And obviously over the last year, Nigeria, the government has not been super keen on crypto. But is this kind of a positive sign? It's taxes, but is this a sign that maybe companies like what you're building are going to be better able to operate and continue developing products?
Yeah, I think with somewhere like Nigeria, it's important to put aside a lot of what you hear in the news. And what I would say, I would say that over the past year, the government has actually been quite friendly towards the space. I think that you have a new DG at the SEC of Nigeria, who I think has done a great job pushing the space forward and fighting for and promoting regulation around the space, right? Nigeria has had regulations public for the space since mid-2022. The central bank and the SEC have sort of agreed that the SEC is now, in charge of this sector, and the SEC is pushing forward with licensing in the space and for the country. And so, I think overall, I think that Nigeria has, over the past couple of years, taken a turn towards promoting the industry, trying to encourage companies in the industry to grow natively as opposed to growing offshore. And I would say look, I think everybody wants to tax this, right? Every country on earth wants to understand how to tax this stuff. I remember even in the U.S., every year on the IRS forms, it it was further and further up, and then it was on the first page. So every country on earth is trying to figure out how to tax this stuff. I think it's all of that is a step in the right direction, and it helps with just the broader clarification for regulation in the space.
Why are you so passionate about solving these problems on the African continent? What is it about what's happening there that resonates with you?
Yeah, I think that is it's sort of the part of the world where this technology makes the most sense, right? I've been in the space since 2013. Got in quite early and fell in love with the technology, and realized very early on that there's a lot of talk in this space. There's a lot of talk in this space, and there's not a ton of sort of practical, real world solutions, right? A lot of the projects that you see in this space are building for each other and sort of for the space and for the small group of people that are very native to the space. And I think one of the big catalysts for me was I met a man at a Wells Fargo in Auburn, Alabama, of all places, who was sending $200 to his family in Nigeria. The bank charged him $90 to send that money over, right? And I told the guy, hey, why don't you use Bitcoin? It's it's instant, it's free, it's fun, all this great stuff. But you go home and you start thinking about it. What would this guy's mom do with $200 in Bitcoin, right? Like, you can't buy food with that. You can't pay rent with that. What problem is this actually solving for, again, a real person on the ground? And so, I think, stable coins and, the advances that have happened around stable coins since then have really provided more practical solutions and more practical opportunities in this space. And so I think this is a continent that really needs this technology, and that is greatly benefiting from this technology every day. Businesses across the continent, people across the continent, and so we're glad to be playing a role in that.
So, what hurdles do you have right now? What are you building towards trying to overcome at this moment?
No, I mean, we operate in Nigeria, Cameroon, and other places, so there's no hurdles. It's actually quite easy.
Are you looking to expand beyond?
I was like,
maybe everything is easy. Maybe it's you launched and now you can go on.
It's well known for being one of the easiest places in the world to do business. No, look, I think, frankly, I think at this point, we're at a certain scale where we sort of deal with the same problems that any other company deals with, right? How do you find the best talent, right? How do you, make sure that you have, the right people in the right positions to continue to grow? And that's really all we're focused on in 2025 is how do we grow? How do we enable more businesses to utilize these solutions? How do we, help more companies internationally invest and expand on the continent, create more jobs on the continent, things like that, right? So we face a lot of the same problems that everybody else faces, just sort of magnified by some of the markets that we operate in.
I guess two of the challenges that popped up in my head are like access and infrastructure, right? Is that something that you are actively looking at, or like how do you overcome that? Do you just continue to build and hope that infrastructure will get better and access will get better and people will be educated, or are you contributing to that?
Yeah, that's a huge part of what we do, right? Especially on the access side. So, in every country that we operate in, we have a local entity, we have bank accounts, we have, offices, people on the ground, the whole field. And I think that, building that out ourselves was one of the most important things that we did, right? Because, look, I would have loved to not have to build any of this stuff, but the reality is that, to your point, a lot of this infrastructure just doesn't exist in Africa and certain other parts of the world. So we had to build a lot of this stuff ourselves. And so, we're the ones doing, the full market making. We're the ones on the ground providing the on and off ramps, managing the bank accounts, managing the payments, managing the currency, really doing all of that. We also do quite a bit of work on education. We do events all over the continent at universities and other public areas, just trying to help people understand the space better, right? But I think, overall, one thing that I've learned over the past couple of years is that people actually have a lot more to benefit from this space, sort of utilizing it, that they really do necessarily understanding how it works, which I know sort of goes against the ethos of what you guys are doing. But I think that not everybody on Earth is going to understand how a blockchain works. Not everybody is going to understand how tokens work and how wallets work and all of that. But that doesn't prevent somebody from benefiting from this technology if the businesses that they're patronizing every day are using it to reduce costs, right, to make their operations more efficient and make life better for everybody.
That doesn't go against my ethos. I think that that's exactly right. Nick?
No, I guess my question there, because we've heard this refrain before, right? You don't need to know how the internet works to use it. You don't need to know how your car works to drive it. Just what's left to get there for, this world, for crypto?
Yeah, I think institutional adoption is one of the most important things, right? And I think when we think of institutional adoption, we think of it a lot differently than the sort of common narrative around institutional adoption, right? A business buying Bitcoin is not what's going to get us there, right? A business utilizing stablecoins to enact payments to enable their treasury to be able to continue to grow and invest in countries that they otherwise wouldn't be able to, that they otherwise would have been forced to leave. That's what's really critical, right? And that's when you start to see cost reductions on, things like food and medicine in, markets that need it. You start to see just more efficiencies for businesses operating in these countries, which leads to more hiring, it leads to more investment, it leads to more, jobs, opportunities, et cetera, in a part of the world that, needs those jobs, that needs those opportunities. And so I think, institutional adoption, businesses integrating stablecoin payments into their treasury flows and into their operations is really a critical piece of that.
All right, Chris, we are going to have to leave it there. Thank you so much for joining us at the desk, and we hope you enjoy the rest of Consensus.
Thank you so much.
Awesome. That was Yellow Card CEO Nick.
Yellow Card CEO Chris.
Yeah. Nick, tell me what's going on.
No, what I really found interesting from what Chris just said, companies putting Bitcoin on their balance sheet is not institutional adoption. I think that's
interesting.
An interesting point, because we have seen a lot of companies say, like, okay, all we're doing is buying and holding, and that is the extent of our crypto strategy. And if price continues to go up, great. But as we've seen, as we've been discussing, this is a volatile industry. At some point, prices are not going to stay inflated. They might, we're going to have a cycle. So the idea of doing something more than just holding onto a token, I think, is an interesting idea that, I would love to see more companies kind of discuss that, grapple with that.
Yeah. All right. So we were just talking to Yellow Card CEO Chris Maurice. We continue our trip around the world now as we hop on over to Europe. The continent moves ahead with a clearer regulatory framework under the markets and crypto assets legislation. Austrian crypto platform BitPanda recently obtained their MiCA license from a German regulator. Joining us now to discuss is BitPanda Deputy CEO Lucas Enzerdorfer Conrad. Welcome, Lucas.
Hello, hi. Great to be here.
Great to have you here. Now, we've been asking everyone at the desk what it means for you to be attending Consensus in Hong Kong.
Honestly, it's a vibrant place, a really great conference so far. And what we really can see is that the industry is growing up. And I think that's the sentiment was already last year. But also this year, you see TradFi and crypto somehow merging together somehow. Regulation is embracing that.
What do you hope to take back to Europe? What do you hope to learn here from the Asia-Pacific market and take back to what you're doing in Europe?
I think what's very interesting is that Asia in general is much far ahead when it comes to crypto applications and on-chain activity. Europe is still very CeFi driven and not at all that much DeFi. And I think therefore Web3 and on-chain is one of the main themes which need to come to Europe, and that's also why we're here.
Why do you think it hasn't really taken off in Europe yet?
I mean, honestly, I think developer communities are much more infrastructure-wise in the US and in Asia, but especially as I think L1s, L2s are more or less set now. For sure, we need to figure out which to use for what use case, but the next wave is the application layer and the utility layer on top of it. And I think there it will be much more interesting in general to see which project can make it, and there's much more activity in Asia than in Europe or even in the US.
Mm-hmm.
So you've recently acquired a MiCA license. Obviously, we've been talking about MiCA for years, and I think this is finally the year where companies, this framework is in place, companies are talking about it, but there's still some regulatory regimes and frameworks still left to put in place for some, stablecoins and things of that nature, right? Or how are you approaching this?
Sure. I think what you see with MiCA in Europe is it's a first step. And it's a first step of a proper regulatory framework, which can especially do one thing: it can serve banks. So financial institutions and banks suddenly have clarity when it comes to crypto assets, but also stablecoins. And this gives quite a boost in adoption. And you see that nowadays across Europe, where more and more banks and banking groups are saying, hey, I'm now going to offer crypto to my end customers. I'm going to offer stablecoin payments. There even is Société Générale Group, which has their own subsidiary issuing a stablecoin out of a very traditional banking group, right, for the European market, under European conditions. And I think there we just see how a clear regulatory framework is embracing adoption in the TradFi world. Now you can still say, hey, is the regulatory framework taking all the details and specialities of crypto into account? Definitely not. Therefore, it's only a first step, but it's the right step.
Now, BitPanda doesn't just offer crypto. I know that users can trade stocks, ETFs, precious metals. Talk to me about how the crypto business compares to that. What kind of user traction are you seeing?
Sure. I think the interesting aspect is to understand in Europe that people are in general not that much into investing, right? In the US, everybody has a stock brokerage account for the pension. That's not the case in Europe. What the case is in Europe is that people are much rather hesitating, but got into crypto very early. So for us, it was interesting to see that people get into crypto, start investing fractionally 24/7 into that asset class, while never invested into stocks or ETFs or any type of other commodity. Nevertheless, they value highly the fractionalization. So investing fully fractional is something which they value highly, and this is why we said, okay, we need to increase the asset offering for our customer base across the European market to not just offer crypto, but also other asset classes in the same behavior and way as crypto does.
What is it about Europe that people who live there aren't as into investing as other regions?
Huge issue. It's financial education. The European schools are not at all educating their population and society properly in any financial level. So I think therefore this is also why the financial service industry in Europe is also still struggling with educating people properly. Crypto is there really making a huge step into the right direction, and we really try to support that massively.
So, going back to your recent acquisition, what was the process like to get a license, to get approval from MiCA, and does this mean you are now cleared to operate across the entire European Union and all the...
Exactly. So first of all, we as BitPanda had already before 13 different European licenses in different countries, but having one license which can be passported across the European market just makes life easier because you do not need to speak to 13 different regulators on an individual level, right? Nevertheless, for us, such a process was actually not such a burden. BitPanda is there in the space since 10 years. We are a market leader in Europe when it comes to crypto platforms, and we always were fully regulated and compliant. So for us, it was much more together with the German regulator, BaFin, finding a clear transition path into the MiCA framework, which we successfully did in January this year. And we were actually very happy to say that Germany, which is more or less the gold standard when it comes to financial market regulation in Europe, was that supportive when it comes or came to being a crypto platform operating globally, or at least in Europe, continental-wide, for that license. So honestly, absolutely the right step, and for sure it makes long-term the life easier, even if regulatory or if that license is a higher regulatory level to get it.
And just to be clear, even though you're operating across the entire EU, you really just have to report to this one regulator. Because it's a common standard across the entire block. You don't have to, now that you got the BaFin license, you don't have to go to France and say, all right, we have this from, Germany. Can you please? Right?
Nick is saying it's confusing.
Yeah, sure. I mean, honestly, the idea is absolutely the right one. So it's one regulator who's supervising you, and that one is then taking care of you across 27 different markets. That's the spirit of a harmonized European regulatory framework here. Still, you need to take under consideration if you do massive business in France, for example. Like BitPanda is also quite active there. For sure, the French regulator is in close talks and touch with your home market regulator, which is Germany BaFin, or in our case also Austria, for example. So for us, it's really much more not to say, oh no, you suddenly do not need to talk to all the other regulators in the detail, but it's rather than you do not need to have individual licenses per country. It's one license in Germany, or for us also midterm one license in Austria, which we also are currently in the process to obtain from MiCA to really ensure that the European regulators can talk to our home market regulators to ensure that we do the stuff they want to in a proper way.
All right, Lucas, we have to leave it there. Thank you so much for joining us at the desk.
Yeah.
And we hope you enjoy the rest of Consensus.
Thank you very much. Great being here. Have a great day.
Awesome. That was BitPanda Deputy CEO Lucas Endersdorfer Conrad. All right, Nick, we are just getting into it. If you're tuning in now, you're watching CoinDesk Live from Consensus Hong Kong, where we're exploring how Asia and the rest of the world are driving innovation in digital assets. Our next guest is the co-founder of a company that plans to launch the world's first K-pop artist, made and operated by its fans. Please welcome Modhouse co-founder Joseph Beck. Hello.
Hello. My name is Joseph. Yeah.
Joseph, I've been waiting to talk to you all day. You have to tell me, how does this work? How are we going to get a K-pop artist made and operated by fans?
So we established this company about 3 years ago with Jaden, the producer who was in JYP, Olim, this kind of top-tier entertainment companies. And the idea he thought was to actually ask fans to participate in the decision-making of operating this K-pop girl group. So we developed our own application and let fans to participate with the voting events so that they can participate in the decision-makings of group activities.
Now, K-pop is really a billion-dollar industry, and I think a lot of people who are just maybe K-pop fans might not know that. So let's just take a step back. Talk to us about the K-pop industry, the machine behind the K-pop stars we love to watch.
There is a training system that incubating those K-pop idols, and now about 100K users are enjoying K-pop music. And the industry is growing very fast, 45% annually. And we are estimating the market is about $16 billion US, and now it's growing more and more.
Now, with that in mind, talk to us about where ModHouse fits in to the already massive business.
So we have to differentiate compared to other within this competitive industry. So we let fans buy digital asset, which is in photo card format. And when they buy this photo card, we give them voting rights. So it's a ERC20 utility token. You can participate as a fan, and if you use it, it disappears. So the only way you can have more rights is to get more photo cards.
And so is the idea that, you mentioned there's a training system where you're incubating these idols. Fans can vote for their favorites who they believe should be part of a lineup. Is that how that works?
Right. So if we have a next album plan, you can choose which member will be participating in next album production, and also you can choose title song of next album. You can listen to 20 seconds of each song candidates, and you can decide which song will be the title song. And they also choose their fandom name by themselves, and you can design the lightstick design of the fandom.
So it really is about like creating these communities around K-pop stars and being able to have an influence on their career. I think we've seen this in Web3 before, but not to this scale. Sometimes we've seen communities say like you can vote on the color of the next jersey, or you can maybe vote on the order of a performance. But this seems like fans are being given the ability through digital assets to make decisions that really impact the artist's trajectory.
That's true. So that's why fans are enjoying to participating in these events. And now we have about 200K users on our application. And average participation rate for each voting event is about 50% of the MAU. So they're purely enjoying participating in this decision-making process.
So you say that they're enjoying it. Have you validated how much fans really want to be involved? And I ask that because in Web3 communities, we often see hype around the launch of something or a specific event, and often that kind of fizzles out. How are you ensuring that fans remain engaged so that they can continue to make these decisions that ultimately affect the artist?
We also use Discord channel for fans communication. And every time we have voting events, there is a certain topic, and they discuss about how they will going to vote for the event. So they're planning for the strategy of the voting event every time, and I think that's one of the things that we can say they're trying to enjoying the process of involved in the decision-making process.
Do you think the music industry outside of K-pop is going to adopt a system like this? Is that your dream and vision, or are you sticking to K-pop?
Last year, we focused on expanding global fandom, having partnership with global distributor. But this year, we want to show them there is a possibility of expansion of our business model. So maybe we can try to adopt it in related industries, but we're still planning for it.
Now,
so obviously one of the things we see, one of the complaints we see about crypto is people say what already existing works perfectly well for something. So can you just speak to how does the current K-pop fandom world and how you get the lineups and the songs and the albums, how does that work now? How is what ModHouse is doing going to build or improve upon for what fans maybe look at this and say, yeah, we're happy with how things are now?
So I think until now it's kind of proof of concept for us, but after this maybe we can give more opportunity to fans to participate in other areas that we haven't opened to the fandoms. So that will be our next plan for expanding fandom with this business model.
With our last guest, we were talking about education, right? And so with this, it sounds like to really reach that large fan base, there's an education piece. Folks need to understand what they're getting into and how it works. How are you addressing education? And is it focused on digital assets or something else?
We provide a lot of contents for fans so that members of SSS can use this application and show them how to use it. And every time we have foreign events, we create another contents that they can listen to the songs, they can see which decision makings they are making, so that they can easily going to our platform and participate in the process.
All right, we are going to have to leave it there, Joseph. Thank you so much for joining us at the desk. That was Modhouse co-founder Joseph Beck. All right, we've talked about K-pop. We've talked about Africa. We've talked about exchanges, institutional adoption. Nick, you and I have gone all around the world, and now we are going to talk about sports. Are you ready?
Let's do it. Good use of an hour. Let's do it.
All right. Next, former professional football player Christian Lali Kake Karembu. Have I butchered your name?
No, it's okay. It's fine.
Okay,
Fantastic.
good. Is joining us. He is a La Liga ambassador here to tell us all about La Liga's partnership with CoinW. Welcome.
True. Thank you. Thank you for having me here.
All right, start at the very beginning. What is La Liga doing with CoinW?
Listen, we just signed a great agreement, and I think that's going to be a partnership will allow our fans to also be interactive, because we have some programs and so on. I think that going to also develop a blockchain in our sport industry.
Okay, well, our last guest, we were just talking about creating fan communities and engaging fans for musicians. So now we're talking about engaging fans for sport. Talk to us about how Web3 technology is being used to create better fan engagement for sports.
As you know, I think that our sport is very popular. Football is popular in the world.
The most popular.
Most popular, meaning that there is a market indeed. And so far, coming to cryptocurrency and of course the blockchain, we can engage fans in our programs and so on to be La Liga, like myself, ambassador in somehow, some way.
When did you get involved in crypto?
Many years ago, but for sure that today there is more accuracy, there is more knowledge about crypto, and I think that more we talk about it, people will adapt themselves and accept it, because before it was just a tag question, but today I think we have answers. That's why we have also here exhibition for that.
So I'm sure, you've been in crypto a while. You've seen, I'm sure, years ago, it was difficult to get into it.
True.
Now, for fans who want to engage in this, what's the process for them? How do they, if I want to get involved, how do I get involved?
I think that each league or each clubs have their own methodology. So far, indeed, it depends on which partner they have. We have CoinW, who can help us because they have already their expertise, experiences. So therefore, we can add our fans to have this kind of experience.
Do you talk to any of your former teammates about crypto? What are the conversations that you're having?
Listen, like I said, before we were struggling to understand what is a cryptocurrency, what we can give us back, because before we talk about money, not digital money. The money you can touch it. Today is not, it's more safer. So now we understand, and indeed we are investing, because like myself, I could be a holder as a career. I invest time, extra. So it's the same today.
What do you think needs to happen for fans to understand and become more involved?
Listen, I think that more we give them programs, more we educate them, it's very easy after to have them, because they love already their passion for football, their passion for their teams. So when the team give them somehow something, they will quickly try to have it.
It's true. The football fans are, I would say, at the top of sports fandoms. They really are passionate.
Yes.
right?
Yeah, for sure, yes.
So talk to me about what you hope to see crypto do for fan engagement as we move forward. And I ask this because our last guest, I was saying, some sport leagues will say, if you hold a token or you have a digital asset,
True.
maybe you can choose the color of the jersey, or maybe you can meet your favorite player.
When we talk about sport platform, you are always in interaction with many sponsors, many brands. So somehow the fans could have the same privilege with anything, token, whatever, but they will have privilege to have and to be close to the club who have the brands and sponsors.
Okay, we gotta wrap up in just a second, but I have to ask you, you've said you've been in the space for a long time. We're now having Consensus, this big event where we can have discussions like this and other kinds of discussions here in Hong Kong. What are you looking forward to throughout the rest of the event?
First of all, I would like to thank CoinW to invite me here and to talk about La Liga agreement partnership, because first of all is innovative technology. This is what we want in our sport industry, to have innovative technology and to make everyone understand about it. And of course, indeed, when I come here to this exhibition, I think it's incredible. 8,000 sold out.
8,000 sold out. I think more than 3,000 companies are being represented here. So it is absolutely incredible. I think it is the future of fan engagement and sport. And so thank you for joining us.
Thank you very much for having me here.
Thank you, Christian. That was former professional football player Christian Lali Kake Karembu.
A minute.
Welcome back to CoinDesk Live from Consensus Hong Kong. I'm your host, Christy Lee, here with my co-host, CoinDesk Managing Editor, Ben Schiller. Our next guest is helping shape the future of how data is shared and leveraged across industries through her work with Open Data Labs. Please welcome Open Data Labs, as well as the Vana co-founder and CEO, Anna Kozlauskas.
Thanks. Yeah, great to be here. Perfect pronunciation.
Okay, thank you so much, Anna. Great to have you here. So tell us a bit about Open Data Labs on the Vana protocol and how you're helping with the open protocol of data being shared.
Yeah, so Open Data Labs is the development company that kind of originally developed Vana, which is an open protocol for users to own their data and kind of work with it as a liquid asset. Today, when you think about where your data is stored, mostly it lives inside the walls of big tech companies, right? So like your Google data, your Facebook data, it sits with them. But what Vana allows for is for you to basically custody your own data and use it across applications, as well as to train AI models. The reason why that's important is that AI models are only as good as the data that they're trained on. So if you want to build better and better AI, you need access to more data. And from an AI research perspective, we're actually running into this issue called the data wall, where we've run out of data to train AI models on. So what Vana allows for is for users to kind of collectivize around their data, where they contribute their data to AI models that they all jointly own. From a technical perspective, Vana is a blockchain that's able to work with private data. Usually blockchains don't do that. They make everything public. And so Vana is able to work with and permission private data, which is what allows for those data marketplaces to form.
How many people are using the protocol now, and what kind of data are they offering, and where does it go to?
Yeah, so one of our guiding sort of North Stars is how do you get to 100 million users who've all contributed their data to essentially train a better and better AI model. And what that can allow for is building a better foundation model, like even more competitive than what leading research labs have today. We're about 1% of the way there, so around 1 million users. And something I'll note too is that when you interact with Vana, similar to when you interact with another blockchain as a user, you're probably going to use an app that's built on the chain. So you interact with these data DAOs, which are kind of like labor unions for data. And you go in, you see kind of a user interface, you log in with your wallet, and you're able to contribute your data. And so there are around 20 data DAOs that are live today. There's one for 23andMe, Reddit, Twitter, all the major platforms. And there are actually several hundred in development on sort of the developer network that people are slowly migrating and launching. And those are all standalone teams. Some of them are venture-backed, kind of building with this user-owned data.
So these are people that, instead of having that free data on Reddit that's used to train the AI, they're taking back their data for themselves and like owning it.
Exactly, yeah. And I think a lot of times people just think about the publicly available data, right? So you can go and scrape Reddit or you could go scrape Twitter. But what's really valuable is the private data that you're not able to access, right? So that involves like metadata about the user, also their messages, anything that requires a login to access. Right. And that's really the data that a lot of the AI companies are after to train better AI.
How do you see this interacting with centralized companies that many people don't even realize that their private data is being shared with these with third-party apps and such? So where do you see the tensions between centralized versus decentralized data sources?
Yeah, I think that there has been kind of like a push within crypto to say, hey, let's rebuild like a new social network from scratch, right? And often what people take as a given is that any data or kind of user account that lives in a centralized platform today, it's stuck there. And you're going to say, okay, if we're building new Twitter, we have to start from scratch. You have to make a new account, new followers, etc. But what Vana allows for is kind of making your data portable, so you can bring it from one of the Web 2 companies where it already exists into these new kinds of applications. In terms of how those companies feel about this, ultimately, like each user has a direct relationship with the company through the terms of service. So by default, you own all your data. It's in the same way that when you park your car in a parking lot, like the parking lot doesn't own your car, right? Your car is just sitting there. You can take it back anytime. Same thing with your data. So when you put your data in a platform, it's still yours. The platform has some level of kind of rights to it depending on the terms of service. I think a lot of people don't realize that you actually have this ownership. And the companies are quite constrained in what they can do with their data. Like my co-founder, he used to work at a company that sold a lot of data to big tech companies. And there were cases where they would be buying like messaging data. Even though it sits on their servers, they're not legally able to use it. And so I think, yeah, a lot of the data sitting in these walled gardens is just totally inaccessible to AI today.
What do you do about the identity issue? I thought, there are a lot of impersonators out there who take other people's data and they replicate it. So how do you ensure that the data that you're getting is real, verified from a real person?
Yeah, this is one of the core problems to solve when you try to financialize anything, right? So if I were a malicious actor trying to kind of get ownership of the data set overall, I could pretend to be 100 people, right? And then go in. So the way that Vana protects against that, and sort of what it's built on, is called proof of contribution, which is essentially measuring how good is this data relative to other people's data. And that's implemented at the data set level. So if you've already submitted the same account or same data point, then it won't be accepted into a given data DAO. And then that also is determining kind of the relative value. So Reddit, for example, is based on the square root of your karma. If you have more karma, you have kind of more ownership. The 23andMe one is kind of equal for everybody. But I think one good example there with Reddit, there were nearly 1 million people who tried to join the data DAO, but only 140,000 people who successfully passed proof of contribution. So what that shows is that you have this solid check in place. Is it a real account? Does it meet the sort of account age minimums and activity minimums as well?
So why did all those people fail that test then?
So it could have been that they have a new account or that they connected it with a Reddit account they had already contributed in.
Right.
And so a lot more people tried to join potentially with a second account or something like that, but it's only accepted once so that you can make sure that the data is very high quality, right? Ultimately, data needs to be high quality if you want to be able to teach AI from it.
Right.
And so that quality piece is really important.
So how much money can I make from my Reddit information?
Yeah, so depends on how much karma you have.
Right.
If you are a very active Reddit user, I think there were some
an
Reddit
average user.
users who made like as much as several $100s. And you're getting paid in a data token, which represents kind of the specific data set you're contributing to. Actually, so there's the Vana token, which acts similar to like ETH on like the ETH L1. So that is the native token. It's what all the data tokens are paired against. These data tokens are more similar to like an ERC20 token. So the data tokens are created for each specific data DAO, and they're used and burned in order to access the data. Kind of zooming out in terms of like what is data worth, there are all sorts of ways you could estimate it. Some people say like it's $1,000 to $10,000 a year for relatively high income users. But I think that rather than thinking about the like cash monetary value today, the way to really think about it is like having an equity stake in the future of AI, right? Like today, I think if you went to most users and said, do you want to own part of the next ChatGPT in exchange for your Facebook, Instagram, and Google Docs data, that's a pretty good trade, right? And I think that a lot of people are pretty scared about the economic impact of AI, but what they don't realize is that they're actually the ones who can help to create it.
Where do you see those copyright issues within the AI space going? I mean, there are a lot of artists and musicians who feel that their artworks are being unfairly used in these AI models and then reproduced in various applications for public use or centralized use at least.
Yeah, I think there are some pretty extreme cases too, right, of like literally just reproducing exactly the text of an author. And in some cases, some of the bigger AI labs have even been sort of caught where they're literally using the darknet, right? And it's like torrented content that they've trained on. I think what that shows is that people really want to train on this data, right? You really want access to it, but we don't really have a good system to be able to grant and permission that access, right? So I think that it's a very valid concerns on both sides. I think that it's also kind of unnavigated territory.
Do you think that the trend though will be toward decentralized data?
100%, yeah. I think that more and more, I mean, I'd say 5 years ago, people didn't really care about owning their data. Maybe like hardcore cypherpunk people did within the Ethereum or crypto community. But now it's actually like an everyday topic, right? People, like when DeepSeek came out, people were asking, hey, is my data sitting in servers of a country that I don't know where it could go, right? So I think that we'll start to see people care more and more. And what that allows for is not just adoption of kind of like these user-owned data protocols like Vana, but it also lets us bring like the whole world into crypto, right? What a great first experience. Contribute your data to a data DAO. Now you have a wallet set up that has both your data and your funds in it.
Fascinating. Well, I'm excited to make more money, but we got to wrap it up there. Make more money on owning data. Thank you so much, Anna.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Thank you, Anna.
All right, that was Open Data Labs and Vana co-founder Anna Kozlauskas. Up next, we take a look at the crypto markets with Zodia Markets after this short break. Welcome back to CoinDesk Live from Consensus Hong Kong. If you weren't able to attend this event, there's still time to get your tickets to join us in Toronto from May 14th to the 16th. Get tickets at consensus2025.com. All right, I'm your host, Christine Lee, here with my co-host. We've got Ben Schiller. Next up, we're taking a look at institutional trends with Zodia Markets co-founder and CEO Usman Ahmed. Thank you so much for joining us.
My pleasure. Great to be here.
All right. I love that I'm seeing you in person rather than the virtual chit-chats. We usually talk about the crypto markets. You know, I see Bitcoin right now, it's at just a little bit over $95,000. Ethereum is at the 2681 mark, pretty flat. We're still under the $100,000 mark with Bitcoin. So what's going on? Where are we headed? Are we in a purgatory here?
I think we're in a little bit of an inflection point, really. We had some really positive trends and news with the new administration. We spoke a few weeks ago about the crypto czar and some of the announcements there. I think there was an expectation that we would have kind of a clear path, or maybe an expectation that there would be a really clear roadmap. Now, in any kind of environment, particularly in a regulatory environment, there is going to take time for evolution. So I think where we're at is a little bit of almost a sideways move for a little while, whilst the markets consolidate and understand where the potential is. I think, I said, I know my prediction to you 2 weeks ago hasn't changed. I think at 175 by the end of the year is perfectly reasonable. But I think we're going to see a little bit of sideways movement, understanding, breakout trends, and we're going to see a little bit of up and down, is my view.
What's the catalyst that's going to take us up?
I don't think there's one.
Okay.
So I think where we're at is, I think we've got the continuation of the announcements that we've had, the initial framework, how that's going to manifest itself in real life, how the world is going to evolve and adapt, and then we're going to have continued inflows into things like the ETFs, and we're going to have more more kind of broader institutional adoption. I mean, we talked about sovereign wealth funds. As it happens, I was just talking about a partnership that we've announced recently with a sovereign wealth partner in the UAE.
Tell us. Okay,
So,
congratulations.
Thank you. So we announced it a couple of weeks ago, but essentially we're launching ZMG7, which is a three-way partnership between ourselves, Zodia Markets, a company called G1 Holdings, which is a sovereign-backed entity in the UAE. It's a conglomerate that operates in the more traditional businesses, typically in travel, tourism, distribution, media, etc., and also with MetAlpha, which is NASDAQ-listed subsidiary of Bitmain. So that is really a vehicle and a mechanism for us to really drive institutional and sovereign adoption through the UAE as a center, but as a key market that we see as a bridge between Asia and Hong Kong and the rest of the world into the UAE as a growing ecosystem. I'm going to see that as a catalyst, because we're going to see, in my opinion, greater institutional adoption through that mechanism, with, in particular, some really interesting potential longer-term sovereign partners. So, Christine, you and I talked about the sovereign wealth fund announcement from Donald Trump. We think there's more going on in the ecosystem that is going to drive price action in the long term, because we're going to see more and more large-scale acquisition, hold, transfer type transactions coming through.
Do you think institutions can bring back the price of ETH? Is anything going to bring back Ethereum as a token?
So I'm not going to say institutions are going to necessarily bring it back, but I think we see a broader trend. So a short-term trend is kind of what's going on in the short-term price action. The longer-term trend, I absolutely see Ethereum growing and continuing. But I think we're also seeing, outside of Bitcoin, we're seeing Solana as a follow-up as well, and a whole bunch of other, let's call it, large-scale adoption tokens. Now, I'm not in the business of predicting where the prices are going to go. Our business helps facilitate people that want to get in and out. But ultimately, we see there being positive tailwinds for the industry as a whole.
Okay. In terms of sovereign wealth funds, are you hearing from certain countries in particular? And there are a lot of ETFs being filed for different cryptocurrencies. What do you think is in most demand among institutions right now?
So it depends on their thesis, right? So I think if you look at the sovereign wealth funds, you've got a number of countries now that are holding structurally long Bitcoin, right? So I think Bhutan has been mining. You've got El Salvador, it's legal tender, right? So you're seeing some countries starting to, let's say, stockpile Bitcoin. We're seeing some real interest in terms of actually even sovereigns looking at speed of transfer. So looking at things like stablecoins. So looking at stablecoins as a means of value transfer, whether that's for long-term supply chain, whether that's for infrastructural projects, whether that's for experimentation, because in many respects we've seen this bifurcation of the, let's call it the central bank digital currency angle, which obviously now feels like the US is going well away from, or maybe never really went towards, versus public chain infrastructure, which is most obviously manifesting through stables. And stablecoins, we think, have become a means of value transfer. So we're seeing a couple of different angles. In particular for us, we've centered on our capabilities with foreign exchange into stables, which has been a huge opportunity and a growth area for us. And it has become, I think, a potential significant disruptor for the correspondent banking networks. Right. And that's where I think we're seeing this kind of confluence of whether it's sovereign wealth, whether it's institutional adoption, whether it's almost transitionary type movements. There's a real use case. And people are seeing that real use case outside of just a value proposition play with a coin like Bitcoin or Ethereum as an example.
All right. Usman, we've got to wrap it there, but thank you so much for joining us.
Absolute pleasure. Thanks for having me.
I have more questions for you.
We got a whole day. Ben. All right. That was Zodia Markets co-founder and CEO Usman Ahmed. So much to talk about. We'll continue after this short break. Our next guest is a rising player in the crypto industry, leading Backpack, a Web3 company with several products and services, including a wallet, the Mad Lads NFT collection, and Backpack Exchange, which is set to become the only regulated perpetual futures provider across Europe. Please welcome Armani Ferrante, founder and CEO of Backpack. Armani, thanks so much for joining us.
Thank you so much for having me.
All right. Well, we were just talking during the break that you were actually among the early Alameda pre-FTX employees in that time. And recently, Backpack acquired FTX EU. So, okay, first of all, tell me a bit about FTX EU, that acquisition and what you're planning to do in Europe. And then we'll get to the Alameda stuff after that.
Yeah, sure thing. So there's a lot going on with the FTX EU acquisition. There's, it's a maybe counterintuitive process. You don't simply show up with a bag of money and acquire a company and then be able to go live the next day. In fact, there's many other companies with a lot more resources than us. But we're working with all the relevant parties at the moment to get the company up and running and live again. But right now, we're fully focused on getting to our first milestone, which is returning funds to users or for any FTX EU user. And so that's really our sole focus at the moment. But yeah, we're happy to announce that the shares indeed have been transferred from FTX EU to Backpack Exchange. And we're working as hard as we possibly can to get it back up and running.
Okay, so you mentioned the payouts. We heard from the latest news with FTX is that they started giving payouts to creditors recently, and they're making more than, I think, 119%. So what's the latest status with the creditors on the FTX EU platform? Where are you in the process and the timeline on that?
Yeah, so FTX EU is a pretty unique situation because the founders of it originally had acquired it out of the bankruptcy estate. And so when Backpack had gotten involved, we basically had purchased it once it was already owned by the FTX EU management. And so, right now we're working with all the relevant parties. We don't have any immediate updates at the moment. Just to be frank, it's a long, complicated process.
I also see that FTX EU's license was suspended and is under reactivation. So what steps is Backpack taking to ensure full regulatory compliance, and how will that impact your projected launch in the first quarter of this year?
Yeah, it's a great question. So, I mean, there's the EU market, but Backpack's actually doing a ton, not just in the EU, but all over the world. So right now, we actually just went live internationally with a new product that we're calling interest-bearing futures. So it's a version of perpetual futures, but unlike all the other products that currently exist in the market, you actually get yield on your collateral to trade perps. And so it's something that we're super excited for right now. We're currently in a beta testing program. In fact, over the past 2.5 weeks since we launched it, we've done over $2.4 billion in trading volume. So we're seeing a lot of demand for it, and we're super excited to bring this product to market.
Congratulations. Globally, where are you seeing most of your users? Because you said you're based in Tokyo.
Yeah, so we're based in Tokyo. We've got folks and offices really all around the world. We're maybe a bit unique in the sense that, I'm American. I've lived my entire life in the US. It's a super important market. In fact, we have our US team going after all 50 state MTLs at the moment. But we very strategically decided to focus our efforts to start internationally. So really where we started originally was out of the UAE. So we got licensed out of Dubai with VARA. Most recently, I suppose,
you've been all over the world.
Yeah, over a year ago. We moved to Tokyo, and we've been going through the process there with the GFSA. I think we're pretty proud and excited to say that we're the first exchange really since FTX collapsed to get admitted into the JVCA over in Japan, which is a really important milestone prior to get fully licensed in Japan. And most recently, we've turned on sites onto Europe and seeing what we can do there. So we're really going after the entire world, but we're trying to dot every I, cross every T, do this thing right, and it's a lot of work going on behind the scenes.
You mentioned that you had worked with Alameda pre-FTX. I wonder what kind of lessons. First of all, what was that time like? And what kind of lessons have you carried over into Backpack?
Yeah, I mean, it's a great question. So I have a pretty, I suppose you could say unique view into that story because, okay, so pre-FTX, January, I guess 2018, I was working on Alameda Trading Systems. I worked there for 3 months. I was there really by an accident of history. I originally left my job at Apple. I had no intention on working on trading systems. I was originally nerd sniped and just fell in love with the whole concept of a world computer, namely on Ethereum. So I was really only there for a short stint prior to the FTX exchange even being built. I left, worked on a bunch of open source protocols on Ethereum, on other L1s, and then came back in September of 2020 when Solana really started getting off the ground. And so I worked on a lot of the early protocols on Solana, early DeFi, early wallets, and a lot of developer tooling. So really since 2020, I've been working predominantly on open source software on Solana. And so I was close enough to see a lot of, and meet, honestly, a lot of really interesting people, but not so close as to where I never actually worked on the exchange itself. So it was definitely a pretty interesting time. As to the lessons, I think there's many different lessons that you can take away from it. I'm an engineer, so I think of things through the lens of trust minimization software, in the spirit of crypto. And I think one of the big lessons that we learned in terms of how to actually build an exchange properly to prevent these types of problems in the future.
No backdoors in your
Firstly,
exchange.
no backdoors. Firstly, no backdoors. So what's so interesting about FTX is people look at it as an example of the perils of crypto. It's the exact opposite. FTX is an example of the perils of opaque, brittle, old school financial technology that kind of runs all the traditional finance. Bitcoin and then blockchain technology more broadly is purpose-built financial technology to solve all these problems. And so really the lessons that we took was simply, let's just use all the techniques that we all use in public permissionless blockchain settings and apply it to the context of a centralized exchange. And if you do that, well, you can actually build a trust minimized system that you don't have to necessarily rely on the goodwill of the actors. You can actually verify it by virtue of the construction in the code.
How can you even, though, verify or trust that no backdoors have been coded into these exchanges?
No, it's a great question. So the simple answer is yes, you absolutely can. So let me maybe unpack the basic primitives that we've applied to the exchange. So the basic property that we're going after is computational integrity. How do I look at a ledger, or how do I look at a series of pixels or an NFT or whatever it is and actually guarantee that those pixels are correct? And so the way that most blockchain technologies are built today is at a high level, it's very simple. You have a global linear log of authenticated transactions. It's hey, what does that mean? You have a bunch of transactions, so a bunch of user actions. Say I place an order, say I send money to my mom, say I want to deposit and withdraw to and from the exchange. That is all signed with a cryptographic key pair from users. So it's correct by virtue of its existence. I signed it with my ledger, I signed it with my hot wallet, with my phone, whatever it might be. And you simply replay all those transactions deterministically over multiple independent instances of the matching engine or the exchange or the payments network or whatever it might be, and you all deterministically come to the exact same state. This is the primitive that really all blockchains are built on today.
I hear your dedication to open source and decentralization. So I guess in this competitive field, we've got to wrap up, but in this competitive field, you're looking to introduce an exchange that is more transparent.
I think transparency is a huge thing, for sure.
Okay.
I think there's no doubt that the old systems that really define traditional finance have really continued to have plagued crypto today. And I think we really have to push forward on the infrastructure side of things to continue to build trust minimized software.
Armani, thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you so much.
All right, that was Backpack CEO Armani Ferrante. We'll take a quick break, but stick with us here at Consensus Hong Kong. This year's EZA Consensus Hackathon is presented by Aptos, Polkadot, and Ripple. It builds on the success of the EZA Consensus 2024 Hackathon, which featured more than 700 developers and awarded more than $400,000 in prizes. Joining us now to talk about it, this year's hackathon are EZA co-founders and brothers, Dom and Phil Kwok. Dom and Phil, thanks for joining us.
Definitely. Pleasure to be here.
All right, so what can we expect from this year's hackathon? How many developers are entering?
Yeah, so we've had a ton of excitement over this year's hackathon, happening actually one floor below the main conference. So it's super cool to see all of that really cool developer energy this year. We've had over 500 signups, and we have hundreds of hackers downstairs who are actually there in person building, launching projects on Ripple, launching projects on Aptos, and launching on Polkadot and a ton of other really cool chains. So really excited to see what they launch tomorrow. Pitches are in the afternoon, so if anyone's at the venue on site, definitely check those out.
When you talk about, or when you hear about what pitches are being made, are there common themes, trends that you're seeing?
A couple of trends. So one of the big ones is, of course, AI agents. So we've got a specialized track on that. Aptos are leading that. And we've got some crazy ideas. Hackers who have literally flown from all over the world just to be here to launch their AI agents there. We also, of course, have stablecoins. So Ripple recently launched ROUSD. That's live on Ethereum mainnet and also the XRP ledger. So developers are building on that. And then within Polkadot, we have a ton of different things like NFTs, DKGs, decentralized knowledge graphs. But I would say that really the hackathon is one of the leading indicators of what is coming next. And particularly that is AI agents. Of course, very, very hot amongst builders.
That's a fascinating topic. I've been hearing so much about AI agents. So tell me a bit about where we are in the stage of AI agents. And for those who don't know, tell us a bit about what that is. And where do you see it headed in the end?
Oh, absolutely. So we had David Walensky from Aptos who was sharing a little bit more about what they want to see from AI agents. And one of the key things is like in Web3 and in crypto, we're no stranger to things being really, really hard. Right? Some things which should in theory take like 2 minutes, take hours. So maybe it's bridging something over from one chain to another. Maybe it's like Avalanche to Aptos, USDC. Should be super simple. AI agent, it knows what to do, and it can do that literally just all on its own. And all of those actions can be taken by an AI rather than you.
All right. And where do you see it eventually going?
Yeah, so I mean, there's tons of really cool use cases for AI agents. We actually had a team that's building trading bots with AI agents. They actually came out of one of our previous EZA hackathons. So that's really cool to see, that sort of whole journey from launching at a hackathon, then going on to actually raise from amazing VCs, and then continue to build. So this team actually raised from A16Z, CMT Digital, a ton of other really cool VCs. They raised multi-millions, and that's literally just as dropouts from Harvard. So that was really cool to see. And then, a ton of other cool projects we can also dive into.
Also, I see that the total valuation of startups founded by EZA hackathon winners has reached $2.5 billion. That's an incredible sum, with Cognition AI being the latest to surpass a $1 billion valuation. Can you share a bit more about how EZA supports these startups?
Yeah, definitely. So we do a ton to support them well beyond the hackathons. Obviously, hackathons are a great place for smart people to develop their ideas, launch them, and actually pitch them. But then beyond that, we really want to support the project so that they can actually raise funding. We can connect them with different ecosystem grant teams. We can also connect them with different VCs in the space. And so that's why these projects have actually continued to build. So our focus is on attracting founders to these hackathons, not developers or people who necessarily want to, just get a job right away or maybe just win a bounty and then, go on to the next hackathon. So we're really focused on the builders and the founders who are going to continue building their projects. And that's what makes EZA Hackathon so special. And no doubt we're going to see a ton of people from this hackathon actually go on and raise money and actually ultimately, build those unicorns that are going to shape Web3. So yeah, like you were saying, $3 billion valuation of total hackathon projects. And they've raised from, the best VCs, from A16Z to Founders Fund, Y Combinator, you name it.
If you're a student in today's world and you're looking, what do I study? Back in the day, some people would have suggested, you should learn coding, but that might be all outsourced to the AIs in the future. So if you were to tell a student right now in high school, maybe even in elementary school, like what jobs will be there for them when they're older? What should they be going for?
That's a great question. I think the biggest thing is just for them to dive into what they're passionate about. When I first got started, I was just at high school, so I started off by mining Bitcoin in 2013, and that was because I stumbled across the Bitcoin white paper by Satoshi. I was fascinated by this idea of peer-to-peer electronic cash. And that was the beginning of everything for me. I started learning about motherboards, PSUs, so power supply units, CPUs, GPUs, FPGAs, ASICs, pretty much you name it. And then went down the rabbit hole of learning about like ASIC resistant coins like Litecoin, Feathercoin, Primecoin. And I think that is something which will never change, right? I think that if you're passionate about it, go deep into it and become a subject matter expert. And that's what's been able to help us with our growth over the past few years and over the past decade, even with everything that we've built together. So I don't think that will change. I think that actually I see AI as empowering people in order to do stuff a lot faster, just like Bitcoin and blockchain allowed me as a 16-year-old kid to actually get involved and help to build some of this infrastructure when previously it was only up to people who worked and were employees at banks who were able to access any of this.
Well, I'm hearing STEM education is going to be really important.
I think so, yeah.
You also have an announcement about a white paper at Consensus. Tell me a bit about that.
Yeah, you can take that one.
The
white paper.
Oh, of course, yes. So the white paper is something that we've been working on for a while, actually, with some of the world's leading academics. This is something which has built on a lot of what we've found over the past 10 years. First got into the space in 2013. We really built EZA in order to bring more developers into Web3. But one of the consistent problems has been it's just too hard for developers to build. And so what we've done is we have built EZA into the world's biggest Web3 education app, and we now have over 1 million users. But the next step in that evolution of that journey is making it even easier. And so I think this is the first time that we're announcing this publicly, but we will have the EZA white paper, which will be released in 2 weeks, which is going to be the next step towards building the EZA layer, which is going to sit on top of these protocols and help to make it a lot easier for developers and hopefully bring on board the next couple of million of developers into the space.
Okay, fascinating. So you're revolutionizing the education space there. Like how are you integrating with traditional education? How do you see that, I guess, amalgamating with what you're doing right now?
Yeah, so we do a ton of work with over 300 of the world's best blockchain clubs. And so that's a big focus of our developer onboarding efforts. So we partner with Harvard, Stanford, Berkeley, in the UK, Oxford, Cambridge. Phil did his undergrad at Cambridge. I did my undergrad at UPenn Wharton in the US. And so we have really strong ties with Oxbridge, Ivies, all of these great institutions. And we really work together with them both on getting developers in their communities to launch on-chain, but then also for the upcoming white paper have worked very closely with all of them to really make sure that what we're building is going to be super easy for developers to build and use in their apps. So we're going to basically have the world's easiest platform for anyone to actually deploy their dApps on, and it's going to be a complete game changer. So really excited for that, and really excited for all of these institutions to actually get their hands on the white paper so that we can actually see some of these really cool projects get launched.
Where do you think the traditional education system lags and requires a bit of work compared to what you guys would like to see in the education system and offer?
That's a great question. Yeah, as Dom said, I did my undergrad at Cambridge University, and I remember chatting with a lot of the engineers about smart contracts. And this was at a time when smart contracts were, of course, very, very new. But, any education on that was totally lacking from the curriculum, right? And I think that today, Cambridge still doesn't teach people about blockchains. We do a lot of work with other universities. There's very, very few universities which actually have an actual blockchain curriculum. And I think it lags across the board. So that, to be honest, is just a problem that's maybe ingrained in the educational system. We work with a lot of blockchain clubs, and I think that the way that we see that happening is just like the same way that crypto sprung up. It's through grassroots, through people taking up an initiative, being inspired by it, and then coming right up. So that's our approach to it.
All right. Guys, thank you so much for, where can people find you?
They can find us on Twitter at EZA_app is EZA, and then me Quark_Phil, and Dom is the other way around. It's Dom_Quark.
All right. Thank you so much, Dom and Phil.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
See you, everyone.
All right. That was Easy8 co-founders Dom and Phil Kwok. We're going to take a quick break, but we've got a special guest afterwards, Animoca's Yat Su, one of CoinDesk's most influential, after the break.
Yes, you can leave your mic.
Hong Kong-based venture studio and blockchain game developer Animoca Brands has grown to be one of the most powerful names in Web3 culture. The market cap of tokens issued by Animoca's portfolio companies totals more than $45 billion, according to CoinGecko data. Joining us now to discuss the state of play is Yat Su. He's the co-founder of Animoca. Welcome, Yat.
Thank you for having me. It's a great pleasure to be here.
Always a pleasure to see you. So, I want to say that you're one of CoinDesk's most influential 2024.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. And you told us that 2025 is the year crypto will go mainstream. So what are you going to do to make that happen in terms of getting more mainstream adoption in the space?
Well, I mean, there's a whole bunch of things that we're doing. You know, Animoca Brands today is much more than a gaming company. We actually started with gaming because it was a way of creating mass adoption. We have over 540 portfolio companies, not just in gaming, but in Deepin, in AI, of course, Deepin, other areas of financial services, L1, L2s. But really, the main area that we think adoption will happen by the end of the year will be around gaming, and we can talk about that a little bit later, we think. But the other one is digital identity, so reputation systems like with Mochaverse. We think that's going to build more trust, and trust is definitely what we need a lot more of in Web3. And then, of course, with education, with Open Campus. You know, from some of the companies that we incubated within the education EDU portfolio of Open Campus, there are some companies, for instance, solving student loans, for instance, in education with using DeFi. And that's pretty fascinating because think about all the hundreds of millions of students around the world who need that kind of financing. And what crypto is really good at is connecting the need for finance, better finance, to solve certain problems. And I think financial aid and student finance is a good way to do that. So yeah, Open Campus, Mochaverse, gaming, our entire portfolio, digital identity. These are major themes that we hope will bring mass adoption this year.
That's great. So as a student, how would that work? You would put out what you need, what kind of
so you need a reputation score, right? In order for you to basically get a kind of credit score. And then you would be able to basically get financed through crypto. But how do you do that? Well, you need to have a wallet, of course, right? And then, of course, you have to pay back your loan. How? Through crypto. So in a way, it's actually not that different from when you think about how PayPal and Venmo scaled their businesses. They started through students. And that hasn't happened really for crypto yet. And again, what the team at Open Campus is doing and the companies that are incubating that is a perfect solution. Student loans in America alone is a $2.2 trillion space. Can you imagine? Just to think about how many people still have student debt and the kind of interest that they're paying. But with all the yield optimization and the returns that you can have in crypto, you can reduce the cost of the yield for the student, as in lower interest rate, and you can actually make equal or better returns for the one who's providing the loan. So there's a lot of good, interesting, fascinating ways to do it.
What's the timeline for this?
Well, they've already started doing that. And sort of a million students were already financed, really more in Southeast Asia. But really, I think the big area of potential would be the US, I think, which of course it hasn't done. Animoca has been very cautious about entering the US in the past. Surprise, surprise. However, we spend time in New York, and we think the US is the next place for us to focus on as well. And so we're going to do some more efforts there.
That's fascinating. Yes, President Trump has called the US the crypto capital of the world. So what kind
certainly trying.
Yeah, certainly trying to happen. What pathways are you hoping to make in the United States now? I guess you feel more comfortable now?
Of course, and it's not just us, it's all our portfolio companies as well. The other thing that, if you consider what's happening in the US is that there's a lot of capital that starts to unlock. All the venture capitalists that were sort of retreating from crypto are sort of, we should be looking at this space as well. Most of it is flowing into Bitcoin at start, but then you're going to look at the rest of the ecosystem. There's really, if you think about it, US is the capital, basically the venture capitalist center of the world, but they haven't really invested in that area, and now they really want to catch up. So we think that's a potential. Of course, it's first or second largest economy, depends on who you're talking to, I guess, and which statistic you're looking on. It would be sort of ridiculous not to look at that market. Also, very technically savvy. And at the end of the day, look at the adoption, what you see in places like Kraken and Coinbase. Our portfolio companies like Yuga Labs and Igloo, the people behind Pudgy Penguins, they're based in the US as well. So it just makes sense to just double down on that market.
You are a man, a global traveler, a polyglot and whatnot, so you know what's going on in various different regions.
We hope so anyway.
Who's leading?
So right now, I would say Asia Pacific is leading narratively, and a lot of the attention is also really in the Middle East, places like Dubai. But the US never wants to play second fiddle to anyone. So they're going to go ahead and do their very best to be number one again.
So I see that you were appointed to the Hong Kong Task Force to promote Web3 in 2023. What kind of developments, initiatives have come out of that right now, and where do you see it headed?
I mean, there's a lot, but I would say the most recent one that we just announced a couple days ago is our stablecoin initiative with Standard Chartered. And when you think about that stablecoin initiative, it's very different because it's an actually sort of HKMA. Basically, think of it as a central bank licensed stablecoin, as a stablecoin, not as a CBDC, together in partnership with a major bank. Again, that's not really been done before, right? Hong Kong is really leading the charge in that area. I think the number of more exchanges have been licensed. Again, it's evolving, it's creating. Remember, Hong Kong didn't have the benefit of the many years that places like Dubai has had. They really sort of had to catch up. But also interesting is they made that commitment right when FTX happened. And they doubled down, they never retreated from the position and continued to grow that space. And so we're very, very bullish on where Hong Kong's going to be in Web3.
And it's interesting because just north of the border in China, they have a ban on crypto mining, crypto transactions. Do you see that softening up?
Hong Kong has always been the financial intermediary for China. So you have to consider it from that perspective, right? You can't actually trade stocks in American stocks in China freely. You can't have free sort of capital flows. That's always been sort of the China perspective. However, Hong Kong has been the gateway for that, and Hong Kong will be the gateway for that for basically digital assets. And just to clarify a few things, the primary reason for sort of banning the mining of things like Bitcoin in China has really more to do with energy than to do with crypto in and of itself, right? And you can own crypto, you just can't trade it. There's a bit of a difference.
Mm-hmm. All right. I want to talk about meme tokens. We had U.S. President Trump issue meme coin. The president of Argentina is getting into real big trouble for sharing a tweet about a meme coin called Libra.
He actually wrote about it, but yes.
Yes, and we had some breaking news on CoinDesk about it. Some tweets from one of the co-founders of Libra, or a market maker of Libra, who basically said he gave money to the president's sister, and there was some influence.
That interview was wild. It was pretty crazy. I think to me, it's starting to signal the top of meme coins.
Okay.
Right? When you think of actually what happened with Trump, I think of Trump as a vampire attack on the meme coin community, because it really sucked all that liquidity. And then of course Melania just happened literally, within 24 hours. Which was basically it's like a double hit. And then now what we have with Libra, you have essentially a sort of quasi-final death knell. And I think we're hitting this kind of sort of close to the end of, not to say that memes go away. They'll always be there. They're always going to be these cultural artifacts. But how we talk about sort of this meme super cycle, I think we're going to hit that end, which to me is a positive thing, because it means that people are going to start looking at the dangers of this, and they're going to understand it's fun, but if you want to sort of actually put real money behind it, then you have real risk. Where do you want to put your money in? Where do you want to actually sort of invest in things? Do it in things that you have conviction. Who's behind it? Last year I spoke about the institutional era of crypto was starting, right? I was commenting about how institutions were really going to be the signals of where you want to put your money in, because they actually do due diligence. They're willing to lock their tokens for many, many years. They're willing to disclose. They're willing to tell you what they're going to do with it, as opposed to all these other guys who are basically just going to dump on you. I mean, there was just literally another case where an influencer went out, launched a token, and then rugged his community basically within less than a day, and thinking it's okay, for instance, right? So that mess has to be cleaned up, and people are going to be fed up of it if they're not already. And we're moving now to the stage where it's about utility, it's about purpose, and what's really, to me, powerful is that, you remember we saw the similar phase with ICOs in 2017.
Yes, absolutely. It feels very similar.
But remember what happened, right? People were exiting crypto broadly. But here, people aren't exiting crypto. They're exiting into Bitcoin. or they're exiting into other areas, but they're staying inside the crypto community. Maybe they're exiting into stables. Stables are gradually increasing. The volume and the size of stables keeps going up. So to me, that's a bullish signal. So meaning that we're not losing people. We're not gaining people in meme coins. That's the other thing. They're not getting new users. But we have much more confidence broadly in the space. So it's much more mature than it was 5 years ago.
I love it. Okay, we'll end it there. Yeah, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
All right, that was Animoca co-founder Yat Su. We're going to take a quick break. Join us after this at Consensus Hong Kong. Hello and welcome back to CoinDesk Live from Consensus Hong Kong. I'm Christine Lee, joined by my co-host and Pharsis Director, Leah Callan-Butler. Leah, thanks so much for joining us. Have you had a chance to get on the floor? Give me some of your impressions so far.
I have. It's amazing. I got to say, I'm getting mad 2018 vibes. It's reminding me...
Full cycle all over again.
Yeah, it reminds me of being in New York, at the Hilton. For Consensus, years ago, because there's people lined up, queuing for the elevators. It's almost impossible to get on the floor. I haven't felt this energy in a long time. It's amazing.
All right, excellent. Well, Leah, tell me a bit about what you've been hearing on the floor, on the ground so far.
Yeah, so, this morning I had a panel which was all about, it was called Playing for the Future, and it was about the future of Web3 gaming, which was a lot of fun, because I think there's been a lot of FUD on that space recently. But we were talking more about where it's going, and our panelists were super excited for the future. They were talking about all the kind of new innovation that was coming out that wasn't possible in gaming before, that we're seeing now. And yeah, it made me pretty bullish for Web3 gaming, but I already was. So.
What kind of trends do you see coming out throughout the year, coming down the line?
So what were some of the things that we talked about on the panel? So we actually had a bit of a debate around tokenization of games and whether that's a good thing or not. And what I really loved about this panel was that we saw both sides of it. We saw some people saying, just make a great game. You don't have to force the blockchain elements. And then on the other side of the spectrum, we had people who were leaning into decentralization for decentralization's sake. And I loved that we actually had both perspectives on that, because neither is wrong. It actually just reminded me how much Web3 gaming has evolved and developed since, say, in 2021, when it was just play to earn and Axie Infinity was the main game. There wasn't much more to it than that. But now we have all these different builders coming into the space and, really envisioning totally different ways for this space to go. So
yeah, I feel like it hasn't really happened for gaming yet, or am I wrong? Because back in the day, gaming with Axie Infinity at its height, everyone thought, okay, decentralized gaming is here to stay. And then we saw that fizzle out. I still have a $1,500 shoe. NFT, because I was all into the play to earn. But that was a total fad, and now that shoe is worthless. But so where is that headed? And then there was the talk that it would eventually be the big players, the established players like the Pokemon Go, the counter the big video games out there that would lead the space, but that hasn't really come to fruition yet either.
Well, I beg to differ, actually. We've got some massive names in Web 2 or traditional games that are coming into the Web 3 space. Like one, for example, is CCP Games. They're the makers of a game called EVE Online. It's been around for over 2 decades, and it's widely known as one of the most robust virtual economies that has ever existed. And now these guys are coming in and saying, we want to embrace Web 3, open up that economy, have the secondary markets and even the speculation outside, and really embrace the idea of having grey markets on trading game assets outside the walled gardens of that game. And the thing is, like, when you have the likes of that kind of company, like these people who have legacy in gaming coming into Web3, it is, yeah, it's a very, very exciting time.
All right, excellent. So in terms of, I've also been hearing a lot about artificial intelligence on the ground. What kind of trends are you seeing in that area right now?
Oh my God, yeah. So I'm very lucky to be moderating a panel tomorrow, which is about Web3, gaming, and AI all mashed together. I think that is a very exciting space because I guess what you're seeing is, take a step back, we've got AI agents or agentic AI now.
Yes.
But when you couple that with crypto and you could have these like NPCs, non-playable characters in a game that can actually transact independently, it gets pretty wild in terms of what you're thinking about. So to give you an idea about some of the different things I'm seeing, there's some games that are experimenting with agentic AI where you as the player have a team of, say, characters or avatars in a game, and you can tell them to go out and do something for you. You know, they go out and grind or get assets and resources and kind of bring them back for you. That's one way of looking at it. Or then there's other types of games where we've seen like AI agents on Twitter, for example, and they might have, they're programmed to not give away a prize pool of cash. And the game is everyone's got to try and trick the AI agent or convince it to actually pay out. So I think we're seeing some pretty crazy experimentation in this space now, and I just love it when you sort of see the gamification of these kind of things.
All right.
Yeah.
On that topic. All right. Well, centralized AI projects like OpenAI and DeepSeek have awakened the masses to the power of artificial intelligence, but what about decentralized AI? The Decentralized AI Summit is one of the tracks you can follow here at Consensus, and one of the speakers is Jing Sun. She's the co-founder of IoTex, a blockchain focused on powering the Internet of Things and decentralized physical networks, Deepin, by enabling secure, trustless interactions between AI-driven devices, users, and applications. So please give a warm welcome to Jing. Thanks so much for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
All right, so how do you see decentralized and centralized AI evolving in this space so far?
Yeah, exactly. My name is Jing. I'm one of the co-founders of IoTex Network. And before that, I was a venture capitalist in Silicon Valley for the past 15 years. So we started investing in AI 10 years ago, right? So at that time, it's really about the algorithm. And all the algorithms actually connected to the data, right? So naturally, all the centralized, the big tech, they will be the biggest kind of centralized AI company because they have the most of the data. And they also have they can acquire all those best algorithm or a model company. And also they have the best of the kind of the computing power. So that's how we see the past 10 years, and it started from kind of centralized AI, right? And now we're getting into the stage which is large language model, already be here, and also you will see the open source versions. And now how about the computing power? The computing power, now we have the shortage of the computing power, and where we can find more and to support all the developers, right? So that's how the decentralized AI come in. And decentralized AI, basically here, the decentralized part is about we can leverage on a lot of resources and computing power based on the community and crowdsource the computing power from the community.
So you work on the decentralized physical networks, Deepin. Tell me what Deepin is, and how does that solve the global AI compute shortage?
Yeah, very good question, right? So a lot of audience may be not very familiar with decentralized, PIN physical infrastructure, but you are familiar with all the kind of the physical infrastructure. They are like every day they provide all the utility, like the power, the energy powers you are using, the connectivity, all the telecom, they give you like all the signals, all the connectivity bandwidth. Those are kind of physical infrastructure. But now when we're talking about the decentralized, again, it's really about it's not really rely on centralized entity to deploy the devices, operate, and provide all the infrastructure. But alternatively, actually, like all the individuals and small business, they can easily tap into this industry, and they can be the one to deploy the devices and machines and operate and contribute the resources and data into the physical network, and then make it kind of available for all the kind of business or like users to have the access. Yeah.
Got it. So we were just talking about AI agents, actually. I was wondering, how does AI agents play a role in all of this, if at all?
Yeah, for sure. So how we see like AI agent, right? So basically the difference between like AI agent and AI chatbot is because AI agent actually they become not only digest all the knowledge and learn, but basically they can behave like a human. When you kind of have the conversation with agent, feels like it's a human because it also has personality, has empathy, and has the brain to think and analyze those data and kind of convert them into the insights. Right, and then right now, all the AI agents are based on the training model, and this model can easily get access to all the data, knowledge, which is on the internet. But what is lacking here, and how the Deepin kind of plays a role, is about the access to the real world, real time data. Right, so still the AI agent, now is already intelligent, but not very sentient or not very dynamic. But with access to a real world, real-time data, which directly from the Deepin networks, all the kind of devices, the machines, they send the data real-time and get those data into the AI training model, and then train the agent, which means this will make all those kind of AI agents smarter, and they can kind of respond instantly with the real-time data. So that's how we call it a physical AI agent plays a role.
And I understand you have some exciting partnerships in the pipeline, one of them being with Fireblocks. Tell us a bit about that and how it fits in with the AI agents and the Deepin.
Yeah, exactly. So Aptos, we are based in Silicon Valley. We started the project back in 2017, and we spent kind of 7 years grow in US. So this year, one of the biggest one is really how we kind of grow in US, leverage on the US kind of regulation, the new kind of presidency. And Aptos right now, we hold a kind of co-chair role in a Deepin working group in the Blockchain Association, and which kind of empower us to directly talk to the policymakers about how to standardize the industry like Deepin and AI, which is, by the way, the most kind of real world sector, which have kind of clear business model, generate the real world revenues, and then kind of have the capital injection into the Web3 industry. And also our kind of partnership with Fireblocks is actually really we are one of very few assets which is listed on all the major exchanges like Coinbase, Kraken, and Gemini. But actually how all those kind of institutional investors, they can easily have access to the asset. It really depends on Fireblocks. They are the gateway to help open the doors, right? And also regulation is a big part. So that's kind of basically what we are mainly kind of focusing on, how to make Aptos as a Deepin AI asset available, accessible globally.
I want to ask you about these artificial intelligence super wars that are developing between America and China. Just recently, Elon Musk released Grok 3, which is making waves.
Very exciting.
Before that, it was China's DeepSeek. Where do you see this headed? Who's going to win the war?
Very good question. Just like I mentioned, I have been in this industry and in Silicon Valley, which is kind of hub of innovation for 10 years. I can kind of firmly tell you, US leading the game right now. Why? Because US still specific Silicon Valley has the best environment. We have the most of the capital. We have the best kind of talents. Either they are domestic grown or attracted from all globally, right? And also we do have the the best innovation in AI right now. But why, we kind of like right now it's become kind of such a critical timing, I would say kind of open source matters. Right? So DeepSeek is not really kind of create the best model. They still have the kind of the gap between like, DeepSeek and, Grok 3 and also like OpenAI. But they are the first one open source everything. Right? So I would say like, crypto Web3, the beauty or the benefits of crypto is really about open source. Open source provides transparency, composability, accessibility. Right? Yeah. And AI is the same thing. They provide a model, and the model is open source, which kind of enable all the developers easily they can build.
But I would say, in the case of ChatGPT with OpenAI, they're actually closed AI. So
exactly. That's why like I have a kind of a big hope. I feel like Elon Musk, they will kind of open source Grok, the Grok 3, and so that I think that's actually like AI is really kind of the productivity tool, and it belongs to the human society, right? So we want kind of US continuously to leading the way. I think open source is the way.
All right, Jing. I love this conversation. We got to wrap it up though, but thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you so much. Yeah, thank you.
All right, that was Jing Sun. She's the co-founder of IoTex. Next up, we're going to dive into one of the many stages here we have at Consensus. Let's have a listen.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Hi, good afternoon. I was curious, how do you view deep egg risk? Is that something that you actively try and mitigate and talk to your customers, clients about and educate them on? Or is it something that you just say, the base unit of account is a stable coin and that's that?
Deep egging, anyone?
I mean, we sit in stable coins for, seconds, right? A customer is sitting in stable coins for a couple of minutes. Again, we're using these for transactions, right? We're not using this for, the vast majority of companies that we're working with are not using this for savings. They're not using it for, really for storing value or anything like that. They're using it for facilitating payments. Right, so I have money in country A. I need to get it to country B. How do I facilitate that transaction in the quickest, smoothest way? So I think the deep egg risk is pretty minimal, right? In terms of is the currency going to blow up in the next 5 minutes? Probably not, right? Yeah, and so I don't see it as a massive risk. I don't think most of the customers that we work with see it as a massive risk because it's just such a short time frame.
Anyone else think about exchange risk?
I think the major stablecoins have done a pretty good job being transparent about what they're doing with the USD, specifically Tether around T-bills, which the majority is sitting in T-bills. So unless you think the US is going to default, which is a possibility, but not a big one. The vast majority is there, and then their balance sheet and so on. And I think that's one of the big moats that some of the bigger players have now, that they have also a huge balance sheet besides what they're doing with T-bills. So we don't see it as a major risk. But like Chris said, for us, as an infrastructure layer, we just do transactions, so we don't take major risk on the stablecoin itself. But we're quite comfortable with specifically USDT.
Yeah, if the US defaults, we have a lot bigger problems than what's going on with our stable coins. Right. So
I think I just want to give an example in Argentina. So in Argentina, they have a lot of inflations out there. So for the people living there, holding their own currency is a risk. Right. So they want to sell their own currency to USD, but they have no way to do it because the bank doesn't provide any USD bank accounts. And stablecoin become the only solution for in the quick way to hold some sort of USD. Right. So for them, if you're providing a platform, a solution for them to buy the USDT or USDC immediately, is it really helping them? And then there might be a risk on the sell side, but for a company like us, we already have very mature trading desk, hedging department, risk control. We have all kinds of the infra to support, to liquid out and to hedging our position, to making sure that we're profitable, from what we're selling.
I suppose in Argentina it's more dangerous to hold meme coins than USD. Anyone else? Question here.
So companies are still launching new US dollar stablecoin, even though there are two big giants in the market right now. Are there any aspects of these new US dollar stablecoin you see that could bridge any current gaps or current deficiencies in the two big giants that would make it a third or actual sizable coin?
Maybe yield-bearing stablecoins. Anyone?
I think this is a very good question. Yes. For last year, there's over 10 different USD, 10 different kind of the USD stablecoin come to Mexico, and one willing to partnering with us. But unfortunately, it's really hard, to be honest, at least at this moment, unless you are PayPal, right? PayPal have their PayPal USD. And if you go to the marketplace, you're checking on the daily transaction value between the different type of stable coin, and then you will see USDT and then USDC will be dominant. And USDT is still much larger than USD, in fact. And the rest of the stable coin will be much, much smaller. And I know there's a lot of new type of the USD packed stable coin, but I won't say there's a huge challenge in front of them because you need a lot of money to back you and to provide the liquidity in each of the country. Right. And because we need a very fast settlement. And other than that, I think that's the challenge in front of Paxo and Gemini and all those big name or stable coin, and they have less value, I think, than us. And we have a real use case, but we don't, at least us, we don't issuing any USD stable coin. But one day, if, for example, company like us, if we have huge value to moving between different countries, we can issue our stable coin. For example, there's a company in the US called Bridge, just acquiring by Stripe. They newly launched a stable coin, and they will provide a yield on top of that. I think that's a good use case that might have some opportunities for new USD stable coins.
Yeah, I'll be a little bit more controversial. So I will preface this by saying that obviously USDT and USDC are the most liquid stablecoins today. However, I think that they are the worst positioned in the market right now. I think that PYUSD and RLUSD, Ripple and PayPal are actually the best positioned stablecoins right now for the market moving forward. And the reason that I say that is this entire market is going to change in the next 12 to 18 months. USDT and USDC only make money one way, which is you hold the token and they get to put the money in treasuries and then they keep the yield. And you have several... Sorry?
A lot of yield.
Yeah, look, I mean, Tether is the most profitable company in the history of capitalism per employee, right? So yeah, they've done very well. This is not to say that these companies have not done well. I just think that, when you look over the next 12 to 18 months, you have several factors working against that business model, right? You have, Trump in the White House who is promising to bring interest rates down. You have increased competition from yield-bearing stablecoins, right? The Paxos and Mountains and others in the world. And, you have this overall movement right now in stablecoins to give more and more of that yield back to the consumer, right? You already see this on Coinbase. If I have USDC on Coinbase, Coinbase gives me 4.7%, right? So essentially the entire yield that they're earning is already going back to the consumer. And you're going to start to see more and more of that as USDT and USDC try to keep up with, yield-bearing stablecoins and things like that. The thing is these guys have no other way of making money right now. USDT and USDC have not invested in the on and off ramp infrastructure outside of US dollars that I think is important for them as stablecoins to really look into and really get into. The future of stablecoins is on payments. And the reality is you can make a lot more money on payments than you can sitting in treasuries, right? Right now, Tether makes, 5% a year on a dollar. You can make 5% a week on payments. You can make, 1% a day, 50 bips a day, and you can cycle that money as many times as, people need the payments, right? As opposed to being able to cycle that and make that revenue once a year. And so, I think that when you look at stablecoins that are being issued by companies that actually have payment networks, right? PayPal, Ripple, et cetera. And, look, a lot of it depends on their execution. Are these guys going to be able to integrate the stablecoin into their existing payment networks fast enough for, this to matter before, companies like Visa and MasterCard and banks, get into the space, which they will, and they will all issue their own stablecoin eventually. That's the big question. But I think that the companies with existing payment networks that have alternative ways of being able to drive revenue and earn money off of their stablecoins will be in a much better place in 12 to 18 months when these issuers are fighting over 25 to 50 bips instead of fighting over 400 bips right now.
Next question.
Hi there. Do you see a future where people opt to hold their assets more in stable coins? Now, given what you've said about the yields, the possible yields in stable coins, do you see a future where instead of using it as an intermediary from one fiat to another, people choose to hold their liquidity in stable coins for yield?
Yes, if they have a reason to. And again, my core problem today with USDT and USDC is there's not really, outside of being a company with a US bank account, there's not really a good reason to hold these tokens, right? Because what can I do with USDC today? I can give that back to dollar account, in the US in my name. So if I'm a company anywhere else in the world that can't get a US bank account, that cannot get, local onshore, rails in Europe, US, and other markets, which most companies can't, right? You look across, Africa, Southeast Asia, Latin America, right? Most companies operating in these parts of the world can't just get a US or European bank account in their name that enables them to smoothly interface with something like USDC. There's no reason to really hold it in that case, right? Unless you have alternative on and off ramps. And so, I think that in order for people to really want to sit in stablecoins and for, the AUM to go up, you need to essentially provide people a US dollar banking alternative on stablecoins, right? I need to be able to hold USDT or USDC and then make a payment, make a dollar payment to China, to India, to Europe, make a Naira payment, a Euro payment, etc., from some sort of base. But until then, I don't see people necessarily holding stable coins for long periods of time on chain unless there's more on and off ramps available to do something with it.
Another question?
I have a question. Is there any room about no US dollar stable coins such as Hong Kong stable coins?
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
Could you repeat the question? Sorry, I didn't hear.
Is there any room about non-UN dollar stable coins such as Hong Kong stable coins?
He's asking about non-US dollar stablecoins.
Stablecoins in Hong Kong, yeah.
I think Chris just mentioned a little bit. Now still USD dollar stablecoin be dominated, but for example, we're in Mexico, we're issuing a Mexico stablecoin, so we have our own pesos packed stablecoin.
Right.
But it's not a lot of value, to be honest. This is kind of intermediary for us. And because every single users, when they're on board, they have to use our stablecoin, and then immediately they will exchange to USD,
right.
And they will use USD across the country, globally. So value-wise, at least for our case, local generate stablecoins still are quite small. Yeah. I'm not sure you guys have any.
I think we've got time for one more question.
She won.
Right here.
Yeah, right there.
Can we-
First of all, thank you for all the insights you shared with us today.
Yes, thank you for the insight.
Yeah, so thank you so much. That's the first thing. And my question is about what are the challenges, like the biggest challenges you are facing when you are collaborating with highly regulated financial institutions?
Yeah, I think the regulation is one of the biggest challenges.
Yeah, I think the regulation framework is the key. And when it's a green line from the top regulation, then you can and the financial institution is willing to adapt new technology, then they will potentially moving toward this new stable coin. Otherwise, it's very, very hard.
Yeah, I think today the world, especially when we at 2025, compared to 2020 when I first landed in Mexico, the regulators are much more open-minded, and you have much more legal framework to follow. And for example, years before, Argentina doesn't have any license, and related to crypto. And after the new president be elected, and they're launching a new license which we already obtained. So I think it getting more friendly for our industry, and it's a good thing. But I think there's still have a lot of things that we need to do. It's a long way to go, and there are a lot more countries need to launch their new regulation framework for our industry, and that's still a challenge, I think.
Yeah. Great. Well, that's all the time we have. Thanks very much for coming, and thank you to Mosh, thank you to Chris, thank you to Maggie, and thank you to Trung for all your insights. Thank you.
Pleasure.
Okay.
Yeah, I appreciate it.
Hello and welcome back to CoinDesk Live. If you are just joining us, we are coming to you from Hong Kong, where CoinDesk's consensus is underway. I'm your host, Christine Lee, joined by my co-host and Pharsis Director, Leah Callan Butler. And next, we're joined by someone who's played a big role in shaping how users interact with decentralized applications. WalletConnect Foundation founder and director, Pedro Gomez. Welcome to the show, Pedro.
Thank you. It's great to be here.
So tell us a bit about what you do at WalletConnect and how it connects with decentralized applications.
Yeah, so WalletConnect has been a foundational infrastructure for 7 years across multiple wallets and blockchains, but essentially is the connectivity between all of these apps and wallets and trying to provide a superior user experience. Basically, we've been powering this experience for wallets for many years and just letting the wallets do the magic for users.
All right, so what have been some of the biggest challenges in building a universal wallet connectivity protocol?
Yeah, it's not something easy for sure.
Yeah, I don't think so,
you
yeah.
have to bring all of these wallets who are competing with each other to become friends. It's definitely a challenge, and the only way we can do that is through standards. We've offered many standards across Ethereum, Solana, and many other blockchains, and that allowed us to create more cooperation and interactivity for a better experience for users that use WalletConnect.
All right, so what are some of the advancements on the horizon for WalletConnect?
So a lot of the things that we've been working on to improve the user experience is removing the amount of clicks that people have to do. Today it's very common that anyone interacting with Web3 has to go through many steps in order to interact with an application. So we've developed smart sessions, which is actually quite fundamental to remove that. So ideally we would like to see people connect their wallets once and then eventually everything just works under the hood.
Yeah, I wanted to dig into that a little bit more actually, because I feel like that's been one of the biggest criticisms often of Web3, that it's just so hard for people to get in, it's clunky, there's a lot of steps. Like, where do you see this going in terms of the ideal future state for UX with things like WalletConnect and everyday users, I guess?
Yeah, I think that's we don't need to reinvent the wheel. Like, the internet has been working really great, and like logging in is something that everyone is very familiar, and connecting your wallet will soon look very similar. You will be just logging in with your wallet once and everything would just work. But in order to do that, there's a lot of infrastructure that needs to be built. And while wallets have a very difficult job of onboarding all these users, our job is to make them easier by providing the right infrastructure so that we don't have to bother users with so many steps and so many big learning curve.
So how are you making that easier but also safe, and making sure that the security is there with, bridging all of this, all these different apps or wallet, what have you, and keeping it, it's hard enough remembering your seed phrase on top of a long key. So how do you make that easier?
It's definitely, sometimes it feels like an art more than a technology, balancing the security and the convenience. This is something that I believe with this new smart sessions that WalletConnect is powering will definitely really bridge the gap between security and convenience, because users today also have the headache of actually approving transactions and having to understand what that transaction actually does. We're kind of just pushing the problem to the user. And with smart sessions, we're actually providing another layer of security where users don't have to actually approve the transactions. And we actually have 16 node operators in our network validating this transaction, protecting users from scams and different attack vectors. And they can just transact in these applications very easily.
Kind of a change of topic, but I'm interested in adoption trends regionally. Like, are you seeing the different patterns of behavior, or has it been easier to kind of develop partnerships in some regions of the world versus others?
Yeah, that's actually quite interesting, right? Because you have to think both from a segment perspective, right?
Yeah.
Because DeFi has been very well explored, and you have all of these whales that have actually dominated this space, and they are actually very comfortable with Web3 technology. But then when you look at payments, commerce, AI, social, these headaches start to become a little bit more apparent, because you really are not moving billions. You just want to interact with an application, and you don't really want to kind of care about decentralization as much. And then on the region side, we also have seen a certain trend around the APAC region, where there's definitely way more appetite than in the Western world. And seeing the Southeast Asia, and especially for gaming in Southeast Asia, we're actually seeing these trends appear in our network. I think it's one of the coolest things about the WalletConnect network, that we actually are able to detect these trends very early on.
Oh, okay. Actually, I don't know if this is true, but when we're talking about different regions and traveling all around the world, I've heard rumors of people saying that customs officers were looking for crypto wallets on people's phones. Have you heard of that? And does it make sense if they're actually?
I really hope that stays as a rumor, because I've never heard that, and I've never had any trouble traveling around the world, and I've been to many countries. And
well, okay, there is the travel rule. You can't bring into whatever amount of money into a country.
Yeah.
And I've heard that people, customs officers, that they see a hard wallet, a cold storage wallet, they might start asking you about your crypto. And so I don't know how you inform policy like that.
Because I always known about this rule of traveling with cash or any bearer assets, right? So you could almost ask yourself, is a hardware wallet, in a sense, like meeting these requirements? And would the customs officer just ask you, hey, you have a hardware wallet, isn't that like carrying bearer assets, right? It kind of meets those requirements. But in theory, they're not actually in your wallet, right? They're in the blockchain.
They're on the
so
internet,
you're not actually, you're controlling the asset, but your asset is not in your back pocket, you know? Like, so I don't think they have a strong case, but I never actually had these troubles, and I don't think people will have trouble traveling with their hardware wallets.
How can you take it cross-border when it's already cross-border by nature? Yeah.
In the virtual world.
I mean, like, it would be impossible for me to do my job if I couldn't carry my hardware wallets.
Yeah.
Yeah, because they're not used only for financial purposes. They're also used for other purposes, right? So essentially, hardware wallets are not just financial assets. They're also like controlling your identity. They participate in DAOs, in games. So, you know, wallets are everywhere, and we kind of have to get used to that.
You know, there is a rising incidence of kidnappings or ransom demands for folks with cryptocurrencies, and I wonder if there are any solutions to that on the wallet end.
Absolutely.
Because being self-sovereign over your assets can be a danger at times.
This is very important for us as well, right? Because a lot of people have been talking about account abstraction as a different approach to building wallets, but it also solves a lot of these problems, right? Because the reason these attacks happen is because wallets today are not very smart. And yes, we all had phones, but now everyone has a smartphone. Now we all have wallets, and then eventually everyone will have a smart wallet. And these smart wallets will be able to build these protections where, you know, maybe you can transact very easily up to like a certain amount, which will change by country, whether it's 100, 1,000, or 10,000. But then up to a certain threshold, you're going to need certain protections. And we need to start building wallets for these use cases as well, right? Because, you know, high net worth individuals shouldn't be targets of these attacks just because they're using cryptocurrency.
So when will it be easier for the average day user? And you know, we won't even have to think about, you know, all the technology and all the, you know, different odds and ends that goes into.
Well, I do
wallet.
ask that question myself as well, right? When I started WalletConnect, I thought this was going to be an amazing 12-month project, and it has been a 7-year journey. And now that I've gone through all of these years, I think I'm not even close to be done. I do have this vision of the wallet 2030. I think it's going to be 5 years from now, there's going to be this pivotal moment where we're almost going to forget about the word wallet, and wallets are just going to exist everywhere. So if my prediction is right, in 5 years from now, everything is going to be solved and it's going to be great, and WalletConnect is going to be a big part of that. But that's still quite ambitious. But we're a very ambitious team, and we have big goals.
Yeah, give us some examples. Like, what do you think could be integrated into wallet technology in like 5 years from now that we've never seen before or doesn't exist yet?
I mean, our community has built so many great, like, small experiments. Sometimes in hackathons, sometimes in events, or sometimes even on the street. We've seen like a WalletConnect ATM where people withdraw cash and deposit with WalletConnect by scanning a QR code. We've seen people controlling like galleries with like smart frames that actually you could buy NFTs and sell them like in the middle of a gallery. But I don't think it stops there. We're going to see this like touching e-commerce, peer-to-peer payments, and even like just going around and buying stuff. Like, I really don't see any limits to where WalletConnect can go.
That would be so great. I mean, if you were traveling from country to country, you know, here in Asia, elsewhere in Europe and in the Americas, I mean, having to exchange your currency back and forth each country, so being able to go borderless like that would be such a dream. But you're doing this across blockchains. I mean, there must be challenges there as well, trying to get all these blockchains to cooperate. How are you doing that and managing that? What's the solution there?
Well, this hasn't been like something that happened overnight. Like as early as like 2021, we already saw the limitations of working with one blockchain at a time. We tried to build like WalletConnect for Cosmos and WalletConnect for Polkadot and WalletConnect for Ethereum, and then it's just like there's way too many WalletConnects. Like we have to just build one WalletConnect for all. And then in 2023, we actually succeeded doing that. It was a massive upgrade for the network, but basically we built one WalletConnect for all. And this was built through the collaboration of many teams across different blockchains of just coordination. It's all about like just getting people to work together. And this unification of technology is truly a unification of people. So sometimes I like to say, yes, deep down we're connecting wallets, but realistically we're connecting people. Yeah.
How many users are on WalletConnect now?
So today we're almost reaching this month 40 million users, and these are actually users. These are not addresses on chain. That's one of particularity of how the network works. We actually have the data points of like your smartphones connected to the network. So you could have like this DGen account and this NFT account, and they all count as one user. And in January alone, we actually saw 21 million connections, and in 2024 we saw 180 million connections.
Wow. Excellent. We got to wrap it there, Pedro, but thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for having me. This was great.
Right, that was WalletConnect Foundation founder and director, Pedro Gomez. Next up, earning yield on Bitcoin. We'll discuss after the break.
Thank you very much for this panel. I thought it was very insightful and a lot of fun. So shout out to the panelists here. Thank you for having us.
Thank you. Cheers.
Thank you.
Just be mindful, and I hope everybody can do well in this bull run.
Yeah, thank you, Andy. I think our time is up. So
I know they were going to drag us off the stage.
I'm actually waiting for the security guard, maybe. Yeah, I'm just kidding.
Okay, she's smiling at us. Okay, let's have a group shot, and then
let's have a group
right?
shot, and
let's
I think we should be good. Yeah.
I mean, this has been a great and insightful conversation with the three of you, but unfortunately we're out of time and we have to give the stage to other people. But it was amazing talking to you all. I hope it's been insightful for the crowd, and yeah, we'll see you all guys later.
Thank you.
Is volatility, right? In DeFi yields, you sometimes have a yield that is at 5% one day, and it's going to be at 15% the other day. So this very unpredictable way of getting rewards in DeFi is not reassuring for 99% of the users or 99% of the institutions. So I think what you'll see emerging is actually, anchoring in a 4 or 5 or 10% yield over 12 months. And then in the background, it will use real world assets, or it will use more DeFi yields combined, right? But there will be a complete abstraction, 1 or 3 choices to the end user. Because today you have 20 or 30 different choices. You don't know exactly what to choose.
Yeah, so a lot of terminology in crypto is either a similar or a different word, but basically just naming a service that we use in financial markets, right? TradFi. So I just wanted to get your opinions on, real world asset tokens, this whole new use case for yield generation, whether it's real estate or treasuries. We've got Larry Fink, Wall Street coming in. We've got Ondo. coming from the DeFi side. We've got BlackRock coming from the TradFi side. Like, who do you think's going to win this? What do you think's going to go on there? Well, you're probably going to say BlackRock, yeah.
That's a tough one. I actually think, and I was a long believer of this. People used to say, well, there was a time that crypto was going to buy over the banks. Back in the 2021, but I think it was always the coming together of the two worlds, and I think we're seeing it. What tokenization as a concept brings forward and how it discounts the future is that it is going to increase the ability of the individual to raise liquidity for very illiquid assets. How? If today you're holding on to your property, you're getting a mortgage, that's your liquidity. But if you could start saying, I've got my house in the tokenized way, I've put it up into a staking kind of a situation, that's going to change the world. So, and that would need both the traditional side of finance to provide the liquidity and the digital side to provide the infrastructure.
I don't know, it's a question for you. I really don't have the answer.
Hello and welcome back to CoinDesk Live from a sold-out Consensus Hong Kong. We've got over 8,000 attendees. I'm Christine Lee here with my co-host, CoinDesk contributor Leah Callan Butler. All right, Bitcoin is cherished as a store of value, but what if it could also earn you yield? Lombard is connecting Bitcoin to every chain, DeFi protocol, and yield opportunity with LBTC, a new Bitcoin liquid stake token. Joining us now is Jacob Phillips. He's a co-founder at Lombard. Jacob, welcome to CoinDesk Live.
Awesome. Thank you for having me.
All right, so this is a hot topic right now, these Bitcoin Layer 2s. Tell us a bit about what Lombard is and how you're earning yields on it.
Great question, and thanks for the introduction. I think you said it, Lombard a little bit better than I can even say, but the way I like to think of it is Lombard makes every L2 a Bitcoin L2. Lombard, you can think of it as a bridge or liquidity layer, the gateway that connects Bitcoin into an expressive financial ecosystem built on chain. So right now, if Bitcoin is this store of value, it doesn't do all that much. It sort of sits in your cold wallet and collects dust. But there's always been this obvious opportunity to introduce it into this parallel ecosystem to the traditional finance that we built on chain, all these DeFi protocols. And the missing piece has been a secure bridge that Bitcoin holders can trust to basically, take the Bitcoin from an ecosystem without smart contracts into an ecosystem with expressive smart contracts. Lombard, the sort of core product is LBTC, a liquid staked representation of your Bitcoin, staked in a sense of staked into the Babylon protocol. Lombard has $2 billion in TVL. We're integrated in all the top DeFi protocols, Uniswap, Curve, Aave. We'll soon be on Solana and Sui, and any chain you want to use your liquid Bitcoin on, Lombard will make it happen.
So how are you're earning yield? Like how is it basically you're based on other DeFi protocols? How are you earning yield on Bitcoin?
Yeah, good question. So you can think of it in multiple layers. So it starts at the at sort of the Bitcoin layer. This is the staking layer. So user deposits Bitcoin into the Lombard protocol. Lombard, the protocol, stakes it into Babylon. So within the Babylon protocol, you can earn yield in a couple different ways. The core way is you can think of Babylon as similar to EigenLayer, but for Bitcoin. So that Bitcoin is staked, taking on some form of slashing risk in return for securing the protocol, that Bitcoin is able to receive rewards. So there will be multiple existing chains in the Cosmos ecosystem, a couple of OP stack rollups, and probably some other independent chains that will utilize Babylon security, in return paying Bitcoin stakers through Lombard for that security. So that's kind of layer one. Layer two then is you have this LBTC, this liquid representation that staked Bitcoin in ERC20 or compatible with any other token standard, and you can go use this with any other DeFi protocol. So you can put it to work in a lending protocol. You can use it to provide liquidity on a DEX. You can use it as collateral to trade perps or run a basis trade. So that's kind of layer 2. And then there's like maybe this layer 3 that's more like the incentives layer. So every chain and DeFi protocol is desperate for more liquidity right now, and so they're willing to pay up for it, to be frank, which means that there's a lot of additional cherries on top to be had.
Okay. How are you making sure that, there's transparency as well as not incredible risk that people would be uncomfortable with? Because I mean, that was the problem with the last bear market. People were staking their assets and then they found out, well, actually the platform I was staking on was not so secure. They were taking my assets and doing risky investments with them. So how do we have that transparency with Lombard?
Yeah, you're asking all the right questions. And one of the beautiful parts about Bitcoin DeFi is that it exposes the full spectrum of trust. So in ETH space, there's kind of this shared security primitive that is smart contracts. So everybody kind of builds DeFi protocols pretty similarly. In the Bitcoin space, you can build it however you want. You can do everything from building a DeFi protocol that's really just a centralized custodian to something that is really robust and transparent. And I think Lombard, from the beginning, has thought about this. If we're going to build a Bitcoin primitive that's going to become the foundation for an entire ecosystem of on-chain primitives, surely we ought to be structured in a way that is robust enough operationally and economically to be able to withstand any sort of attack. Because if you build an entire financial ecosystem on a flimsy foundation, I mean, we know how that turns out, right? 2008, FTX, you name it, and. So in this case, Lombard has done a couple of things. First is that we're maybe the only Bitcoin LST that's even attempted decentralization. So from the start, we structured this decentralized consortium. This is like some of the biggest institutions who actually provide security for the Bitcoin. So when you deposit into the Lombard protocol, you're depositing into this effectively a blockchain. So we have Lombard Ledger that is it's a consensus mechanism, a coordination layer for these different consortium members to provide security for the Bitcoin. So the Bitcoin becomes secured by this group of it's like Galaxy, Wintermute, some of the biggest institutional validators in the space. OKX is running a node, and so these guys are the actual people who are like securing the Bitcoin effectively. And then on top of that, you have full transparency through Lombard Ledger. We'll have sort of like a ledger scan up soon, so you'll be able to verify all of the actions. Proof of reserve since day one.
Oh, wow.
We've had withdrawal since day one. I think there's a lot of Babylon actually just released their sort of LST standards effectively. So I think Lombard's been one of the few I think in the space to sort of push those standards forward, and now they're starting to become common practice.
So you could vet in real time where the money is being invested?
Exactly.
Wow.
Yeah. So there is some nuance to this because even though Lombard has a proof of reserves live, or Coinbase CBBTC, for example, just released their proof of reserves, there is still a missing piece that needs to be solved that probably only can be solved through zero knowledge. Though we're working on this, which is I post all of my addresses and I say these are the Bitcoin held by the protocol. How do you actually know that I control those Bitcoin? So the only way to do that would be to create some sort of zero knowledge proof that you own the key. We're working on this. Hopefully, we'll have it live soon.
I'm super interested to know how you're thinking about compliance. Sorry, I just got to ask that question. Yeah. I think it's taking the regulators a really long time to catch up to DeFi, but there is increasing scrutiny, and I was just wondering how you guys are approaching that from a compliance perspective.
Yeah, another great question. So the good part is on the regulatory front, regulators are only over time becoming more understanding.
Yeah.
Like they're starting to understand the technology a little bit more, which is beginning to work in DeFi's favor. So I mean, I was investing at a fund in DeFi for 3 years, and then I was building a Perpetuals protocol for 2 years, and now working on Lombard. And over that time, I'm amazed at how much progress we've all made, right? Mm-hmm. It's now becoming a lot more clear about what you can and cannot do, and what regulators want to see. So that's one piece. And the second piece is DeFi is also being taken to a new scale. So before it was, we were building for a couple DeFi traders on chain or something like that. Now we're talking about the biggest institutions, and for Bitcoin DeFi specifically, the biggest governments in the world are interested in using this technology. So given the institutional focus, I think it's only sort of ramped up the need for compliance. And look, I think we're doing all of the all the things. We're having constant conversations with lawyers and regulators to figure out how we can tweak our model to better fit with what they need. And frankly, every institution we talk to brings up this exact point. So it's always it's always at the forefront of what we're doing. And I think over time, the sweet spot is probably figuring out a way to. Right now we have like DeFi and CeFi, and they're like totally separate. One's regulated, one's unregulated, and there's like some sweet spot in the middle, which is the sort of convergence of CeFi and DeFi that I think we're seeing. This is probably where Lombard's going to sit.
All right. Regionally, where are you seeing the most usage? And I suppose, if you weren't in the U.S. before, are you more comfortable being in the U.S. now?
Definitely. I would say the fastest movers were predominantly from Asia. So when we first started the project, step one was go out to Singapore, come to Hong Kong, start talking with some of the biggest Bitcoin holders in the space. The Bitcoin institutions or like Bitcoin-related institutions in Asia have been far faster moving, I think, at the beginning than in the U.S. and Europe, but things are sort of coming around. So, like for example, on Babylon, you saw the 3 largest Bitcoin mining pools all running validator nodes on testnet, and a lot of the mining community happened to be in Asia. There was sort of a strong Bitcoin presence there. So for people to kind of get off zero, start taking on some exposure to exploring these new venues, that was certainly the place to start. But you're totally right. The U.S. has become a tremendously more favorable place for DeFi protocols and Bitcoin in general in the new administration, and quite exciting times, I think. I'm based in the U.S., so I think this is really really exciting for U.S. to become a little bit more of a crypto hub. And
what sentiment are you getting from the Bitcoin community? Because traditionally they've been very skeptical of these Bitcoin layer 2s, but I'm sure they want to earn some yield on their stagnant Bitcoin, or the Bitcoin that they have laying around.
100%.
So tell me about that.
I describe it as like the Bitcoin community is very staking and DeFi curious right now. We're talking to the bigger Bitcoin holders on the planet, and all of them are sort of having conversations here. Now, people are certainly wading their feet in at different levels. But I mean, look, Lombard's been around for 6 months. We have $2 billion in TVL. Like 75% of that is active in DeFi. Babylon, again, has been around for 6 months, has $6 billion in TVL, and has only has like severely limited deposits. So they probably could be closer to 10 or 15 billion if they would lift those. So and in the last Babylon cap, there was one individual staker who staked $1 billion, 10,000 Bitcoin at once. So the biggest Bitcoin holders are looking at this, and they're ready to try it out. And I think the only thing on our mind is, again, how can we tweak our model to better suit those sort of Bitcoin holders? There's been this divide between self-custody, like pure decentralization maximalists, and the sort of like institutional DeFi crowd. And Lombard's trying to bridge that gap.
Oh, interesting. Okay. Well, we got to wrap it there, but Jacob, thank you so much.
Thanks for having me.
All right, that was Jacob Phillips. He's the co-founder at Lombard. Now, we'll head on over to our next guest. We've got with us at CoinDesk Live. We've got heading up with us, we've got Robinhood joining us. Robinhood Crypto manages about $38 billion in crypto assets under custody and facilitated $119 billion in notional crypto trading volume over the past year. The platform has expanded its cryptocurrency offerings by adding assets such as Sol, Pepe, ADA, XRP, and others, enhancing the diversity of investments options for its users. Joining us now to discuss is the Vice President and General Manager of Robinhood Crypto. We've got Johan Kerbrat. Johan, thanks so much for joining us.
Excited to be here. How are you?
Great. So I understand you've previously announced that Robinhood Crypto is expanding into Asia. Can you give us a little bit more information about the timeline and where you're at in the launch in that project?
Yeah, so we actually announced during our last earnings that we will use Singapore as a headquarter for the expansion of Robinhood in APAC. For the crypto side, a lot of the process is around the acquisition of Bitstamp that we announced last year, and so a lot of the weight is around like regulation. We are waiting for the chain of control to be approved by all the regulator, and once this will be done, we'll be able to help Bitstamp launch their offering in Singapore.
What went into the decision making into wanting to get into Asia? And I guess you touched on it, but what are some of the challenges along the way?
Yeah, so I think a lot of the interest for us has been around institution and also expanding across the world. And so we've been starting with the Robinhood wallet that is actually available in 100 plus countries, and we've seen a lot of interest in Asia, and so we are basically using that as a way to understand like what our customers are asking for. And in terms of blocker, there is not really any blocker. It's just like getting the right approval in time, and then we'll be able to double down on it.
All right. So Robinhood Crypto has expanded its offerings by adding Solana, ADA, Pepe, and all that. So tell me what goes into the decision-making of adding these tokens, especially amid this explosion in meme tokens that we've been seeing.
Yeah, so we have a listing framework and a listing committee that look at multiple aspects of listing assets. So we look at operation, compliance, making sure that we can offer like tight pricing on these assets. And so one of the main features that we're waiting for is like the customer request. When our customer are asking for a specific asset, we take that into consideration and we decide to list it on the platform. But as you've seen, Robinhood Crypto is more selective around this offering, and so we only have 22 assets on the platform. And we also have our Robinhood wallet, which is like a self-custody wallet where you can access thousands of tokens if you want to.
Yeah, I was just reading the other day that I think you've just introduced tax lots. A feature which is helping people with their tax reporting, and tax season is just around the corner as well. Maybe you could share a little bit about that, and what do you think is like, how is that going to impact some of your user behavior?
Yeah, so we have been developing a lot more features for like the more advanced trader, the people that are looking for this type of features to actually improve their tax advantage. And so we launched it for the brokerage side. We're still working on the crypto side, but Robinhood is really invested into making it easy for customers to handle their taxes. So for example, we are one of the only platforms to offer like 1099 for crypto for free, like we don't ask for anything else. And the goal is really to make it as easy to trade crypto as any other financial asset on the platform.
Just circling around back to those meme coins, commenting on what we've been seeing in the news cycle, just most recently over the weekend, we saw the rise and fall of Libra coin, as well as Trump coin, as well as Melania coin. Where do you see meme coins headed? I mean, on the one side, people love the excitement around memes. They're really very passionate. They stoke a lot of excitement, if you will. But a lot of folks also say, it's a big speculative, unregulated casino, and it's extracting value from the space rather adding to it.
Yeah, I think for us, we try to take our position as a very agnostic platform. Like we shouldn't be the one deciding what is a good asset versus what is not a good asset, as long as it passes our criteria that we have to support the asset. If you think about it, like 10 or 14 years ago, a lot of people had a lot to say about Bitcoin, and now it's becoming a bit more of a blue chip coin. So for us, the main focus has been like, what are our customers asking for, and can we offer it to them safely? And if we can, we usually try to do it for them.
All right, excellent. Yeah. Well, in terms of what you see happening in Asia, where do you see the development and the trends in the region?
So for us at this point, there is a lot of interest on the institutional side, which is a new business line for Robinhood. We've been mostly focused on retail for a very long time. And in Asia and in APAC, we see a lot of hedge funds, a lot of family funds that are interested to get into the space. And so we think we can actually develop a lot of our offering for them. And being one of the largest platforms in the US, we know that we can adapt our technology to support a lot of this institution.
Is sovereign wealth funds, are they on your radar at all? We've been hearing a lot of talks.
We haven't had any conversation directly with them, but a lot of hedge funds, a lot of institutions that are offering flow for the US are Singapore-based or are in Asia. So it's something that we've been looking at more.
I also see that Robinhood has joined forces with other fintech and crypto firms to launch the Global Dollar Network. Maybe you can tell us a bit about that. You're introducing the USDG stablecoin. So what role does Robinhood envision playing within this consortium, and how do you foresee USDG impacting the broader stablecoin market?
Yeah, so Robinhood has been using stablecoin for a long time in the back office, for example. So we use it to settle overnight or during weekends with our market maker when bank rails are not necessarily working or not accessible for everything that we need. And so we've seen also a lot of traction around stable in a lot of countries in LATAM, for example, that are looking for exposure to the dollar without necessarily like buying the actual USD. And so for us, it was interesting to join a network that was actually trying to remunerate every partner participating to the dollar network. And so we think it's a more fair system, and that we'll be able to actually onboard a lot more institutions into the network. And therefore, we should be able to have a bit more integration with more platform and more institution with it.
All right. So while I'm hearing a lot of excitement around stablecoins this year, artificial intelligence. But what are the trends you see in 2025 that Robinhood is pursuing?
So for us, we see a lot of excitement around our wallet. So we've been doubling down on it. We've been adding a lot more features for people that are looking to self-custody and they are looking to be a bit more acting into the Web3 space. We are doubling down on our international expansion as well. So we launched in the EU. And we are going to keep developing when we receive our license there, our MiCA license there. And then we also have the acquisition of Bitstamp that we announced last year that should be closing in H1 of this year. And so we are looking to build a lot more feature for advanced trader using the exchange that they own.
Got it. We talked a lot about launching in Asia, but I think you're expanding into the UK as well, right? I was wondering how that fits in with the global vision, global strategy.
Yeah, so the brokerage has launched in the UK last year, and so right now we only offer equities in the UK. Bitstamp also has a license in the UK, and so right now this is how we are looking at this market.
And you're working with so many different jurisdictions with a lot of different laws and compliance within each. So I wonder what are some of the challenges that go forward? Is there one region that you seem is more receptive than another?
Yeah, I think that's a big part of our job is to actually work with all this regulator and understand like how to make sure that we can comply with the local rules. Luckily, we have a very good team on our legal and compliance side, and so we've been able to really expand quickly and work with the regulator on every country. I think what we've seen with the US in the past 3 months have been very helpful because a lot of countries are looking up to the US to understand what to do with the digital assets, and so until now there was a lot of fear on will the US ban cryptocurrency or things like this, and so seeing the new administration embracing crypto has been helpful to see more countries opening their arm around the digital asset space.
Yeah, and I see, just as an example, in California, there were some users that were complaining of withdrawal issues, but perhaps that had to do something with the compliance that you had to work with in that case. So maybe you can tell us a bit about the nuances in that and how users can be assured that, they won't have problems like that in the future.
Yeah, so initially when we launched the platform in 2018, we didn't offer transfer in and out of cryptocurrencies, but that's something that we fixed since 2022, so it's been a long time that now people are transferring, and we actually saw it during the weekend of the Trump token launch. We've seen a lot of people actually buying Solana on our platform and using it to transfer to their self-custody wallet. And we also offer a product called Robinhood Connect that powers the on-ramp and off-ramp for multiple wallets like Phantom and Moonshot and MetaMask. So, it's been a problem that we solved a long time ago at this point.
All right. Johan, thank you so much for joining us.
It was great to have you.
All right, that was Vice President and General Manager of Robinhood Crypto, Johan Kerbarat. All right, we're going to take a quick break, but afterward we'll talk to Coins.ph, largest crypto exchange in Philippines. Welcome back to CoinDesk Live from Consensus Hong Kong. I'm your host, Christine Lee, and here I've got my co-host, CoinDesk's Head of Media and Innovation, Sam Ewan. Sam,
how's it going?
It's going great. You've been walking the different stages, hearing what's on the ground.
Yeah.
What's catching your ear?
Well, I will say people seem really excited. I was moderating a couple of sessions earlier, focused on a lot of the crypto brands that are building in the area. I spoke with Christina from Lightspark, for example, and just really hearing how that brand has taken off in the last 3 years, how Asia is such an important market. It's been great seeing just the amount of energy around, how people are receiving us, which I'm really excited about. And I think, I don't know, it's just, for a first time event in Asia, I'm feeling pretty good about it. How about yourself?
Absolutely. Well, I love that, in the bull market cycle, there's a lot of optimism compared to the previous couple of years, that there's more building. And even in the, Asia, for one, has been very innovative, very future-focused. And among our American compatriots, there's also some excitement now that the regulatory regime seems to be forward-thinking in terms of the crypto space. So that has also been exciting. I'm interested in how the intersection is coming forth. What kind of trends are you seeing?
Well, what's interesting is walking the show floor, I am seeing people from all over the world. And I think they're all recognizing the power of Asia as a dominant crypto powerhouse these days. And I think you're seeing builders, you're seeing investors, you're seeing creators, you're seeing all of this energy happening around the space that I think we sometimes are too North American focused. And so I'm just excited about thinking of how we can get more information about this part of the world as a really influential and an exciting part of the crypto ecosystem that I think sometimes is slept on in North America.
Yeah, and especially with Hong Kong, when we've been talking to people, how this is really a sandbox in terms of the financial entry into China. And so if that develops, we're going to see Hong Kong lead the region and potentially the world.
Absolutely.
And from China to the Philippines, we've got Coins.ph. They're the largest regulated cryptocurrency exchange in the Philippines, serving over 18 million users with global expansion plans through Coins.xyz into markets like Brazil, Australia, and Europe. So joining us now is Wei Zhu. He's the CEO of Coins.ph. Wei, always a pleasure to see you.
Really happy to be here. Thanks for having me.
So I see that you guys have been expanding into Brazil, into all these other countries. Tell us a bit about some of the challenges, hurdles, but also the opportunities.
Yeah, I think for us, with our long-term experience of running both a crypto exchange and also empowering a remittance network through Coins, we see a lot of use cases that I think people coming out of the developed world actually don't see as much. I think the bigger use case that we see in terms of crypto right now, especially into some of the markets that we're going into, are actually on the remittance side, especially remittance enabled by stablecoins.
And I see you're speaking at a panel at Consensus called "What Do Users in Asia Want?" So maybe you could answer that for me. What do Asia users want? What kind of unique behaviors are you seeing in the Asia Pacific region?
Yeah, I think a couple of things. I think one of the biggest use cases I've seen recently is actually people want, how do I say this? We've seen a increasing adoption of stablecoins in this region, especially USDT, USDC. And I think what has happened now is that with USDT especially, a lot of people now have what I call a US dollar checkings account. And what we're seeing now is that people now want yield on their stablecoin. People want their yield. So one of the bigger use cases that we've seen is actually yield-bearing stablecoins or protocols that has allowed for people to get yield on the stablecoin that they currently hold. And that's something that we're building towards in a sort of a regulated manner as well. I think that's one big trend. The other trend that I'm seeing, at least, I think is what I think is called the return of gaming. I think a couple of years ago, we do see a huge gaming market in the Philippines. And I think right now what we're seeing is with the Ronin blockchain going more open source I think they opened up their blockchain last week or 2 weeks ago. We're actually seeing a lot more builders coming onto that blockchain to look for distribution of their games into the region.
Wait, we spoke when we were in London, all three of us, a couple of months ago. And I remember you were talking about your experience at Binance and now Coins.ph. And I'm just interested in what is it about the region that people don't know that they really do need to know? Because I think there is so much energy happening here, whether it's stablecoins, whether it's gaming. I'm interested in the cultural side that's happening within crypto in Asia as well. Sort of, how would you convince someone who doesn't understand why Asia is such an exciting market in crypto to pay attention to the market?
Yeah, I mean, I think the biggest reason is just a large population. Right, you basically were sort of where we are sitting in terms of Hong Kong, and then where I'm based out of the Philippines, and then you're basically surrounded by India and China, which are basically 2+ billion people. Right, if you look at Southeast Asia, Indonesia, Philippines, Vietnam, Thailand, those are a couple hundred. That's like another 600, 800 million people right there. So you're basically in a hub of about 3 billion people, sort of in Asia, right? And I think number one, that's number one. Number two. What I think is actually more important is for a lot of the countries in the region here, especially say in the Philippines, and even more so I think Indonesia and India, we see crypto not just as an investment asset. Like we see crypto as something that we can actually use. Right? I think whether it's gaming, whether it's like getting yield, whether it's in DeFi, whether it's I think what we're working on in the Philippines in terms of putting FX on chain, people are actually looking for use cases with their crypto. And I think we're seeing a lot more of that here than just sort of in this region, than much more so I think in North America and Europe per se, where people are still viewing crypto as just a speculative asset. And I think we're going to see more of that going forward, especially I think even now I think with AI, I think you see this, one of the major ecosystems in AI that's coming out is the Virtuous AI ecosystem. And those are basically like Malaysian Chinese founders with a lot of sort of ecosystem that they're looking to build within the region as well.
Okay, tell us a bit about artificial intelligence. How are you, I guess, integrating that into Coins.ph and your
I think for us specifically on the business side, we're doing that. Like for example, we've deployed AI into our customer service. We've deployed AI into our marketing, and we're also deploying AI. We're basically training a couple of AIs right now. One on what I call sort of campaign front. Like for example, based on sort of your trading history, we are looking at specific tokens or specific themes that we can actually push market to you, the user. Right, based on your trading history. And then we basically have AIs now that can run individualized campaigns based on sort of your trading history. That's one bucket. The other bucket that I'm looking on right now is we have an agent that's sort of, we've been running in the background. It's a Twitter personality. And then I want this person, this individual, this agent to run a significant part of my listing process. So this is, because right now she's actually actively engaging with other AI agents, and then to see if they're interested in listing their tokens on Coins. I think as we see a proliferation of AI agent tokens, I think it's much better for an AI agent to negotiate and handle the listing process.
Oh, wow.
So I think that's something that we're looking towards to deploying, next month.
Are they negotiating with other market makers, with other exchanges? Or?
So that's part we're training right now. So we're training this AI agent in terms of a lot of things that we're working on from a listing perspective, right? In terms of auditing the project, in terms of looking at the evaluating the thesis, evaluating sort of the validity of the project, looking at the founders, looking at the team, looking at their social media. And then at the same time, internal things that we have to do from a compliance perspective. And then obviously it's sort of like, what does the market think?
Yeah.
But from a market making perspective, we can bring, because there's going to be AI market makers down the road as well. I'm pretty certain of that. So sort of like if we can sort of triangulate, I think that is something quite innovative, mainly because I think it takes a lot of these human aspects out of the equation, especially what we've seen recently with a lot of the market making, working with Launchpad, working with exchanges, doing random things, right?
So eventually in the future, we'll be interacting with these AI financial advisors and going on to Coins.ph.
I think like, because you're basically seeing the AI of everything right now, right? And I think whether it's from creating a project, whether it's from trading, and then I think it's just very natural from an exchange perspective when we do want to list tokens, and then just that a lot of these tokens are run by AI, we need to have our own AI sort of to interact with that as well.
All right. Well, Wei-Zu, thank you so much for joining us.
Mm-hmm. Oh, no problem. Thanks for having me.
All right, that was Coins.ph CEO Wei-Zu. We are coming to you live from a sold-out Consensus in Hong Kong. If you have FOMO right now, you don't have to miss the next one. Tickets for Consensus Toronto are on sale for our next event taking place from May 14th to May 16th in Toronto, Canada. You can register now at consensus2025.coindesk.com. Now, let's head on over and listen to what's happening at one of our stages.
I think that is only the surface of what's possible with AI art. I think at the moment let's say on Twitter at the moment, a lot of these Twitter bots are sort of taking over. And it's very interesting to see the interactions between human beings and an AI. And it's quite funny that a lot of people, right, are responding quite well to these chatbots. And same as Ava as well. I think in the beginning, people are going to find it really, really uncomfortable. And like right now, I think this AI is growing exponentially. So probably in about 6 months or a year, you're probably going to get AI you won't even tell the difference between a real life and a person. And when that happens, right, I think that you won't even notice it. But from an art perspective, I really think that art that existed on a canvas or on a piece of paper, etc., now is going to be interactive. Like we were just talking backstage about, Siobhan was saying, hey, like Siobhan asked ChatGPT, what do you think of me? And
ego question.
What did it say?
It was like, what I was telling him that firstly I wanted to do that because I wanted to see, I'm an expert on myself, right? So I wanted to see how much of what the content comes out is truthful and how much it could be possibly hallucinated, right? So I wanted to use myself as a benchmark because I'm an expert on me. But secondly, I think also I wanted to figure out of all the ways I've talked to AI and the conversation I've had, what is the profile that it can already form on me based on maybe not even the topics, but the way I speak, the way I talk to it, right? And it's fascinating what it can pick up from you.
I've done the same thing, so same page. But AOA, sorry to interrupt you. You were talking backstage about Siobhan asking ChatGPT what it thought of her, and?
So that's sort of similar idea. I think that in the future, artworks like Ava will take upon its own life, and when that happens, right, all of a sudden, art transcends just something visual and something auditorial. It becomes a living, expressive, constantly learning, and a lot of the guys called AGI, they're all thinking that it is quite scary, and because right now, right, with crypto as well. All of a sudden, an AI has the ability to transact online, right? So you could be trading meme coins, it could be doing all this sort of stuff and making money online, right? And at the same time, it can be creating artwork. So AI can do a lot of things that humans can do. However, I do think that, an AI...
Welcome back. All right, you just heard a little snippet from the emerging tech stage. And Sam, you're one of the organizers of that stage. So how do you see the relationship of crypto and culture evolving?
I think in this region, what's interesting to me is, I don't know if you know this, Christine, but Hong Kong, I believe, is the second largest art collector market behind the US. So there's a ton of people who are really interested in the art industry here. We just saw a couple of the artists who are local to the region. Some of whom are doing fantastic work. And I think there's a hunger for the culture of art, creativity, utilizing innovation and technology around that. So I'm pretty excited with the reception that we've been getting. This is our first consensus in Hong Kong. I think we'll see that category grow more. This consensus has a little bit more financial and technological content, but I think that this is an area for us to continue to grow. So I'm pretty excited to see where we're going to go with it. And I think, I don't know about you, I'm looking around the fashion, the food. There is so much culture that is popping off in Hong Kong right now that we need to figure out ways to bring that also into the show floor.
That's interesting. So if I'm an artist or, someone in the food world, and I want to get into crypto, I want to use these cool technologies, how do I get in? What is the trend there?
Well, I think what's interesting is, for example, there's now an Art Basel in Hong Kong. Christie's just opened their facility here. There's just a big market and hunger for more creative ways for people to spend money in collectibles, especially in the art world. And so I think the way to do it is honestly put the work in and then meet the communities that are popping up in Hong Kong specifically. There is a lot of activity in the Asian art scene. And I think that artists who want to play in that world should be looking at Hong Kong specifically as one of their areas because of the sort of vibrancy of the collector market here.
I'm just going to mention that my nails are from Chipped, which is from this young woman who is a fantastic entrepreneur and a designer, and she put NFT chips in them. So if you wanted to, I guess, contact information, we could exchange through these little fashion nails here. There are novel and interesting ways to use crypto technology and blockchain and whatnot. All right. Speaking of emerging tech, Aptos Labs has made significant strides in bridging layer 1 technology with traditional financial institutions, collaborating with industry leaders such as Microsoft, Brevin Howard, and SK Telecom. The company has also expanded its ecosystem by integrating with major payment platforms such as Stripe and facilitating the launch of Circle's USDC stablecoin on the Aptos network. The Aptos blockchain's native token, APT, Apt has a market capitalization of approximately $5 billion. And joining us now with more is Avery Ching. He's the co-founder and CEO of Aptos Labs. Avery, thanks so much for joining us.
It's great to be here, Christine and Sam.
So, when you guys first came out, Aptos was just massive, huge. So, I guess we had a bear market. You've been building. Where do you see 2025 unfolding for Aptos Labs?
So for 2025, I think whether the market's bear or bull, we kind of ignore a lot of that noise. We're building for the long term. Our goal is to support 5 billion internet users on top of blockchain going forward into the future. Our history is really, I was at Facebook or Meta for 10 years before this. I was the tech lead for the DM Libra project. And for that project, we really wanted to see how do we get everybody in the world to be able to use payments infrastructure 24/7 at the scale of billions of people. And so we've been focused on the mission going forward, especially in the areas of trading, stablecoin movement, and RWAs. Happy to talk about any of those things with you.
Okay, RWAs, real world assets. That's a real buzzword this year. Tell us what you're doing in that space.
So we've been really pleased to see a lot of the big institutions like Franklin Templeton, Apollo, BlackRock, Brevin Howard, all deploying tokenized assets on top of Aptos. We were also very fortunate to write in a report recently with Invesco as well as BCG on the value of tokenized assets has been used very heavily in areas like Hong Kong and beyond the world. But we're also excited to see that a lot of the emerging markets are starting to pick up this technology stack. Recently, I think the Pact deployed $1 billion worth of loans in emerging markets across 23 million customers on top of Aptos. And this I think starts to play out the thesis of where blockchains and stablecoins are extremely valuable to changing the way of our everyday behaviors.
Avery, I'm interested in the fact that a lot of people are sort of asked the question of why do we need more blockchains? We have a lot, right? And as a layer one, I have literally been hearing about Aptos since the moment you guys started to talk about it. It's just always been in my ear. And I'm just wondering, when someone says, why do we need another layer one, what's your answer to that?
Oh, easy. There's no way that any other blockchain can actually support the use case of every internet customer out there today. And we see that, if you think about these internet use applications, whether it's a Facebook, or Yahoo, or Google, Netflix, none of them want to risk their customer bases on top of existing infrastructure. And it kind of looks like cloud back in 2006. When cloud just got started, people were really concerned about, especially as the Meta, will this infrastructure just support our use cases? Would we want to trust our critical customers and applications to this infrastructure? And the answer, I think, for most blockchains is just no. You see what happens when large workloads come in, blockchains slow down, the fees go up, or in some cases they just halt or fail over. Who wants to risk their billion user base on top of an infrastructure like that? That's why we built it at Aptos. It is designed from the ground up to support the billions of people around the world that need access to infrastructure like this and be mission critical applications out there.
So, Bill, backing off of that, so the BlackRock's Build Fund was built on Aptos. So is that part of why they came to you? Tell us a bit about how you got their business and convinced them to tokenize their assets on this fund and where that's headed.
Yeah, it's a great question. So we've had great conversations with many of the large asset allocators out there, and I think the thing that's very consistent among them is, look, they have great brands they've built up, businesses they've built up, as well as large amounts of user funds behind this. And they need to think about where they can trust their assets being deployed to. Aptos is a layer 1 that uses Move, a new programming language out there. And we think Move is actually very transformational in the way you think about asset protection and asset allocation. And they were very interested in this space. A lot of this is experimental for them as well. But for them to see the kind of pedigree of the team that's been building it, our enterprise-grade background when it comes to building out great quality systems, and also the idea that now this money will be more protected than ever with Move, I think was very convincing in helping them to understand the value prop of why you want to deploy on a technology like Aptos.
And are you seeing more institutions interested? And tell us a bit about, have you heard from sovereign wealth funds? That's another common theme that we've been hearing at this conference.
We're definitely in conversations with a lot of those folks out there, and I think that there's massive interest, especially in the stablecoin space, to see stables coming on board in places like the Middle East, here in Hong Kong, as well as like in the US, you see stables starting to pick up in around the legislation pieces as well. And that's where blockchains really shine. The ability for you and I to transfer assets between each other sub-second at 1/100th of a cent for the transaction fee, which is basically nothing, allows us to enable a lot of new use cases just aren't possible in today's world.
Any nation states you're talking to in particular that you could tell us?
I probably can't get into those discussions right now, but there are definitely nations interested in technology deploying out what Aptos has built in many different use cases. We've seen our technology stack being used, our Move language being used in 5 or 6 different other protocols. We've seen Block STM being used in many different protocols. We love that. We love the fact that the technology we build is being used towards moving the industry forward, and ideally towards a situation where you see that value utility flowing across countries as well as throughout the internet user population.
So I know a lot of small builders who love building on Aptos, but then you also have partnerships with like Stripe. What is it about the technology, like the stack itself, that makes it so friendly to developers?
I think it's just really taking that approach of instead of thinking about traditional programming, like the traditional programming about today, when you write a piece of code, you have a bug in it. Okay, fine. Software crashes, you fix it, you deploy the software again. In blockchain, sometimes you don't get a second chance. That bug may have cost somebody billions of dollars or their life savings, and that's horrible, right? So we really think about programming from a different perspective when it comes to Move. Move was built on the ground up to be safe, secure, and support this very high throughput and low fees that we talk about. And so as soon as developers start to play with Move and get familiar with it, they get really excited about it. They tell their friends. And also you start to see a very fast-growing DeFi and money movement ecosystem from Aptos today.
That's interesting because a lot of developers, a lot of them were on the Ethereum blockchain. They're used to working with Python and everything. They'd have to learn a whole new language on Aptos. So how are you convincing them to do that? It is the second fastest growing blockchain out there. So how are you attracting those developers?
Yeah, and to your point, we've definitely seen a lot of adoption with Move. I think the Electric Capital report showed that we're the second fastest growing ecosystem in Web3, and a lot of it is really due to Move. But the thing that I think that sells really well to developers is most people don't write only in one language. It's not like you only know like C++ or I know Python. I usually know like 3-4 different languages, and so for them to learn a new language is actually quite simple. The other thing that really helps us a lot today is the technology advances of AI going forward. That's something that wasn't existing in the past. Every single Move module that's deployed to the chain today can be decompiled and the source code revealed from it. So you have already thousands, if not tens of thousands, of pieces of code that's available for training with LLMs, and then able to help those developers learn to transition from Solidity to Move.
Avery, I'm interested in the kid out there who's listening to this who says, I want to build my own blockchain. You've been through the hard work, right? What's your advice to someone who wants to sort of get into this space, and what do they need to know in order to enter the blockchain space?
I would say for blockchain, the university curriculum is starting to improve. There are courses on blockchains, and we actually hold a lot of courses with IIT in India. We're starting to see course materials developed for the US as well. You know, a lot of learning in computer science is just learning by doing. I do have a PhD, but a lot of the coding I learned was actually during my time just experimenting and writing open source software when I had a chance. And I would say just be curious, deploy your first smart contract, and get familiar with the idea of what you can do in this infrastructure. And once you start to explore those possibilities, you find out in a technology like Aptos, they're really endless.
So we've mentioned that you've been working with the big institutional players. What about the smaller startups? And can you tell us a bit about how you're incubating, new founders and whatnot?
100%. Like that is really the lifeblood and the heart of any ecosystem. And it's something that Aptos is more focused than ever in 2025 going forward. I've said it before in a couple of places, I want to 10x our ecosystem growth. And the reason why is because you can think about blockchains as almost like a country. Aptos is like the foundation. It provides very cheap services, road infrastructure, electricity. But the real thing that needs to be built is businesses. That produces a great economy in this infrastructure. So we're super excited to see the ecosystem growth this year and acceleration of the ecosystem well beyond that.
And there's also the cross-chain transfer protocol that's now live on Aptos. Tell us a bit about that and how you see this moving toward a decentralized
We're very excited to be the only Move chain with both USDC and USDT live in mainnet today. And as a part of that process, Circle did something very unique. They deployed both USDC as well as CCCTP live at the same exact time. I think it's the first time they've ever done this, which is exciting. So the idea now is that when you have USDC transfer between different networks, you can do so without any overhead, without any fees, and it can be something that happens extremely quickly to move from Ethereum to Aptos or back and forth. So we're super excited to see that product come live on Aptos and allow the interoperability of assets.
All right, Avery, we've got to wrap it there, but thanks so much for joining us.
Thanks for having me here.
All right, that was Aptos Labs co-founder and CEO, Avery Ching. We're going to take a quick break and check in on one of the stages, but we'll be right back after this.
Job. Now, let's start with the IPOs. Because a lot of times when people talk about Hong Kong, it almost goes without saying by comparing us against Singapore. But I have to say that for any business, capital always goes first. So that's why we think about even IPOs. So last year we had a decent year, not the best year. We did something like 70 plus IPOs, raising, I forgot the exact number, but I did a math actually. The number of deals was like 67, 70 plus versus 4 in Singapore. But the money raised from Hong Kong through IPOs last year was over 330 times of Singapore.
Wow.
330, 330. So, okay, now, so let's park that idea. Number two, now guess what? A lot of these kind of companies, when they listed in Hong Kong, then they would naturally, some of the founders, they like to sort of mobilize and monetize those money, right? So this is where the private banking and the EAMs, the family offices people would come to play to essentially help these almost like new wealth to find a home to invest. Now, at the same time, for those of you, for those people who are in finance, you will recognize that in recent years there's a strong movement towards investing in alternative assets, and like crypto being one of them, right? Now, so that's why when we look at just the the breadth of offerings in Hong Kong is great, because if all these new innovation going on, there'll be more and more like tokenized assets. There are more choices, right, for this new wealth to deploy the capital. So the point I'm trying to get to is that it's not just one thing. It's all these things.
All right, Bitcoin staking is a burgeoning sector that is introducing utility to the world's original blockchain, Bitcoin. And at the forefront of this is David Say. He joins us, and he is the CEO, he's the founder of, or co-founder of Babylon, the staking protocol at the forefront of this innovation. Thank you so much for joining us, David.
Hi, Christine.
Love having you here. I've been hearing so much about Babylon. So I suppose tell us a bit about this layer 2 on top of Bitcoin and what value proposition you pose here.
I'd love to discuss more. So first thing, Babylon is not a layer 2 on
layer
Bitcoin.
2, okay.
So the value proposition of Babylon is as follows. So Bitcoin is the largest asset, 2 trillion. But there's another sizable market, which is the proof of stake networks. That's about 1.2 trillion. So the staking market cap is very huge. Bitcoin is completely locked out of that market because Bitcoin is not stakeable currently. So we basically design a protocol that allows anybody who has Bitcoin to stake to provide security to any proof of stake networks they want.
All right.
That is the vision of the project.
Tell me how it works. And how do you ensure that the security and the transparency is there? Because I mean, what people love about Bitcoin is the self-sovereignty of it. And so how do you ensure that?
That's right. So very important to emphasize, our solution is completely trustless, self-custodial. There is no one to give the Bitcoin to. So this is actually capturing the main point of staking. So staking, as we know, is sort of one of the most fundamental, maybe the most fundamental component of DeFi. And one reason is because staking is trustless. So for example, when you stake on Ethereum, you don't give the ETH to Vitalik and tell him, hey, you can stake on Ethereum. Please take control of my keys. That doesn't happen. It's gone through a trustless smart contract. So we achieve the same property on Bitcoin, not on Ethereum, but on Bitcoin. So the staker would directly keep self-custodial Bitcoin on a staking contract. And this staking contract has the property that the Bitcoin is completely safe unless one condition, which is when the validator that you delegate the Bitcoin to provide security for, that validator violates the protocol rules. When that happens, then part of your Bitcoin will be slashed. And so we provide true security to the proof of stake network while making sure that the Bitcoin is entirely self-custodial and completely safe.
So that's why it's not a layer 2.
It's not a layer 2 because we are essentially using this to provide security to anybody who wants to build networks, whether it's layer 2 on Bitcoin or any other network, or existing network or new chains. Currently, we support 3 tech stack: Cosmos, Optimism, and Arbitrum. So anybody who wants to build projects on these stacks can integrate with Bitcoin staking.
Huh. And so what kind of traction are you getting in terms of like how many people are using this now, and what kind of yields are they earning? What are we talking about on the staking yields here?
That's right. So we have launched the network, the mainnet. In phase 1 of the mainnet, we accumulated stake. So far, we've accumulated about 6 billion TVL, which is roughly 56,000 Bitcoin. So right now, it's locked on this staking contract. And in a few months, we will launch what we call Bitcoin secure networks. There are about 10 to 15 of them that we are integrating on DevNet right now, and we'll launch on the mainnet, and these networks will receive the Bitcoin security.
David, I'm interested in there's so many purists in the Bitcoin ecosystem.
Yes.
And so for those who say, the origins of Bitcoin was not designed for this use case, how do you respond to them and say, this is how we evolve?
The thing is that we stake probably for months, right? So each staking is an event that happens once every few months. What is fast is what's happening on the proof of stake network. So we kind of combine the benefit of the proof of stake network being fast in processing transaction, but using the Bitcoin chain to maintain the staking sort of ledger, and that can be done slowly. So we combine the best of both worlds.
And I was asking about what kind of yields are people generating here?
So right now, there is no Bitcoin secure network launched yet.
Okay.
Once they're launched, then they will provide yield through the reward of each chain to the Bitcoin. So we have no data on that yet.
Okay. And how do the other chains that are being engaged here, that assets are being used in a safe?
Very importantly, the only the staker is with the validator. If it's safe, then the staker's money is completely safe. Won't be slashed. So that's it.
All right. Fascinating, David. Really innovative stuff here. I mean, I think this is a problem that people have tried to solve, and so you've definitely made some headway in there. Thank you so much for
Thank you so
us.
much, Christine. Thanks a lot, Sam.
Thank you, David.
All right, that was David Say, the co-founder of Babylon. We're going to take a quick break and listen in on one of the stages, but we'll be right back shortly.
Fascinating stuff, David.
This game has 10 million users. I wish I had that too. But the industry doesn't need 10 million users to be sustainable. Look at Axie Infinity. At the end of the day, hundreds of thousands of loyal active players create that because the economies in the Web3 game, the true economies, are much more like a nation, right? And Axie and Sky Mavis team often talks about the community as that of a nation, the Axie nation as they describe it. And that's what you have. And now imagine you have a village or a city that has 200,000 people. In China, it's a village, but in Europe, it's a city, right? So depending which perspective you take, right? And you create economies where they trade their assets and they build new stuff. The beautiful thing about blockchain is its composability, which is why when you look at, for instance, the evolution of Axie Infinity is the Ronin blockchain. And the Ronin blockchain created a framework where others can build and compose on top of that and do that. And then you have distribution that was getting better last year with Ton, right? We really backed the Ton ecosystem because this is close to 1 billion users that you can now address. That remember, Apple, Facebook, and Google actively, and Steam were actively blocking Web3 content. So this wasn't just because the games in itself. It was the distribution vectors. Like today, if you launch an NFT-based game on Apple, you cannot have utility for the NFT.
Exactly, yeah.
Like so this will go away eventually, but this is a type of monopolistic practices that take
You
place
think it will
that
really
hurts the
go away?
industry.
Like, what sort of timeline do you think before?
I think, well, first of all, we haven't, the narrative fit in the past because of what was going on in politics in the US. But now under pro-crypto administration in the US, right, if someone wants to come up, on the same freedom-based principles. Remember, Epic couldn't get their app back on the US App Store, but they could release payments, right? So Apple basically had to give up their monopoly on payments on the App Store. And now this is where the next step comes in. All someone has to do is make a pretty articulated complaint, and eventually, I would imagine under this administration, that if you're still blocking NFTs, under certain antitrust and anti-monopolistic practices, I totally imagine that Apple might be forced to open up, right? Just to make sure that you have essentially fair competitive practice. So I think that's one area if they don't just generally open up. But the other thing to bear in mind is Web3 and tokens generally have been really, I think of them as a kind of open poly market of an indicator of the world.
I love that.
And this is actually why I like meme coins, not the type of Libra, Trump coin type of stuff, but some of the early ones, because they were indicators of where our attention was.
Yeah.
So I became really cool with my kids because I knew about Chill Guy. But I didn't know about Chill Guy because I'm on TikTok.
Yeah.
I knew about Chill Guy because of the token, right?
Yeah.
And so this, why is Trump token popular? Because it's where the attention was at a moment in time. Some of that attention is 5 or 10 minutes. Some of that attention is for months. Some of that attention is more eternal, like other type of meme coins, for instance. And they give you an indication of where that market is. That is to say that our space has always been narrative-driven from a token standpoint. Why have AI agents last year? Like, John Jordan wrote this sort of lamenting piece. Game tokens are down, and AI agents are up. He's all pessimistic about it. But what has
He's pessimistic about a lot of things.
Yeah,
That's
exactly.
why I love him.
Yes. But the broader industry has been talking about what for the last 2 years? AI.
Yeah.
Not even just Web3, just broadly, right? So it's not a surprise that, of course, we're pro-AI and we're investing in the space, but agentic AI and AI themes have been rising, right? But gaming hasn't been rising as a theme. Gaming post-COVID has been broadly flat.
Yeah.
User growth hasn't been there. This year, we think we're really bullish on gaming because there's 2 major events that will drive it. GTA 6 and Nintendo Switch 2. How many people here know or have played GTA 6? Or GTA 5, I mean, right? Yeah, okay, fine. How many people here believe they're going to buy a new console just because they get to play GTA 6, right? Or have friends? Basically, you're going to get a whole bunch of people that are basically just going to adopt and buy hardware.
Yeah.
And the Nintendo and GTA hasn't had a new title in almost 8 years. Switch hasn't launched a new console in basically 8 years. So this is going to be a big year. And so the narrative will come in, the attention will come in, and the funding will come in, and the whole space will sort of accelerate in growth as well. Having said that, Web3 gaming, again, zoom out.
Yeah.
Take a look at where we were with NFTs and Web3 gaming over the last sort of 3 to 5 years, and it's basically just growth. And I think Web3 gaming is what's going to be driving gaming broadly, especially indie studios.
Well, I love that so much because I think there's been so much FUD about Web3 gaming, but I completely agree with you. It's still the most interesting area of the entire blockchain ecosystem for me. Now, unfortunately, I think they're going to start playing the music and drag us off the stage. So we are at time. We're going to have to wrap it here. But thank you, Yat.
Thank you.
The eternal optimist.
To be here and talk about next-gen L1s and L2s. My name is Amanda Cassett, aka Amanda.eth on Twitter. I'm the founder and CEO of Serotonin. We bring the world's breakthrough technologies to market. And I'm joined here by an incredible L1 and L2 founder. I'll let you two introduce yourselves. Howard, do you want to start?
Sure. I'm Howard. I'm the founder of Aleo and the CEO of the Aleo Labs company called Provable.
I'm Robbie. I'm the founder of Immutable, a one-stop shop Web3 gaming platform and L2 built on Ethereum.
So let's start at the beginning. why did you choose to build your own layer when already we have lots of great layer 1 and layer 2 blockchains?
All right, where do I begin? So when we first started the company, we actually were looking at building this as a feature on top of Ethereum. Early on when we first started the company, it was started on a research paper called ZEXE, which stands for Zero Knowledge Executions. And the idea then was really to offer private smart contracts on a blockchain like Ethereum. We talked a lot with the ETH Core Dev team about actually integrating this into a system like that. And ultimately, it became clear that this was cryptographically so different from what existed from the status quo that we functionally needed to build a new L1 in order to house a new system like this. You know, unlike every other L1 out there today, all chains are public by default. This is the first chain that offers full programmability and private smart contracts and a private by default construct.
So you can send a real private transaction on Aleo.
Exactly.
And you think that ZK will never be properly fully integrated into the Ethereum L1?
I think there will always be trade-offs at every level of the stack. And when you think about it, there's like data privacy, there's account privacy, there's function privacy. There's at every layer from the protocol up to the application, you have a lot of pain points and challenges. Like Ethereum itself is an account-based model. And so that alone means that you structurally cannot decouple yourself from a privacy standpoint from your own address in terms of how the storage model works.
I want to return to the ZK ecosystem and where Aleo fits into it, but Robbie, also wanted to ask you the same question. You know, why build your own L2 when there are L2s already out there on the market?
If you actually look, so we launched in 2018, and back then there were very limited options in terms of L1s and L2s. And I remember us sort of, essentially we calculated at one point in order to mint all of the cards from just one season of Gods Unchained NFTs would have consumed, I think, multiple days of Ethereum block space continuously in there, just the scale of these assets. And so we obviously developed some optimizations for that, but then we realized this is not going to cut it. We need to actually invest in fundamental scaling architecture, which is why we went with Immutable X, which was an app-specific ZK-based rollup, and now Immutable ZK VM, a sort of completely EVM-compatible ZK rollup.
And how has your
Our next guest is a true pioneer at the intersection of technology and security. Ian Rogers is the Chief Experience Officer at Ledger, where he's helping to shape the future of digital asset security and self-custody. Before entering crypto, he played a key role in the digital transformation of the music industry, working with companies like Apple Music and Beats. Today, he brings that same vision to Web3. Ian, thanks so much for joining us.
Thank you for having me. It's great to be here.
All right, so given your background with Apple, where does that experience lend to your current experience here at Ledger, one of the most popular hardware wallets in the crypto space?
Well, when I joined Ledger 4 years ago, the most popular device, the one that we've sold more than 7 million of, is the Ledger Nano. And that, many people in crypto are familiar with it, but it's a form factor that works incredibly well and has great security. But clicking OK with 2 buttons is not something that a mainstream customer was really going to do. So the challenge was, how do you make something that's more user friendly? We worked with
Tony. You have some examples with
us. This is Ledger Stacks. We worked with Tony Fadell, who was the pod father, the inventor of the iPod and co-inventor of the iPhone on these devices. And this one that you have in your hand is Ledger Flex. And so what we've really done is these use e-ink as screens. They're touch screens. It's the world's first secure touch screen. And between having a very secure but very user-friendly device and also a plethora of features in our software on your phone, Ledger Live, now you can do anything you want, whether it's buying, swapping, earning yield from staking, etc. But you can do it securely with personal digital property.
It's beautiful. I love it.
Thank you. It really is a beautiful device. I'm very thankful to the team at Ledger.
What's the
Tony.
Difference between the Flex and the Stacks?
The biggest difference is the screens. When Tony invented this device, the idea that he had was, he said, look, it's a ledger, so it should denote value. In that way, it should be the size and the shape of a credit card. And so we wanted to build something like that. He also said, what does a future stack of cash, with a band around it look like? And if you play with them, they're quite nice.
Love it.
The stacks will stick together, and it's really that meant to be sort of like, what is that future stack of value? We've lived through a revolution of information, the digitization of all information, and now we're living through this once in humanity digitization of all value. And the ledger is meant to be the physical instantiation of that transition. So it really is a beautiful device from just a pure industrial design point of view.
How does this build upon the nanos, and does it all still work and interact with? They
do, and they all work and interact with Ledger Live, which is our software for your phone or your computer that allows you to check prices, send, receive, swap, stake, do all of those things, and it's the exact same security model as those devices as well. To be secure in crypto, which frankly most people aren't. Most people are in a not your keys, not your coins kind of situation. So what does it mean to hold your own digital property and be secure? Well, you need to have a private key that was generated and is stored in a secure element chip. You need to, when you do a transaction, we're not talking about cold storage. Cold storage is a bit of a misnomer and a fallacy, because to have value, you need to be able to use that value securely. Right? And so when you use that value, that signing, that cryptographic transaction needs to happen in a secure chip. Not in a chip that's the same chip that's in your toaster or your remote control, but in a secure chip. And then third, you need to be able to approve those transactions on a secure screen. And you could do that on a Ledger Nano, but doing that on a touch screen was out of reach until these devices.
Ian, last time we spoke on stage, which was the last consensus, we sort of did the where are we on the timeline conversation, since you've been in tech for so long in disruptive technology. I was thinking this morning about all the craziness happening in meme coins, but also the fact that people are the rules are being rewritten so quickly. It reminds me a little bit of like the Napster days, right? You were at Apple at the time when they sort of legitimized this wild west of music. Do you think there is an opportunity to sort of give that same sheen to the sort of over-financialization of all things?
I think over time, yes. But I think, again, if the internet was a revolution of information and this is a revolution of value, in a revolution of value, the stakes are higher by definition. And if you think about kind of the opportunities for grift in the internet, it was like, okay, I'm a Nigerian prince and I need, $2,500, right? Whereas the opportunities for grift in an internet of value are much higher. Also, I think we can blame the lack of regulation. I think we can directly blame Gary Gensler for a lot of this meme coin mania too, and we should. I think it's deserved to say, well, when you took away from us the opportunity to have coins that actually do something and have value, look what we ended up with, and how did you protect us, in this world? So let's place some of that blame where it deservedly lies, and not place all of it on the crypto community, frankly. I think though that we are again living through this once in humanity digitization of all value, and that means not only something like Bitcoin or other digital property. It also means our identity. It means our preferences. If we are moving into a world of agentic AI, which of course we are, well, how the only value those agents are going to use is digital value. Right, so how can that ecosystem be secure? And if I need to ask an agent to book me a flight to Miami, do I give it access to my 1Password, right? Or do I own my identity, my ability to pay, and my preferences, and I can federate that data the way I want to? And there's many cases where I don't need to expose my date of birth, but I do need to prove that I am a real human being who's over the age of 18. The technology exists to do all of these things, and it exists with digital ownership and digital property. So I think it'll take, look, we had all the ideas for the internet in 1999, right? Or as Adam Yauch said at the MTV Movie Awards, all the ideas for Star Wars and everything. We had all of those ideas in 1999, but it took until 2012 for them to really kind of show up in the demographic data of human beings, right? So I think we had all of the ideas for kind of a future world of digital property in 2021. Maybe many of them in 2017, another round of them in 2021. It'll be 2035 before those, are really, we take them for granted. And so I think we always need to keep that in mind. And I think between now and then we get a lot of applications which give a nod to digital ownership, but they have kind of Web 2 usability. And over time, you see it already. I was speaking with someone from a venture capital firm who was talking about how many of their non-crypto companies are now ripping out some fintech, back end and adding crypto because crypto is legal in the US finally, and it is actually better. In terms of technology, we can do the same things at a lower cost and a higher speed. And when you can build things at a lower cost and a higher speed, you do, and then ultimately those savings get passed on to the consumer. So I do think that those kind of, those sort of things take 5 to 10 years, whereas a meme coin cycle takes 3 months.
Or 2 hours.
2 hours. I mean,
half
for the,
hour is the average lifespan of a
burn
meme.
out. Yeah. I think for the whole thing to burn out takes 3 months, whereas building things that are real and they're structural and they have value, those take 5 to 10 years.
I've been talking to a lot of wallet providers, custodians about security, especially amid the rising incidence of kidnappings we've seen related to crypto ransom. And I'm so sorry, I know your team experienced that in a very personal way. I hope your co-founder, David Balland, is okay, that your team's okay. But in addressing this, I mean, how do we stop or, address this threat that is emerging with people trying to steal people's crypto through ransom demands and kidnappings?
Yeah, I don't want to comment on any ongoing investigations or anything, but we are a security company, and our technology is designed to cover these kinds of security threats. There's something bigger for the industry, and I think the industry needs to come together, to address these kinds of threats and the threats on this kind of wealth. But the reality is that crypto is not a very efficient way of collecting these sorts of things. We actually have the inverse problem. A challenge that we have in crypto is privacy. Right, I mean, everything on a public blockchain is public. So I think that crypto is frankly not a very efficient way for people to perpetrate these kinds of crimes. I think that we have much more perfect ledgers and perfect security to combat these things. So I think a lot of it is about the industry coming together to educate people. What are risks? What does good operational security look like? What are the real threats? Not the imagined ones. And solve them one by one, and to work, with law enforcement on, making sure that everyone, look, at the end of the day, everyone will be a digital property owner. Right, and so security is a problem. Security and privacy. Without security and privacy, you can't have freedom.
So as the wallets become more sophisticated, as they evolve, what do you see as the next big innovation in wallet technology?
Well, I think that the big innovations are happening in what we can do with our digital property. Right, so Ledger's been in business for 10 years. We have we've really solved how you secure your digital property, whether that's Bitcoin or any other kind of digital property. Now the challenge is you need to be secure when you're making a transaction, not only secure at rest. It's very easy to put all of your Bitcoin into a paper wallet and send the paper wallet to Mars, and but you need to interact with your property, and that's where the challenge comes in. So we've been working on something called clear signing. A lot of what happens in Web3 is we have an incredible piece of security here, but at the end of the day, you're signing a transaction which you can't read with your eyes because it's just a piece of hexadecimal, and the last step in the chain can't be YOLO. I need to approve what it is I'm signing on a secure screen. But in order to do that, I need to be able to read the contents of a smart contract. That's actually a very difficult technical challenge. So we've been working with the whole community for more than the past year on making clear signing a reality. And so that when you're signing a transaction, you can see on a secure screen that what you see is what you sign. And so bringing that across everything that you can do in the world of crypto, we can already do it with sending and receiving.
Yeah.
We can do it with buying. We can do it with swapping many times. We can't do it with things, like OpenSea and many dApps. So bringing that to all dApps is the next step. And also bringing things like transaction simulation, which you can see in a software wallet today, but you can't see on your secure screen. Bringing those to a secure screen is also a priority for us.
Yeah.
That, and also just anything that we can do to make people to have better control over their private key. The private key is, the whole enchilada. If your private key isn't secure, then nothing is secure. So that's why we built Ledger Recover. And anything that we can do to make seed phrase backup and recovery easier to use and more secure is a real win. But a lot of it is about connectivity and more services.
Wow. Okay. A lot of different initiatives going down that. Thank you so
We're quite
much,
busy.
Ian. Very
Thank you.
busy. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for having me. Thank you for having me at the conference. Appreciate it.
All right. That was Ledger Chief Experience Officer Ian Rogers. We're going to take a quick break. Let's take a look at what's going on in Consensus Hong Kong.
Welcome back to CoinDesk Live from Consensus Hong Kong. We have spent the day diving deep into the biggest trends shaping digital assets, and there's still so much to explore. I'm Jen Sanasi, and right now we are going to dive into AI. Now, we've talked a ton about AI today, but we haven't really talked about AI. AI agents are rapidly transforming how we interact with data, automate processes, and even govern digital economies. But what happens when we combine AI with decentralization? Our next guests are at the forefront of this convergence. Welcome to Filecoin Foundation founding officer Clara Cao and Sovereign CEO and co-founder Renz Chang. Hello.
Hi.
I am really excited to be having this conversation because AI and AI agents have dominated a lot of what's been going on the different stages I've been on and listening to. So Renz, I'm going to start with you. Just give us a real quick foundation, give us a quick overview about what you do so our audience can understand where your perspective comes from.
Okay, I guess I'll go dive deep into like the AI component since that's more relevant. So recently Sovereign and Virtuals created like a joint venture called Ready Gamer, and we're really trying to tackle or understand like AIX gaming. And it's actually timely because Elon Musk actually just posted about like AIX gaming as well, right? And it's a kind of like the future of gaming, right? Like gaming will inevitably be dabbling on like AI as well. And it's gonna be, you know, probably like seen as like together more often than not, right? So yeah, for us, it's really what happens when we actually include like agents within games, right? Like if we give them autonomy. How would NPCs be different, right? Or how do we actually try and change user experiences with a lot of these things, right? Especially since, you know, there's a lot of criticisms about most gaming where content is slow, it becomes repetitive, right? Whereas an agent tries to actually optimize for something, right? As to what that something is, that's up to, you know, how it's actually code or like, you know, the parameters that you actually set. So it could very well be, hey, I want to maximize for, you know, max difficulty, right? But for some people that doesn't work, right? It might be, hey, I want to, you know, optimize for max entertainment, right? And it will be different, right? So that is like one of the things, or these are some of the things that we're trying to solve and tackle like within this joint venture.
We're going to get right back to that, but Clara, I need you to do the same thing for me. Talk to me about where you're coming from when we're talking about the future of AI interactions and AI agents.
Yeah, absolutely. So I'm the founding officer of the Filecoin Foundation. We're the world's largest decentralized storage network, over 4.1 exabytes of available storage. And AI is a type of storage of data that requires a lot of compute and a lot of data centers all around the world. And for us, what's beautiful about decentralized storage is one of the biggest questions about trust in AI today is where is the data coming from? And how can we have places where we can validate the source of the data? And so we're doing a lot of work in the AI space, especially the last year. We're working with tons of different companies from Theoric to Aether, everything from decentralized GPUs to looking at the agent level of how do we make archives of data even easier to find. Today's version of the web actually is not a democratic version of the internet, where you have a lot of companies serving content based off of who the highest bidder is for search or SEO. And we have archived so much of the web over the last few years that we believe you can actually not only build a better internet in Web3 in a more decentralized way, but also have agents on top that uncover new information that most people today wouldn't find in Google or traditional search.
How do we get away from those big companies? Like, do they have a role in the future that we're building towards? Will they be dismantled? Or is it something, do they coexist with new systems that are built?
Yeah, I mean, I think this is why storage is so important, because today, at the end of the, when you look at who's actually funding most of the major AI companies today, it is the large tech companies that eat up most of the cloud, right? Microsoft, Google, Alphabet. And so when you think about trusting them in all your data, it's another layer of a monopoly. And we believe we can do better. And so that starts with owning your data, being able to control where you want to store your data, how you want to store it, what agents you want to be able to use on top of that data, and also having proof points throughout that journey to say, I can validate where this data set was made, I can validate whether data was changed over time. We live in an era where deepfakes and generative images have great things in the gaming space, but also a lot of potential harms.
Yeah.
And so I think it's it's one of the best applications in blockchain there to be able to trust and verify the source of content.
Friends, I want to come back to you and talk about AI agents in gaming. Are we building towards a future where AI agents are just playing games against each other and humans are doing something else?
I mean, that's one way to look at it, right? But for us, it's both humans and agents interacting in one environment, right? Specifically for Sovereign, we talk about like ever-evolving worlds, right? What if like these games transform into independent nation states where they continually grow and that people can add in or agents can add in, right? To make that economy kind of thrive, right? And so when we try to imagine like agents, we still have like very distinctive ways of being able to utilize them, right? Some might, have these agents work as their, counterparts, but some people may choose to have them as like their underlings, right? So the way people would actually use these agents can vary, and the way they interact with them can also vary. So there are numerous possibilities for sure, but what's really, really exciting for me is that now it's becoming more of a possibility as we introduce them inside the games. And we've seen so like with NPCs, right? Like maybe add some sentience to NPCs, you can chat them, you can interact with them in a manner that you haven't experienced before. You can get personalized quests, personalized journeys, right? Which before you didn't have, right? And that idea of uncertainty and mystery that even the developers, they don't know is pretty exciting. But not too exciting that you see in the movies where like they turn against you and all of that stuff, right? But yeah, at least like for us, it's quite interesting. Even in horror games, we've tried it. At least in our small POC in Roblox, where it's not repetitive because the ghost, for example, can choose to go left or right, or up or down, right? Or can appear like anytime, anywhere, not based on what you've done from the past, but whatever it wants, right? Like it's based off a set of parameters and based off specific actions that you can actually choose from, but it's up to it to actually like determine it, right? And if max scare is like what it's trying to do, then being more random is what it's gonna go for, right? So yeah.
Now, okay, we don't have a lot of time left, so Claire, I'm going to ask you the last question here. I was listening to one of the stages earlier, and when we talk about AI, the end user gets a little bit afraid of the uncertainty, not knowing where it's going, not knowing what it means to interact with AI. When you hear that, how do you respond to people?
Yeah, I think when you think about being able to have the storage layer on a decentralized environment and being able to do proof of storage, proof of space-time, proof of replication, being able to show transparently where things are stored, I think that's how you're going to build user trust. Unfortunately, a lot of monopolies these days don't quite show the data. We saw all over the news in the markets the last few weeks, DeepSeek, and a lot of people were concerned where the data is going to be stored and how it's going to be used by China, right? And so I think there's a lot of questions that people question around how to use even open source AI models because they can't validate where that's coming from. And we can do that on the decentralized web with Filecoin IPFS and other kinds of technology. And so I'm really excited about that. I'm also really excited about the future of AI and AI agents when it comes to the potential for zero proof computing and then also fully homographic encryption, because you're going to be able to look at tons of data that actually might be encrypted when you have the compute and distributed storage power, and also be able to do really interesting analyses. Today in the US, you can't look at a lot of healthcare data because of HIPAA and particular constraints when it comes to privacy. But I think there's a lot of good that can be unlocked when you can really think about managing how things are stored and also that privacy layer.
So many possibilities. I'm so upset we have to cut this short. I'm going to have you both on the show on CoinDesk so we can dive a little bit deeper into this, because it is such an interesting topic that we just don't have time to dive that deep into on a live show. So thank you so much for joining us, and I hope you enjoy the rest of Consensus.
Thank you, Jen.
That was Filecoin Foundation founding officer Clara Cao and Sovereign CEO and co-founder Renz Chong. We are going to take a quick break. We will be right back. Welcome back to CoinDesk Live from Consensus Hong Kong. Crypto Fight Night is bringing the energy of the ring to the digital asset world with industry heavyweights, literally, stepping up to battle it out. Joining us now for a preview of Crypto Fight Night is Crypto Fight Night founder Rahul Suri. Hello.
Hi, how are you?
I am doing fantastic. How are you doing?
Doing really well. It's a fantastic conference out here today. I think one of my favorite ones I've attended so far, so having a great day.
I'm so happy to hear that. We are talking about crypto and combat.
Yes.
Why do these two things go together?
Well, I think most people in crypto know that it's the most PvP environment out there in the world. And when you take that competitive edge and you put it into a social entertainment format, boxing is just the go-to sport that makes everybody come alive and want to engage and be involved in such a phenomenal evening.
We had a Crypto Fight Night in Austin at our last consensus. We're doing one here. It is happening tomorrow night. Tell me more. I know that there are crypto influencers involved, but I don't actually know who's going to be fighting.
Well, I think at Crypto Fight Night, it's quite a diverse lineup. Obviously, top of the card is BitLord versus Korean Jew, two phenomenal and polarizing names in crypto Twitter. They have a lot of fan following. They have a lot of people who engage with their content, who want to see them in action. Korean Jew fought for us on CFN2 a few years ago. BitLord's making his first appearance here in Hong Kong. And we also mix up the card with regional influencers. So we have my mate Nate from Thailand, one of the largest influencers out of there, who brings in a lot of attention from this part of the world. We also have Gabriel from Brazil, who's flown all the way to fight at Crypto Fight Night. He's a singer, by the way.
Okay.
Yeah, he's got about 65 million people listening to his stuff on Spotify.
Wow.
Phenomenal guy. So I think, with Crypto Fight Night, that's you see. You see that blend of bridging these worlds together that really help different communities, whether it's the boxing community, the sporting community, the crypto community, or the regional community, actually learn about each other and get awareness across those three diversities.
How long do these influencers and musicians who don't usually fight and box train for before they get to an event like this?
Well, Crypto Fight Night, health and safety and preparedness is super important. It's seen in our exclusive collaboration with the World Boxing Council. And so the show is run to the same standards of readiness and, weight class and in terms of even the officiating. I would say that most fighters are training for multiple months in order to get into Crypto Fight Night. We do have many events a year, so it gives people time to pick and choose and then get involved when they can be ready to be involved.
And so do you choose the people who are going to, if we're looking at crypto influencers only, do you choose them based on, their Twitter fingers, their online battles? Do they apply to be a part of it? How does that work?
Well, of course. I mean, there are applications to be a fighter on Crypto Fight Night, and those keep coming in every day. What we look for is people who are serious, because it is a combat sport. So if you're serious about getting in the ring, if you're going to put in the time training, and also those who have had a positive impact on the space, are highly engaging, and if we feel that the audience and the fans that tune into Crypto Fight Night do deserve those matchups, and that's how we go about our selection process.
Okay, we got to wrap up in just about a minute or so. So I want to just ask you about your experience here at Consensus. We've been coming to our audience at home live from this desk all day. They haven't had the chance to really experience what's going on the showroom floor. What have you been up to aside from the fight night? What are you looking forward to?
Well, I think Consensus, one of the things that I admire most is that the types of companies that are here encompass almost all of the crypto space. So regardless of which stream of crypto takes your interest, when you come out to an event like Consensus, and specifically the one here in Hong Kong today, you're able to find like minds, you're able to build those synergies, talk about efficiencies, and you don't see that happens so well in all the conferences. It's happening very well here today, and I think a lot of people are having a good time being able to network their peers very efficiently. It's well laid out. The topics, the agenda is very much on point with where we are today in the markets and the trends we see. So overall, fantastic job.
Is there an opportunity to incorporate crypto into Crypto Fight Night?
Well, Crypto Fight Night showcases some of the best crypto companies that are here in the space. So already it is focused and centered and pillared around that.
Sounds fantastic. Well, I can't wait to see what happens. It's happening tomorrow night here in Hong Kong. Rahul, thank you so much for joining me at the desk.
Thank you very much.
All right, we are at the end of our day. Thank you to our audience. host at home who stuck with us all day. We've been here since 9 a.m. We've had some amazing conversations and heard groundbreaking insights. We explored the dynamic landscape of digital assets, bridging the gap from east to west, and we are not done yet. Tomorrow, we dive even deeper with more panels, interviews, and live stage sessions. We'll continue to explore culture, DeFi, regulation, and more. You won't want to miss it. So, if you weren't able to attend Consensus, I have to tell you something. We are coming to Toronto, Canada in May. You can get your tickets at consensus2025.coindesk.com today so you don't miss out on the festivities. Thank you so much for sticking with us through our live coverage. We'll be back with more action tomorrow. Before we wrap up, let's take one last look at our main stage.
Because our industry has been an environment where financial innovation on more real products has been disallowed, practically speaking, because of the lack of regulatory clarity, right? Because of the continued desire to make crypto fit into existing regulatory structures rather than to reimagine how regulatory structures should fit this new technology in order to encourage good behavior and good innovation. What that has done is it's pushed a lot of actors to declare up front, I'm not doing anything which is financial, it has no value, and so do as you will, and that actually attracts a certain type of people who are more interested in sort of extreme speculation rather than financial innovation. And so I think this is a kind of second order impact of there not being a more productive way to create new structured products, right? Because every time someone has tried, for example, to innovate on a on-chain price discovery mechanism, right, on a launch pad, they've actually been sued for it for millions of dollars and 2 years of your life. And so what we have here now is you take all of that speculative energy and it goes into the most extreme form of speculation, and people do bad things with that.
Yeah, it's a completely unregulated meme coin casino. It's incredible to see. From your end in Robinhood, when you're deciding to onboard these tokens, because we had a previous conversation where we talked about how Robinhood has just onboarded Pepe as well as Cardano and other tokens. So what's the process of onboarding and in deciding, when to allow for these tokens to be accessible to your retail users?
Yeah, so we have a bit more of a selective process. We only have 22 assets on the platform, and so for us, a lot of the discussion that we have with our listing process is around the security of the asset. Can we offer it safely to our customer? Can we have the right liquidity and pricing? And so, I think at the end of the day, what we see a lot in the discussion is around about the meme coins, but what we forget is all the usage that we see on the other assets. So for example, we have a lot of people buying Ethereum or Solana and transferring into their wallet and doing a lot of things with it. But I think it's just one phase of the iceberg when we are talking about this meme coin. We can see with stablecoin, for example, the strong adoption from institutions, from company like ours. We're using stable to transfer between market makers and us 24/7 on weekends when banking rails actually do not support this kind of use case. So I think it's always going to be very exciting to talk about the latest meme coin, but we can actually see a lot of usage of the real technology behind it.
Mm-hmm. Lily, I wonder where you see meme coins headed and how it can be turned into something more valuable and sustainable. I don't know if you heard Hayden Davis, the market maker for the Libra token, but in an interview that he did on YouTube, he was trying to figure out, well, how do you make this market sustainable? And his thoughts were, well, I'm going to just snipe the token and maybe at some point inject the money back in and maybe it'll prop up the market and it'll help out with other ecosystems. But I mean, it was insane. But I mean, from your perspective, how do you make it sustainable?
Well, I think about it less so how do you make meme coins sustainable, but I think about it more in terms of how should we, taking it away from meme coins, how do we with internet capital markets use the power of sort of broad distribution and 24/7 liquidity with potentially up to 5.5 billion people on the internet to create more transparent, fair price discovery mechanisms, right? And there's actually a lot of literature on this. How do you do Dutch auctions, right? There's potentially, people experimented with this in the past in 2022, where you could go through various rounds of narrowing price discovery, having a 24-hour period where people provide liquidity into a bonding curve. There's all sorts of mechanisms people have tried, but people stopped trying it because it was largely seen as something that would be dangerous, right, to do from a regulatory perspective. So I think if there were a way that we could start to innovate on those, let's call it price discovery mechanisms on the open financial internet, then I think you would potentially get to a place where between the creative uses of bonding curves, governance systems, you could discourage and practically sort of eliminate some of the sniping insider activity that I think is, even if people make the legal argument that it's unregulated and therefore legal, but it's still bad for markets and bad for market participants, bad for a product, bad for a community, at the very least, right? And arguably pretty immoral as well. So I think that really, in times like these, I think it's really an argument for more open innovation rather than just shutting everything down.
Interesting. All right. Now we're in Hong Kong, and Robinhood has announced that they are expanding into Asia. Maybe you can tell us a bit about those plans, how you're finding navigating the Asian market compared to America.
Yeah, it's a very different market, obviously, and so for us, we did announce that we will expand in Singapore and use Singapore as the headquarters for Asian expansion. I think for us, what we've been excited about with Singapore has been like there is a clear regulatory framework. The regulator, the MAS, is actually very upfront about it. We've also contributed to the USDG, which is a stable coin that is regulated by MAS. And so, we think that there is a lot to do there. We think that there is a lot to disrupt as well. A lot of the previous participants have been still acting with doubtful, I will say, procedure. And so we think that we can actually come in as a big regulated company and embrace the market.
Mm-hmm. And Lily was talking a bit about more transparency, building trust in the space. And I wonder, when it comes to decentralized finance, and Robinhood mainly deals with centralized finance, do you see any pathways to DeFi?
Yeah, absolutely. We think actually a lot of our customers are using Robinhood as an on-ramp to DeFi, and then they use our self-custody wallet or other wallets to actually do a lot more in the DeFi space. But Robinhood itself, we are at the cross paths between traditional finance and crypto and Web3, and we actually think we can do a lot into the tokenization space. So we've been pretty vocal about the fact that we are investing a lot in it, and we think that in the near future we can play a major role in this space.
How do you envision that future? Will finance become decentralized eventually, or it will continue to exist in the centralized experience, or something in between?
I think there is a right balance between the two. Like I think a bit of regulation is not a problem. Like when you look at things like FTX and the custody issues that there was at the time, if we had like very simple regulation around how to mix customer fund and firm funds, like we could have avoided this whole crisis. So I don't think that necessarily regulation is bad, but I also think the technology from blockchain can help traditional finance. Last year we celebrated settlement in T+1, which is pretty insane in crypto. Like a one-day settlement does not exist. It would be like 10 minutes at max in a Bitcoin world. And so we think that we can actually use a blockchain technology to revolutionize the old financial system.
All right, in 2025, Lily, where do you see the biggest trends in the Solana community headed? What innovations would you predict would pick up?
Well, we like to joke about how we want to make boring exciting again. And so that means things like stablecoins, right? Oh, well, everyone's into stablecoins these days, but actually previously sounded like a really boring thing. But I think stablecoins are really exciting because stablecoins, there's actually quite a lot of differentiation between stablecoins. What they have in common is they are ultimately